discuss a hard stop.
I mean, here's what I can do. I can just put that under my report. I'll
Will
discuss
you
hard
address
stuff.
that?
Yeah, because I want to talk about a couple things. I was going to talk about timing. I will address that if you agree
Thank
with
you,
that.
I'm good with that.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Recognition of the public. I see no one. You're not the public, sir. Okay, so my report is regarding timing, and Ms. Boyd, I'm happy to hand it to you, but I do have a couple notes here. So typically on this first day, a lot of times we actually do go a little bit quicker if we're getting through these, and so it gives us a little bit of time. I would like to propose that we do a hard stop at no later than 5:30. I'm 5:30, I'm good with either one, and that under workshop, that gives us an hour to an hour and a half of the workshop to get a little bit ahead, and here's what I would suggest and recommend. Mr. Long and I were talking about this. I would recommend that we tackle the highway fund, and I just got a note from Mr. Klein, he is on the way. That we tackle the highway fund, that we tackle insurance, debt service, and then the 112 and 122 funds. Oh, there we go. The reason I'm recommending that we tackle those in the workshop is that those do not come from the general fund. Those are separate pots, and these are relatively small and manageable. So they're a lot easier to unwind, and you can do them kind of like as a module, as opposed to when we do all of the general fund stuff. You know, if we give Mr. Craddock, Sheriff Craddock X, you know, it may have to come from Y over here or vice versa. So those are my recommendations for the workshop.
You said highway and what else?
Highway, insurance, debt service, 112 and 122. And Ms. Boyd, I know you wanted to make a mention there or something.
I was just wanting to look for a hard stop and that
Okay.
you're addressing. So are we going to discuss 5 or 5:30? And how much time do you anticipate it would take for those items?
I don't think that because we've done a lot with highway as of last year. That's the biggest of them. So of them, I mean, I could just go through it by memory, and Mr. Long, you can take over for me. Debt service, we have, and you're going to talk a little bit about arbitrage, but we are in good shape on debt service. That will be relatively quick, probably 10 minutes, if not less. Highway is probably another 15 minutes, I think, because they're still drawing down largely off of that 16 million or so. There's a little bit of a bump there, but that one's largely in good shape, I think. I know a little bit less about insurance. Mr. Long, how long do you think that one would take?
Very short. We've already worked. It's been through the insurance committee. It's built into the budget. I'll just give you a 5-minute highlight, and we should be done unless you have questions.
Okay. So, I think we can get those done conservatively in an hour and a half. Like that's worst case.
Can we take a consensus on if people have to leave earlier?
Yeah, what is 5 o'clock good, or can we go to 5:30?
5:30 is fine with me.
I'm probably gonna leave at about 5.
I prefer 5.
Okay, we may be.
5.
All right.
Hard stop?
Sounds like I will, without objection, we will set a hard stop for 5, and we will shoot for those items during the workshop. Without objection? Okay. All right, that's my report. Mr. Line, get going.
First, let's pass out the first handout, and it looks, except it'll be colored, it looks just like this. We've already passed it out. Does everybody have this particular handout? Okay, I'm going to sit back down and kind of talk about what we've got here. The budget as it currently stands, and I know it's an early draft build, if you look at the very top, it says your second column going from the left says current year's tax rate. What I mean by current year's tax rate is the current year we're in right now, fiscal year ended 2025. The budget you currently have built right now on the property tax is based on the budgeted rate, just to kind of give you an idea of what the starting point is, which the only difference, and I mentioned it back at the budget committee, is to move the remaining amount of property tax out of debt service over into capital, because you do have a pretty large balance in debt service, and capital is one time. If you go down, the next one just kind of shows you the same thing. The budgeted rate just repeats it. And then you go to the next one, that shows your amounts per penny. It's about a little over $1.1 million. Education's slightly higher because you have some pilot agreements, which the pilot stands for payment in lieu of taxes for local industries that have agreements versus taxes. Some of the industries only pay taxes to the school versus the county, so it makes, if you change the rate to them, it makes it slightly more per penny. There is a page 2, and I have it on the back of mine, or is it on the back of everybody's page here? Is it 2 pages? Okay. The next one just shows you the distribution of the current taxes as they stand with the, if you go to the far right, it shows the $6 million that was earlier by resolution promised to the schools. It also shows the breakdown. The thing where you guys have the most direct and only real impact at this point would be on property taxes, which if we look on the first page, that was the $1.1 odd million per penny, which was, if you look at the third set of tables down at the left, it's $1,126,367. The next thing is a little more important. That kind of shows you your available funds. And if we go to page, you can go to page 93 on your budget, but if we can go to the debt service on the screen for the summary page, the summary on debt service. There you go. Over a couple. There you go. If you go down, just keep going right there. See the 12,739,212. That's how much we estimate debt service the way it's currently done going down. The reason you don't want to keep an excess in debt service is because of arbitrage. If you've got funds restricted for debt service and they're above basically 1 month of interest and principal at the lowest point, then you do have to account for those in arbitrage calculations. And we do that because we, for many, many years, kept more than that because it's very hard. And we do exclude some because some of them are not restricted. For instance, your property tax is completely restricted for debt service, but you've got adequate facilities tax in this fund. And adequate facilities tax can be used for school debt service payments, or it can be used for construction or renovation, and you also have a litigation tax. But that kind of gives you an idea of how much the current budget shows it going down. So if you look on this sheet on page 93, that's your $12,739,212. The next one, if you look at the next line, it says interest, and I've minused that off because if we go to the revenues, click on the revenue sheet, and go where it says interest earnings, if you look right, back up this Alice, right there. The second one from the left column says $4,008,987. Everybody see that in the 746,100?
Okay.
Those are your current interest earnings. If we go back and unhide that from like 1997, you're only earning about $650,000. So I minus that almost $5 million there minus, I think it was the $690,000, which that means I don't feel reasonably assured over the next several years with your debt you're gonna earn that much interest. So I take that out. If you take that out, that leaves you this number here, you're seeing $16,803,630. The reason that is important is because your debt service is level. If we look on page 127 of your document, or if you pop it up on the screen. Does anybody want to look on the document, or everybody just prefer to look on the screens? I'm reading out the document numbers. Does that help, or just going by the screen help?
Keep talking about the document numbers, because I want to go back. So,
It's on page 127 of your document, or if you go to the debt service interest and principal, Jessica, it's to the right before the salary stuff. You just keep going to the right. It's a separate sheet, debt service interest and principal switch.
Like that one?
Yes, it'll say that. It'll be labeled that. Just keep going. Past the insurance.
It's a burned out.
Yeah, I know.
Right there it is, click on it. Okay. If you look here, go on, this is your principal, keep going down. That's your interest, keep going down. Here's what's important to you. If you look, your interest and principal combined payments is relatively stable all the way to the year 2037. So whatever you have for debt service, you're gonna have to be able to cover that to 2037. Assuming no growth, you're gonna have to put, because we did a burn down of 12. I don't feel reasonably assured you're gonna receive all the interest. You're gonna need about $16.8 million in there to make the fund quit bleeding down the balance. You could probably bleed the balance down for a couple more years, but eventually at some point you're gonna have to bring it back. So that brings us into the next column down here, which talks about your capital projects. The reason your debt service is showing this burn down is there's a significant amount of money that's been temporarily transferred over to your capital projects. If you look at page 99 on your document, or if you go to the capital projects summary sheet, Jessica, just go to the revenue sheet for capital projects, probably the easiest one. If you look here on the right, it says fiscal year 2026, and going from the left to the right, you see the $30 million going all the way down to the 143 and then roll down just a little bit more, Keep going down, there's another one, it's called, it's in the state revenue bill, I'm sorry, you overshot it. It's called telecommunications. So this amount here and the 30, and go on and back up, Jess, I'm gonna shut up the whole road. And all this, keep going all the way. All this right here is based on your property tax levy. Some are based on current year, some are based on prior. This is what you had back in 2024, okay? You've been putting all this extra in here because one, you have capital projects needs, and number two, you can build up long-term resources for capital projects and deplete your debt service that has an excess balance in it. So if you look at this sheet, what we have here is the 36,274,634 is all those local revenues plus the other one that moves with it, which is the state sharing. And then below it is the actual revenue back in 2024. So that leaves you a difference of 31,525,000. If you take the differences, that means that 14,721,404. What that means, you can move $14.7 million and still have the same amount of capital project fundings you had back in 2024. But you need to keep a couple of things in mind. Since 2024, you have grown, so you're probably going to need part of that. And also, if you drain all that, it's going to remove any capabilities of issuing future debt if you need to, excluding any growth.
So let me summarize this. Is everybody following this?
So let me summarize real quick.
Yeah, if you want to follow.
So in summary, you have about $14.7 million minus capital and any debt capacity you're going to have. So for instance, if your general fund doesn't balance or anything else, there's that much sway you have. But you do need to put the money back in the long term back into debt service unless you're planning to raise interest to cover debt service. Because your payments are relatively stable until the year 2037, which is about 11 years after the budget you're working in right now.
So is everybody following what's going on here with the interplay between debt service and the capital projects fund?
No.
Okay, so the short, I'll just summarize it here.
Okay.
The long and short of it is, debt service, we owe $21 million roughly
Okay.
every year,
Okay.
flat amount.
That's our payments.
That's our payments.
Okay.
So we have, if we put we have for years put too much, and it's a good thing, we put too much toward our debt service.
Okay.
It got to a point where we had enough in that account that it was subject to arbitrage, which was, we'd have to write a check to the feds.
Right.
All right, so we burned that down. Burning that down means this is what we did with Toby's funding last year. We pulled that out and put it into capital, and then we had a good.
That was the
chunk of
20
capital.
million.
Right. What we don't want to do is use too much of that for recurring, right? So you can pull that back into capital because it's one time and you can deal with it one time. However, and this was to David's point, we've got to be able to put it back, right? So there's this play back and forth that you can do that allows us to do a couple things. One, continuously max out our debt service, and two, it allows us to avoid arbitrage, right? So what that means is that, if you were to look at one of two things is going to grow, the capital projects or the debt service. One of those two things, and we're going to move some back and forth. Over time, the total amount of excess is going to shrink, right? It's kind of a funnel. So I would think, we're starting here at this 14 million. I actually think, and that's my opinion for capital projects this year, is we probably need to plug a couple more million back into debt service to get that flat close to the 16 million. You're going to see we've got a lot of projects this year, but we have the capital to do most of them, and still plug back a bit of that hole into
From
debt
local
service.
taxes, we have the capital?
From our property taxes. Correct.
But what I'd recommend is not to plug the hole until next year because
Well,
we want to decrease the balance one time at least because right now you've got a fairly large balance.
But we don't.
But you wanna do it long
But
term.
I don't want to. I'll say this another way. I don't want to spend all of the capital that we have this year. I don't think we should spend all of the capital that we have this year. I think we should do. I think we can do an awful lot, but I think we want to keep some of it so that we don't get ourselves in a spot where we're coming up short on the debt service in the following years.
And you also got to remember two things is,
Ms. Boyd, and then I'll get you.
one is if you build up reserves, it can be used for capital, but when you do plug the hole in debt service this year or next, it's going to decrease those amount of available new revenues quickly, so you're gonna need to have some reserves to deal with that. And then number two is if for some reason you do want to issue debt at some point in the future, you may want to keep a little capacity there.
Ms. Boyd?
So, do we have long-term plans from the schools on new schools? I mean, have we heard from them? I mean, we're talking about planning like 11 years they're gonna stay stable. And, I mean, I'm expecting a call that we're getting a new school this year, next year,
I have,
within a
so,
short time. So that's a big
this
factor
was
of this
this was
discussion.
an, you know, this was just a casual conversation that I had with Mr. Langford where I asked that question. And he, you know, I don't know if he's gone out 10 years, but he said at least in the, you know, the immediate few years, he's not expecting that. So, you know, I didn't get a hard window on there. I'm happy we can request it
Because
formally.
I think that's the biggest thing that affects this fund.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a.
If
know,
you could ask him to
I'm
give us a
happy
firm.
I'm happy to work to, you know, I think this is a separate thing, but it's important here, and that is,
'Cause that's what
is
we're
there
gonna-
do we have a 10-year plan for major, you know, school-related
I'll
projects?
take a 5-year.
I mean, 5 years should be very doable, but I'm not, but if we're looking at 10 years before we get the next debt, I'm happy to take this on and have that conversation with Mr. Langford. If we're looking at roughly 10 years before we need to issue more debt, maybe we should have a 10-year look. You know, here's the major things outside of catastrophe that we.
I make a motion that we get a 5-year plan from the school board.
I would be shocked if they would give you, I mean, you've got a lot of you can't control how many people are moving in and out of
Right.
here. I mean, I
Just
understand,
they're pretty
I understand
flat,
the
though.
thought, but,
Yeah.
I mean,
If
if I was
something
Dr.
to-
Langford, I would tell you, there's no way in crap that I'm giving
Here's
that,
the deal.
because
Let me-
if I tell you it's gonna be 10 years and it ends up being 5, you're coming from my hide and saying, hey, that's not what you told us.
Let me,
Plus inflation.
and Mr. Becker, I'll get you in just a second, but let me do this. I'll ask this question and just see if we can put something together. I mean, it's just in the interest of.
I get what she's
transparency.
saying, I mean,
Yeah.
that makes sense, like, if you got this
This
big.
is our big thing, we're
I
gonna
mean,
borrow money
You're
from.
kind of storing up
To
funds
Ms. Boyd's-
for that.
To Ms. Boyd's
happen.
point, I mean, the school population
It's flat.
has been relatively flat, so we, you know, I think there, you know, we may have more ability to do that than we could have 15 years ago. Mr. Becker?
Is that a motion that needs a second?
I mean, I'm just gonna do it, if y'all are good with that.
Yeah,
I'm happy to
second.
just do it.
I would second it.
Mr. Becker?
To clarify something you're saying, you know, moving the money, moving pennies back and forth and whatnot, and that there was a funnel and it's dwindling each year and so forth. 2 questions, like, help us understand, if it's dwindling each year, at what point will it dwindle down to a low enough point that action has to be taken, and then what would that action look like?
Can we talk about that a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go back over to the debt service summary and make sure.
Do you understand my question?
Yeah.
I understand 100%. This is kind of, you're looking at 2 things, and that's what we're talking. Go down. If you look, we're taking $12 million out of debt service, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Which means you can keep draining this. We can have as low as $6 million in there, okay? So you can keep draining it. That's your one-time drain. The numbers we're talking over here is you're taking the amount of the one-time drain, the $12,739,000, the 404, which is interest. We don't think that's how we come up to $16 million. So we're showing the excess that we put into capital. The difference of those is 14. So the 14 is the difference after you completely plug that hole back. So basically, say if you decide to drain it one more year and you got it down to $12 million, and you decided you're not going to use any money this year and you plug the hole back next year, this number here is going to go down and you're still going to have a $14 million positive there.
So, Mr. Becker, however, there's a,
Revenue.
you have if you were just talking about capital and debt service, their funnel wouldn't drain at all. Largely, because you're talking about one-time funds. However, each year we have to account for, we move some pennies toward recurring spend. Those pennies are the ones ultimately that when we take them, we're gonna need to move a couple pennies, I think, this year from capital into the general fund. We're gonna need to. And when you do that, that's what makes the shape of it from a cylinder into a funnel. If that makes sense.
If you move 3 pennies, it would make that 14 million down to like 11 million. So what you're saying is, the 24 is what you can drain from that's one time.
Right.
The difference right here, this 14, when you net it back up to zero, is the reoccurring amount. That's reoccurring. Say if the property tax revenue didn't grow, shrink, sales or nothing, that's your excess per year. Difference between revenue and expenditures.
Is that would build each year?
That's barring if you do no new debt or no new capital.
And how much is 1 penny worth?
It's 1,126,367. It's on the front page, Mr. Becker, on the third table down. It's the second column to the right, and it's that 1,126,367.
Oh, okay, so 1.126 is 1 penny. I got you.
Yes.
Thank you.
What
Mr.
is our
Mayor?
deficit right now in the budget for being balanced?
That's what we're gonna look at is, as my next one to go to, talk about sales tax, arbitrage for debt service, and then the general fund deficit and and there's a small.
We're almost there. We just got a
And
little
we got
sidetracked.
15 minutes yet, because I need to
Go
hop back
ahead.
over
Go
the
ahead,
sales
Ms.
tax.
Boyd, and then we want to continue.
And just more to my point, I really, if we're gonna move pennies out and over, I'd really like to carry through with this motion that we get an answer
I
on
mean,
a
if y'all want to
5-year.
do that,
Second.
okay.
I don't think it's too much to ask
That's-
for a
that's
fine.
5-year look at that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This was for that, so just to say here, this was for the motion to request from the Board of Education, a 10-year, what's it, a
I'd be- I'd be happy with
a 5-year capital projects
Capital improvement
plan.
plan. They used to have capital improvement
Any,
plans. I never said
any,
they did.
I'll take it again, just to make sure that you guys got it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, one no. Okay, motion carries. We have a formal note here. I'll call Dr. Wayne
Let's-
and let him know.
Let's talk about one more item into the revenue before I go into the expenditures and the balances. If you look on this sheet, you notice there's $6 million promised to the schools. One of your big growth items is your sales tax, and let's look at sales tax to make sure everybody's on the same page. So open the revenue sheet and it should have sales tax. Okay, the number that we have in sales tax, if you look, and it may be easier for me to point. This is current year revenues of what we brought into sales tax. That's debt service and that's schools. That's last year's flat for the county, 2% growth. Schools come to 50 million to 43. What you're showing for next year is that number with the 2% growth. This has been, go back up, Miss Allison. This has been the growth over the last short term between those two streams. Notice it's much more than that, much more than that, much more. Come on down. As soon as we projected that, we see 99, 92, 105. And this one right here, I believe, is heavily skewed because last year had 112%, they kind of skewed. But that's my same thing. We would think the 102% is a very, very low estimate per year, but we have some concerns here and here because, go over to the right. Just go over to the right. I'll show you. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh, right here, I think. No, keep going. There's a number that has hundreds and stuff in it, and I hate to. If you look at these, the schools basically get half of whatever growth, and these are the difference between the same month last year and the same month this year. If you notice, they get basically half. This right here looks bad.
Excuse me, thanks.
Now start going up and start looking at your numbers of how they've been over the last, just start scrolling up.
This sales tax.
Their some goes up and down, so we may not have a problem, but it brings me to a concern. Keep going up. Keep going, keep going. Look for red, because I'm marking them red. Keep just going, these are months and months. See if these, there's little small ones here, but look at the big pack when you see more than one. See how sporadic they are? You've seen two in a row now.
This sales tax, right?
Yes, this is, they're right here.
Is that month by the
Do you
month?
know what, these are about, this is this month, say if you're looking at April, right?
Okay.
This is this April compared to last April, that's how much it changed. So if you see
Okay.
103%,
It
3%
grew.
growth. This is 08, 09, what we're seeing. So that's my concern, just to let you guys aware right now, when we projected the revenues back, 3-4 months ago, everything says you should bring in that 102 was an undershoot by everything. Right now, we've seen a bad month, good month, bad month, and we haven't really seen that since 08, 09. So two things we may want to do, like we always do, we keep following revenues to the end, but you also have another option. Say we come in and we don't know for sure that's going to be good, bad, or ugly. The problem you've got is if you over project your schools, they're going to be short and it creates a BP reserve, so they get hit twice. One of your options is you have a lot of extra capital projects, okay? You have the second 50% of all the cities and the county in the school number, correct? which is on this sheet right
Say that again.
right here. If you take this sheet up here and you look at the sales tax, and you look at the schools, it's right here under local optional taxes, sales tax, it says, 55,624,434. What that's comprised of is the second half of the cities minus, the last increase for the, 2 cities or 3 cities, the last increase that the county did take. And it's also half of the counties. Well, if you look over here into capital, it has a lot of excess. There's 4,521,051. So there's 2 things. You've already sent a resolution over to the schools estimating the revenue. So if we come in and you feel, hey, we're not reasonably assured, you could send them a new resolution. Or number 2, you could say, hey, if it does come up short, per the resolution you do, that some of that sales tax in the capital we could use to cover any shortfall for the
So you
schools.
basically move from capital.
Right, you'd say, hey, when you know if the capital's gonna have excess and the school's gonna be short, we let the
Yeah,
shortage be.
let's keep that in mind, and
That's an option.
Let's just keep it in mind.
But that's just me disclosing to you because we generally see, if you look up that pattern, you'll see great month, bad month, great month, bad month. But what we see now since we projected, great month, right after we projected, bad month, bad month. So we've seen 2 in a row, so it is a concern, but we wanna see what the next 2 months do before I think we make
So
any
let's
assumptions.
do this. I mean, and I just am interested in the ballpark figure. What's our total, the total sales tax, and estimate 6 months.
Hit A in there.
Yeah, I just want to estimate 6
Put
months
that
what
A
the difference is
in
gonna be.
476 with the number I'll give you.
Let's play out a bad scenario.
I think it's A in 476, maybe, go on over here, okay. This go on there this way. There's a sheet where I track that. This is what we projected for this year plus the 102. This is what's actually happened for those 3 months since then. Bad, good, bad. So for what I was expecting, which was conservative, we're like that far off. But as I'm saying, we were only looking at 2 months. I would really like to see 2 more data.
Well,
points
so
before we start
play
saying-
that out for 6 more months.
Is that January, February, and March?
Yeah, this month right here is really skewed because the year before was 112% increase and the month before was short. So you've also got to think there's one more thing in play here. Think about it. Your vendors, there's basically a 60-day sway between when you see the money here, okay? The other thing is your vendors have some amount of give of when they pay. They got to a certain time the next month. So they may pay this month or this month. So sometimes that's just based on when a big vendor
So
pays.
here's the thing. I mean, I'm just looking at this right now. So like, let's say that we enter into that we're on the cusp of a recession, which is possible. Let's play out a 6-month recession where each of those is at 98%. I mean, it looks to me like you can take the median of that is somewhere around $200,000. So 200,000 times 6 months, you're around $1.2 to $1.5 million difference.
Say we had a recession, we went down 2
How
versus
deep
the
is
2.
the recession though, if we're playing, yes?
Well, the recession, this is the
I was
recession.
thinking 6 months.
If we're looking at a recession and
How-
you're going down 2 versus going up 2, then you're looking somewhere around 4% of that 55 million.
About $2 million.
6 months, yeah, about $2 million.
Little less.
It's about half of what's in your capital. So no matter what happens, you've got capital you could
We
potentially cover.
can weather it, but it's just that,
You gotta
I just
determine
wanted to
if
know what the
that's what-
difference
right.
that we,
You gotta determine if you wanna do that, because the way you need to do it, you need to put it in your resolution, say, hey, we're doing the second 50%
I just
here.
wanted,
and-
I just wanted a ballpark number.
Right, but I'm saying, the only way to handle those, you'd have to put that in your
Because
resolution.
you could put it in the resolution that we could put up to a certain amount too.
Right, you could say any
We could say
shortfall in the
any
schools.
shortfall up to a certain amount will cover.
Just to make the shortfall 0, you could say,
Yeah.
we will cover any shortfalls out of the sales tax and capital.
Well, could we do a shortfall up to a certain flat amount, and then after that,
Yeah.
after that, they would take the hit.
That's what we would
I mean,
do.
I just don't wanna make it like,
Right.
things totally go.
What we would do,
bonkers.
get the trustee to do the statutory division, second half of the cities, second half of the counties, and get them to do the same thing with the capital. When we close the books or get ready to close the books, if the school was short $2 million, which I don't think is going to be the case, and you said you'd cover up to 2, then basically what we would do is transfer out of the revenue $2 million over the school.
And so if they were short, if they were short 2.5 million, we'd give them the 2.
Right.
We could, take a vote
Right.
to give the other 500,000, but we were only with the resolution. I'm just saying that's an option that we could do too, that could make us a little more.
And if you look at the history, if we don't have a major recession, based on what you got up there is a way under projection for both years.
Yeah.
These are only 2 months we've seen, so probably not happening, but we just want to be cautious at this point, just make you aware.
Mr. Becker?
So when you're saying give them up, potentially, if they're short 2.5, we can give them up to 2, where would they get the other half?
They would be short that other half. I mean, it's basically, look, we're in a recession. I mean, I'm not saying that's what we want to do.
No, I'm just saying,
It would, you know, they would be short that 500,000, so they would have to pull out of their own capital.
And I bring this up for one very important reason. The schools, if they're short on the revenue projections, get hit twice. They are short the 500, let's just say 500,000. They're short the 500,000, and the Department of Education makes them make a reserve for the same amount. And unless the rules have changed, that's been the rules for many years.
Here's my reason for that, and we cross this bridge when we get there again, but my reason for saying that is that you don't ever want to open yourself up to indefinite spend, right? Like, I would want to, my opinion is that I would want to cap it, and then once you know, if they are about to be subject to a penalty, we could of course take another vote, you know, and say, hey, look, we're $600,000 short, we have it in capital, we can help you out. I just wouldn't want to, with the resolution, open ourselves up to an indefinite, bottom.
I just don't
is that
know.
something we do every year?
No, we've never
No,
done this.
we
Basically,
don't.
what happens is I use these conservative numbers. The last several years, there's been millions of dollars extra in sales tax. The year we're in right now, even with these numbers, there's gonna be a large excess in sales tax. I'm looking forward to, how many, we're 16 months from now?
I'm playing out a
But where are you
real,
gonna be?
I'm playing out a real
16,
bad
18.
scenario here. Like real bad scenario, Mr.
You may have already
15
said this,
months, so
but
15.
what, I mean, this is probably a stupid question. That seems like a very large swing back and forth. What causes such a large?
That second one, I think, is very skewed. Well, their numbers are very large. Their numbers are $55 million. So the 300 is a big swing, and the reason I think that, if we go back to the data, you know how you have those sporadic up and downs? There was a month that was way down, but the next month was 112%. Well, that's hitting on that 112% month, so it's skewing that number. That's why I say we probably want to look at 1 to 2 more months, but before you approve your final budget, I'll keep changing revenues up to the end.
Sure.
But the schools we've already sent to them, so before you do your final budget, say hopefully June 30, we will have May 15th, June 15th numbers. If they are positive, I think you're probably gonna leave it alone. If we're showing where suddenly we've had 3 months in a row negative, we're back into worse than probably 08, 09, which has been the worst recession this county's ever seen. I'm just flagging you because since 08, 09, I've not seen
Negative, positive,
that I've not seen a negative, positive, negative. I've seen a negative, many months of positive, and one negative. And usually the negatives, it'll be before or after there'll be a large positive. So what it's telling me, your payers have a certain amount of discretion to pay. So
Right.
say I've got your sales tax and you give me to the 10th of the next month, I may pay it during that month or the first, second, third of the month. So if I pay it during the month, it comes in here, but if I wait and pay it the 10th, it goes into the next month. So you can see those ways, which really don't mean anything, but something I have seen is that your county sales tax growth and the unincorporated is growing much faster than the cities. And I think the reason for that is there's more and more online shopping. And that's what we're seeing, even with the, after COVID, they said it slowed back down, plus about, I think it was 19 or 20, they increased the cap on online shopping and the sales tax. They changed
Now, I'm
the law.
not saying we want to do this, but we have another gun in the holster here, and that is, Hendersonville just increased their sales tax, and we would collect Gallatin as well.
I'd like to talk about it.
We don't, I don't know that we need to do it right now, but we have things
No,
that
not-
we have triggers we can pull
We can
before
pull, yeah.
we have a lot of triggers we can pull here. We're in a
Before we
good
get to
spot. We can
property
weather a big
tax or
storm
whatever,
before
yeah.
we have to worry about it. I would rather hold those triggers off until 2029, 2030, 2031, 2032, right? Like, but
When
if-
you're not in office, is that what
Yeah, hey, there you go.
Probably need to grab these other two. Well, mine is I'd like to leave you guys in good shape, so
Let's get Mr. Vine.
I feel like I did the right thing, so that's all I can say.
October
Terry.
26th.
Well, let me talk, if you can, let's get the next two items.
We've got $143 million in their reserve account. Is any of that, could we touch any of that if they had
That's
$500,000?
between them, that's how they're gonna come up with the shortfall, but I'm just telling you, the 6 million you total, right now, I don't feel as assured as I did when we made the projections on the sales tax.
A month or two.
Yeah, 2 months ago, because those 3 collections have all came in since then. They come in the 15th of the month, so the original, you didn't have these numbers. Where they come up with the money or how they handle it, that'll be something you have to ask the Board of Education, because I've heard a lot of discussions on their financials, but you gotta remember a couple of things. They had a big bleacher project they didn't finish, so if you don't have a contract, you don't get encumbered, it goes into your fund balance. So part of your fund balance growth you're seeing there. And then also, was it
Maybe,
$500
maybe still
million,
be
$500 million budget, $400 million budget?
Yeah.
You've also got to think, some of those amounts you're looking at are used to balance the budget we're in now, which the state, which we remember there was a discussion on the commission floor, but also later when we got the state letter, the state has the same concerns that we have, that they are using a significant amount of budget reserve every year. So we don't know right now what they look like at the end of '24.
Well, if they're using a budget reserve, it keeps growing.
They're using it. They know they budgeted 50, I think it was $50 million.
Yeah.
It was a very large amount they budgeted to balance their budget last year. So how you cover that is only one of two ways. Number one, revenue excesses, which will be sales tax and property. Number two is unspent line items, which means vacant teachers and not done capital projects.
Yeah.
Did they have $50 million worth of those? I don't know. I don't do their financials, but I would have reservations that they didn't have $50 million based on what I've seen historically. I think they may have dipped into their fund balances.
It's encumbered funds at the end of the day.
And since I don't handle their financials directly, I don't have enough data to give you a good, but the data that I have from their audits and stuff, I would be concerned. But can I talk about two more items really quick with the
Let's
report?
continue, because I do want to get to the bottom line here. That was the county mayor's question.
How many, well, that's the third point.
Okay.
How many, on the table here understand what an what arbitrage is? Okay. Does everybody understand, or I need to go through it, David?
Please.
Okay, arbitrage, when you issue your county bonds, the earnings on those bonds, if we do tax exempt bonds, and you're an investor, they're tax exempt, okay? So the county issues those bonds at a lower rate. Sandy, when she goes buys CDs, bank accounts, or whatever, those are taxable investments, so there may be a difference. The rule is when we issue tax exempt debt, barring certain exclusions, which we haven't met for years and most people don't, if there is, on the average, more earned on those funds than there is, including debt service, than there is paid, then minus a de minimis amount, that is rebatable to the IRS. That means you've done a good job of earning revenues. Well, because earnings have been down for years, we're showing negative arbitrage. And I set up a monitoring program when I got here. The first year I was here, we had to pay back $250,000 worth of arbitrage, because I determined the first year that we hadn't been doing it properly, and I've had a compliance program set up ever since. When we did the budget, we refined the compliance program now because of the high rates, and we'll have, it was as of the end of April, the 2020 bond, we're showing an estimated rebate of $146,000. What that means is you've earned more than you paid. It's going to be rebated to the IRS. You've got at least, it's to the end of it would be the July 28th, and then you have 60 days to pay, so it'll have to be paid in September. Also, you have the 21 bonds that will be paid toward the end of next fiscal year. We're not showing an arbitrage, but if the rates don't change, we're probably going to show one. So what I'm requesting right now, the debt service that we showed earlier in the vote, we need to go ahead and probably put in an estimate for like a $250,000 arbitrage rebate. What that means is you've earned too much interest and you've got to pay it back to the IRS.
At the end of the day, the rule is designed so that you can't take out debt in order to turn around and buy a bunch of investment or interest-bearing accounts.
Let's be honest, if I found out that the rates are changing like they were, and then Tennessee didn't allow for capital with their issuance that we had earlier, I would have went out and issued $500 million worth of drawn interest the whole time.
Yeah.
Your interest on that debt service would be 5 times that much, but I'm not allowed to do that. There's a rule that, number one, it has to be used quickly, and then Tennessee doesn't allow that either, but there's a rule you have to rebate excess interest. So what we need to do is put the arbitrage rebate amount in there. The last time we paid arbitrage rebate, I gave in 2009. I did a calculation in 2009. We set up the program and determined there was $250,000 worth of arbitrage due that year. But the rates have been bad since then, so we haven't paid any. But what I'm requesting is to amend the debt service budget to put a $250,000 arbitrage rebate estimate in there. Could be more, could be less. That's just a fair estimate.
Any other questions?
But we try not to pay any arbitrage.
We don't, but when you have excess earnings over the de minimis, you have to.
This is
So
why
you're
we
getting taxed for doing a good job.
You're basically getting taxed because you earned more, basically on debt funds or debt service programs, you earned more than you paid. So they don't want me coming by and issuing debt.
This is
and
why
making money on
this
it.
is why we burned it down last year anyway, or else this would have been a whole lot worse.
And the reason it's that way is because the county, when they, everybody talks about the great rate we get. That's because if you were an investor and you're buying these GO bonds, those interest earnings by and large are not taxable to you. So you want to buy Sumner counties for tax reasons. But at the same time, the IRS don't want these people buying getting these tax exempt bonds and then us making money. So if everybody's okay, we'll add the 250,000 for your next draft. The next item, if we can go to the summary on the general fund. This is the part, I've got about 3 minutes, and this will be kind of a quick and dirty. Several things are into play. Go down this, Allison. It's very deceitful, so you're gonna have to look at this really closely here. Okay.
I wouldn't ever say as an accountant that my numbers are very.
No, it's just I'm gonna explain to you why they look that way. Because you can make numbers, but go back up and I'll show you, go back up. Okay, go back down, this one's easy and practical. If you look at this is the delta between unassigned this year and last year, 4.9 million. You don't think it looks bad, but let's go over here, go down, and I'm gonna show them why. There's something that's playing in there, and then I'll show you. Go down. Just keep going. It's in brown. You'll see. Keep going. Keep a little bit further. Try it. Okay. Go over the way they can display. Go over. Go down. Let's look at this. Okay. What happens is you've got large grants in your general fund. So we do encumbrances, which we show as budgetary expenditures taken out because we guarantee the funds. Okay. Budgetary expenditures became the grant, so that temporarily comes for your unassigned fund balance. So if you go down, you've had in 24, 25, all these amounts that we've paid that's now going to, where we think it's going to be claimed, keep going down. So for the beginning of your 25 year, there's about $8 million of deferred money we may or may not get in your beginning balance. That's what we're talking about. So if we don't get those claimed within 60 days or they're encumbered, they're going to go over into here. We left them all in 25, we made your 25 balance higher to keep from skewing that, okay? But if you go back up this house, we're showing, keep on this, you see this one? We're estimating your budget right now, you're spending this and this on the health department construction because we think we'll have POs out, but you're getting the money back here, so it skews that number. So let's go up and kind of give them a fair comparison. That's just to show you why this number's a little better comparison. Let's go right here. If you look at this is the sum of all your increases in your local taxes, that big number I gave you earlier. And like your litigation taxes, your court fees, anything reoccurring non-grant involved, okay? This is your non-grant expenditure. So between last year and this year, there's a $9.3 million delta for the best work. And part of it is because the same last year here, it had these same grant revenues flowing in. So in reality,
We either need to cut or reallocate.
probably about near $8 million.
About $8 million. And this was the exercise that we.
Because it's affected a little bit by those deferred, but not significant when you go into those numbers.
So there's your.
You need to cut
So
about
you're
$8
saying,
million.
okay, so in 3 minutes, you're saying we're $8 million
Worse off than
deficit
last year.
between what's submitted and where we need to be.
Right.
Yeah.
You've always had
$8 million.
a delta between revenue and expenditures that we think is manageable.
I need the bottom number. What's the number?
You need to get $8 million more revenues and cut $8 million expenses.
Okay.
To get you where you're at last year.
Assuming, well, I mean, that would
One or the
include
other.
one or the other. You're either
That's
moving,
based on-
you're either
Can
moving
you
pennies
clarify
or
to
you're.
get where we were last year?
Basically, you have a delta between revenue and expenditures. Your budget is, if it's following statute, your budget is 100% of what you can spend. Nobody spends 100%. So two things come into play. We've done conservative revenues, so you've picked up extra revenues, and then you have these unspent appropriations. So the difference between your revenue and expenditures has been around that $3-4 million, not count for that. And when we have that going on, by and large, between your savings of a budget that size and excess revenue, you've covered that. But you're about, you've covered it, broke even, and actually picked up some fund balance, $1 million here, some here. But you're, based on these deferred and everything in here right now, about $8 million off worse than you were last
Okay,
year.
so help me understand this. Does this include not being able to recapture some of that health department money? You showed a deficit of $2 million.
That what we're showing is
This is $8 million over, departments have submitted $8 million more than they did last year.
right, we're
And
saying
we gotta
here-
find cuts of $8 million.
No, they submitted more than that over. They've submitted $8 million over what we are projected for next year.
let's just say this, your
$8
revenue
million, okay,
growth,
to get it down to the difference.
So,
your revenue growth in
That's the
Oakland
quick.
is this number.
Yes.
Your departmental request, not counting grants, is
It's
that.
that number,
The
13
reason
million.
this number is skewed is because those numbers flow back.
Okay, so let's, just out of curiosity, we're at 9:15, we're gonna kill our hard stop already. Our revenue numbers, we talked about the recession of '08, have we skewed our revenue numbers down?
No,
Not yet.
he went through those earlier.
Now, your general fund, you gotta think about something, it's mainly property tax. 08 property tax wasn't significantly impacted. There's no sales tax in this fund, so it doesn't have a lot of impacts. A lot of these numbers are already conservative every year, so
Okay. Good deal.
those aren't as much, but the reason,
So
what
what-
John's asking is about the grants, and that's why this number looks better, because there's some deferred revenue coming back in to make that number look better. But if you look at the reality, that's local revenues versus departmental
Okay,
requests.
one final question, and this is a real simple one. What's the percentage of increase in revenues over last year?
They vary based on all the different.
Just
plus-
overall, our overall revenue increase.
Go back to, we talking about general fund or whom or what or where, that's what I'm asking you.
General fund,
Go back up,
yeah, that's the $8 million we've got to cut.
go back down. No, it's right here, this is your revenues. So if you look, they're different based on which class you've got.
Okay.
See all these
Go
big
to
cuts
the
they-
bottom, at the bottom, do you have a number?
That's what I'm saying, it's gonna be skewed because your general fund includes all these federal and state grants.
The
So
ARPA.
that's why we're concentrating on these numbers right here. We gotta, because we look at these, we could go down here. If you look at that, your revenue's 0.31 less than last year because of all these grant revenues.
Yeah, because you gotta pull
And then if
those
you go
out.
down this way, because of all the increases in the deferred, your departments have asked for a fair amount. It comes up into, it looks like that, but you gotta look, see all these are your grant stuff coming back out. So you guys look, these are really skewed numbers, that's why I pulled those numbers of non-grant revenues and expenses to come out where you're really at.
Mr.
So
Becker,
the only number that's not skewed is we got to cut departments by $8 million.
Somewhere around there.
somewhere around that. Well, or
That or
we can
additional
move a couple
revenue.
pennies. I mean, we've got some figures we can pull. Mr. Becker?
So what is the total?
And I want to be clear here, sorry, I want to answer that. We're not cutting the departments. We are
Exactly.
Well, we're cutting
cutting
their requests.
from what their requests.
Right, to do business the next fiscal year.
What's the total request?
Was it 13?
Go back down.
Total move?
It's like 13 million.
That's the
13
growth.
additional?
13.
Go to the right, and some of that's skewed because we got several things that still not been entered, so you'll have to look at the.
So they've requested 13 additional, and we've got to cut
Growth.
eight of
Yeah,
that.
go back to it, yeah.
So instead of 13 million growth, maybe.
Yeah, 13
Lot
million in
less.
new requests versus 3.8 of growth.
So say this again now. So they've requested 13,
Yep.
and we've got to cut 8.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or
If you go-
we got to find 8.
Right, if you
Do we got to figure out this difference?
come up there and he can kind of see where they're made up
And
of.
actually, I think it's closer to 9. I mean, I would be, he's saying 8, I
It
would.
was like eight
I would-
something.
So we need
I would
5
like-
million
So here's
in
your
growth
request by
opposed to
department
13.
differences right there here. All the way down through there. Some of them, the bigger ones are down in here, just keep going, that's where we're coming from, 4.5, 1.2, 298,
Let's do
that one, I think it's EMS.
What's
That's why I tried
what's
to-
what's the COLA that's in this?
Uh,
3.
3%.
I'm thinking
Right at 3. So
we should have evaluated.
so it was
this.
only 3 for the 13's only 3.
No, that was the 3, they requested other things on top of that.
Can we split?
This is, let's take a step back real quick. So, by statute, what we have to do is consider anything from the departments that is submitted before the request timeline.
Well, I understand that, but that's the
So-
13, right?
That's the 13, so so that's the 3% guidance we gave, plus whatever else they asked for, that's all of it.
Click right
So
here.
what did they ask for?
Click right here.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what.
go
I
back
want.
over.
Personnel, new salaries,
We're good
new.
at salary.
No, I'm talking about COLA.
We will show you right now.
Total COLA.
Go down and I've got these all. And this is because there's some part-time, so it's a little high, but this, there's a yellow. in
They're
there.
they're gonna tell you what all they asked.
Go here. This,
I know, but if we cut the COLA down to
this
3,
is the COLA and all the
looks like it's-
benefits right in there.
Yeah.
Click on that, make sure it's got everything in there. Click on that.
Does that include requested new positions?
No,
Yes, it does.
this is just the
No,
COLA.
that's-
Oh, no, the previous.
This is your
13.
requested new positions and other amounts
Right.
requested, make $7.8 million there. That's what most of your,
So the new positions, 5.8,
6 million bucks.
6 million, but how many new positions is that?
know.
We'll have to go through and
You have to
count.
go through all of them.
Yeah.
Let's, before we get going here, the purpose of these is that this was an overall budget synopsis. We're gonna, each of the departments are gonna tell you all the extras that they asked for. So
I
I
wanna
don't
keep
wanna.
that in mind. Can I get a picture?
Yeah, I mean, it's,
So last year, we added 21 new employees, if I recall, to the county budget. We grew 21 new employees last year. And this year, we're looking at growing 5.8
well, we're looking
million more
at,
to
this
salary.
is what they requested. So we can, here's what I'd suggest. Mr. Juan, do you have anything further here?
That's it on that.
So, I mean, to answer these questions, let's let the departments make their presentations and then, you know, they're gonna ask, you're gonna request their new employees and we can consider them or not consider them. Okay, any other questions on this one? All right, County Clerk.
6 million.
And they're on page $4,700.
And A14 and 47.
Thank you, Jessica. 47.
47 and page A14 if you want to, other details.
Good morning, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Can we turn the light on?
We can turn it on.
No, I can't see it.
We can turn on one in the back. Here, I'll get it.
Turn them all on.
I'll get this thing. Oh, they all turn on?
They're all, this room's all or nothing.
All right, sorry. Your room.
What I passed around is showing the growth in our office and what fees that we have collected to make our budget. That sort of speaks for itself.
Are you asking for any new employees, Ms. Templeton?
No, sir.
Okay.
I've asked for 3% for all current employees. However, I do have something that's shown on this graph that we talked about yesterday with Mr. Long. It's showing 2.75%. But the way it was explained to me is that that is because I have 2 positions and COLA was not put to those positions. I just want to be sure everybody understands I've asked for 3.2% for each employee.
Did you want to put COLA on those vacants? I thought you did.
We talked about it, we don't
You
have
didn't want to?
do-
Oh, okay.
We don't have to do that.
I thought we talked
So
about it.
3% for all of those who are currently
Working.
ill. Got it. Which,
And that's what's in this budget, is 3% for everybody that's currently.
Okay.
But if you look at that, it shows, over here, the difference is 2.75. And I just want to be sure that,
No, we understand. That's
Okay.
because it's averaged out.
Okay.
If you have removed, there are 2 positions that you are not applying that toward. Understood. Okay.
I've got a quick
Go
question.
ahead.
Thank you for your organizational chart information. So you've got 25 full-time employees
you know,
and,
I've got 25 positions.
okay, so some of these are not filled.
Two, I just filled one, so now I have 24.
Okay, but there are 25 positions and then 7 part-time. Okay, thank you.
All right. Any questions for Ms. Templeton?
I do. Last year, I asked you if there were any fees in your office that we could look at if they were below other counties on the revenue side. Has there been any, look, so, yeah. That, I was just wondering, and could we
I think
help?
Our fees are generated by the number of people that come in and applications that we process.
So like, for instance, if we have a marriage license, and I don't know what they are, let's say they're $25 to get a marriage license in Sumner County.
They're
In
75, aren't they?
Davidson County, are they 100? I'm just wondering
Same price.
if
Marriage
everything's the
license,
same.
Every-
That's my question.
I believe, everything's statutorily based with what she
Everything.
charges, yes.
That's my question, thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Planning.
Get 6, get 1 free. Do it 6 times, you get 1 free.
Thank you, sir. Are you seeing that client go through that?
We'll stick with that.
Did you get one? Oh, he's walking around. Hey, Josh, when you leave, check for you to take back to.
I'll check here.
I'll get them.
What page is this one on?
Waste not.
Thank you.
You got another one, George?
I got it.
Down by hand, I'm sorry.
Here you go, David.
About the other day.
What page is this on?
Now, Jessica, what page are we on?
Josh is on page 38 of the budget document and 86 of the salary, and I'll put it up here too.
Thank you.
What was the first one?
38
38 and 86.
and 86, yes.
Oh, A6.
Letter A6, yeah.
So this is probably, just to be honest with you, one of the more, or actually it is the most aggressive budget request that we've ever submitted. My department's doing a lot of extremely heavy planning work these days. Like y'all may have seen the Cottontown community flood mitigation study that we did. We're working on the county's comprehensive plan update as well. But going back to the Cottontown thing, that's something that I work very closely with the county mayor, Mr. Klein, Mr. Jones, other folks, looking at really significant issues out there that we've known about for a long time that really came to light back in May of last year. That's some significant flooding issues. And talking to the elected officials who've been, pushing that area and worried about it. I think there's a consensus, at least prior to the dollars and cents and all the things y'all talked about at the beginning of the meeting, that it's time to stop talking about it and maybe do something about some of this stuff. And so in my budget request here, several things that we've got, we preloaded those into the budget request prior to getting this study completed and published. The first thing is a flood study for the area northeast of the State Route 25 bridge in Cottontown. That area is what we call Zone A, which means it's basically approximate. What that means is we don't really know where the floodplain is at all. It's just a guess, essentially, that FEMA has produced years ago. This is a flood study that would cost we've roughly estimated about $200,000 to do that study. $100,000 of that would come from the county. There's a program for a 50-50 match with the Corps of Engineers. They do the study, we would submit it to FEMA, basically, and get the flood maps amended at that point.
So our share would be how much?
$100,000.
Okay.
Yeah. And so that's getting good data. Basically, there's a lot of area down there, especially, and on the south side of the bridge as well, that's Zone A, where you have all those houses that flood through there, and the road floods. We don't really know where the floodplain is. That area actually isn't even shown in the floodplain. So this would hopefully address all that and give us really good data to make good decisions in that area. Number two, we're proposing the purchase of property located at 2221 Highway 25 and to demolish and clear that existing structure. We requested $100,000 to undertake that project.
Which, I'm sorry, the address again?
2221, and if you look in the packet I gave you, there's some materials in the back with some pictures of the home and that kind of thing. We've communicated with a realtor that has that property for sale. The owners have recently, I think the last owners recently passed away. It's going through some heirs who won't sell the property. What's been communicated to us, and of course this is just communications, but about a $65,000 price tag to purchase that property. And then the remainder of the $100,000 will be to clear it, take out the house and the items that are washing into the creek and causing flooding.
So just the one house?
That's right, just one house. And then three, and this is something that's a whole other study, might not be something that the county's interested in looking at all, but TDOT actually, when we were doing a field review with TDOT a couple months ago out there, or about a month or so ago, they recommended that the county take a look at establishing a stormwater utility. And so what that is basically it's a the residents, everybody that contributes to the stormwater issues in the county, which is every property owner that's non-agricultural, but they're exempt by state law, pays in a small amount set by the county commission as a monthly or annual fee. The city of Gallatin has such a utility, Hendersonville has such a utility, Millersville has one, Portland has one. So we're basically every resident in the county except the folks out in the unincorporated area and Westmoreland, that they don't pay, but everybody else already pays into a fund. And so what this would be a fund to basically secure a dedicated recurring revenue stream to address these issues. And so if the county's serious about not talking about flooding issues or blaming developers or blaming Gallatin or blaming whoever, if we're serious about actually saying we're going to do something about this, it takes money to do it. You have to secure funding to do studies, make maps. secure properties, like I was talking about, removing obstructions for the floodplain, that kind of thing. Setting up a stormwater utility, frankly, that's something, David probably knows a little bit about it, it's not something you can do probably between now and the new budget, just to be honest with you. It's a very heavy lift, you're talking 20-something thousand parcels in the county. We're probably gonna have a consultant, to assist with setting one up, establishing what the fee's gonna be, putting together a capital improvements plan, 5-year plan, essentially, something like that's what you wanna do to figure out how you would spend that money, if it was something that the county actually wanted to do. Again, don't know if it is, but it is the option that the legislature has created to allow municipalities and counties to address these flooding issues. Sir?
So, we're not talking about setting up a department yet, just the finances
No.
for the.
And if I was gonna recommend anything, if the county wanted to really take a look at setting up this kind of a stormwater utility, I would not recommend taking that money that you're gonna go to the people and ask for every year and spending it on the employee salaries and that kind of thing. I would say if you're gonna set one up, it needs to go to projects. It needs to go to projects, whether that's regional detention, you're building detention ponds to help alleviate flooding downstream, that kind of thing. If it's, improving creeks and that kind of thing, like we've talked about a good bit. If it's buying properties that routinely flood, to get them removed from the floodplain and that kind of thing. Those are all example projects that you can do, and the studies that are associated with those, you can do that with these revenues. But probably setting up a utility and hiring a bunch of staff to go do stuff, you're not gonna get as much bang for your buck.
So are you thinking more in contracting?
Yes.
Outsourcing
Yes,
it from private?
Absolutely.
What he's getting at is that where the intersection of Highway 25 and Station Camp Creek is, there's a gravel island that was removed last August, and it was just removed last month again. But it's made a huge difference in the flooding at that intersection where the water was going 2 feet above the bridge. It's now at least 2 feet below in the highest storms we've had in the last year.
So the biggest issues are on the south side of the bridge, frankly, with another tributary that comes into the creek, that's going into those houses.
Right.
So I don't want to get into too much here, but before we go into too many details, you've got 10 minutes left still here, which is plenty, but can you just give a summary of your total additional capital request and your total additional, are you requesting new personnel, what those personnel are, and just give us that rundown?
Yeah, so no new staff, we're not requesting any new staff. The only personnel change that I'm requesting, and there's a little explanation in here, is an additional $5,000 for the county stormwater manager. We've done a comparison, very recent comparison. City of White House has that position posted. They may have filled it in the last couple of days. The range on that job, their equivalent job is 81 to 130. We're currently paying Mr. Phillips $83,583. I spoke to the city of Gallatin yesterday. They have just hired a new stormwater manager there at 108. And so we're a little behind the 8 ball. Mr. Phillips could have easily applied for either one of those jobs, and White House is his hometown. Basically, I sort of had to talk him out of looking that way a little bit. And so that's my only personnel change. The capital stuff, like I said, flood study for the area of Station Camp Creek, purchase of that property at 2221 Highway 25. And there's other capital projects. The Hollows Phase 2 is in the mayor's request, I believe, but it is something that my department's worked up. We do have a road project that we're requesting, Long Hollow Pike at Latimer Lane intersection. That's
a traffic stop as well.
Yes, sir. That's a $3 million project. There's a remote possibility we could secure federal funding for that through the NPO, but it's not in, there's no money for it yet.
Mr. Suddeth, you have thank you for sending your organizational chart. You have a total of 7 people in your department?
Yes, sir. It used to be about 10 years ago, but we've slowly.
I know I'm as big as cheerleader, but they do an incredible amount of work with 7 people. It's remarkable. When you talk about Planning Commission and BZA and the 2050 plan, and we don't want to lose Mr. Phillips. He's very, very good.
Mr. Boyd, sorry.
I just want to be clear, the 100,000, that's the half of the flood study, right there? That's what you're talking about, the flood study?
I think that flood hazard mitigation, that may be the purchase of the property. I think the 2221 Highway
Where's the flood
25W.
study?
It was in my operating budget. I think just you sent me an email that y'all moved it to capital.
Maybe, I don't remember, but
Yeah, it should be in capital.
So this two
How much
hundred,
is it for?
Cause I'm a big opponent of like, let's get the study done and then figure out what we need to do before we jump into like all this. So I just wanna make sure that I see the study, cause I don't know that we jump in before
And
we
the
get
flood
a
studies,
study.
the flood study's not gonna tell you anything about what you should tear down, what you should buy, those kinds, it's gonna delineate the boundaries of the floodplain.
Right,
That's what it's
so
gonna
that's
do.
what I'd like to
And
see.
Right now, I've got 3 houses, you guys have 3 houses on Highway 25 that have had water in them in the last year.
But Highway
And so-
25, is that a state road?
Yes, it is.
So it's not county?
That's comprehensive.
Right, but, the flooding issues that are there are the county to solve, not the city.
Josh, is that 113,000?
No, that's not it.
That's
That's not it.
the comprehensive plan.
Where did we move it to?
You just, I think you had just sent me an email saying you moved it to capital, because I had it in my.
What is it again?
It's, flood study. Yeah.
Flood hasn't been, is that good? I mean, is you sure?
There's
that's not
200,000 there, what is that 200,000?
well, the whole thing is 200 and it was a
That's a
50/50.
parking lot.
The flood
Yeah,
hazard,
where's
what
the
about the
parking lot?
100,000 flood?
That's the purchase of the property.
Oh, that's what you said, that's the purchase
Let
property.
me see where I keep those children.
Josh, while she's looking at that, what will this flood study, I mean, I know what it'll tell us, but what will it be used for? Like, after we get it done, we've got it, then what do we do with it?
Yeah, so in the Cottontown study that we put together, really there's like a 3-pronged approach, right, to helping to mitigate flooding.
Uh-huh.
The first thing you have to do is you have to have good data for things going forward. That's really, it really doesn't solve existing problems. That's what I was talking to Mr. Boyd about. But what it does is when people come in for new building permit applications, people want to do new things in that area, we have concrete data to say, sorry, you can't do that there, or you have to do it this way.
Got it. Okay.
Because the data that we have now, stuff gets built that should not get built.
That's fine, I just didn't wanna do it, that's a lot of money to do it just to have data sitting there, but if we have data, we're gonna do something with it, that's a very
We
different
will
conversation.
absolutely use it. It'll have a regulatory basis, and the thing about it is, and if you look at my long-term needs spreadsheet, this is something that needs to happen every year. There needs to be about $100,000 set aside by the county, because about 90% of the floodplain in Sumner, the unincorporated part of the county, is this zone 8. It's all approximate. It's very, very poor for planning purposes.
And the reason that is, Dylan, is FEMA has never finished past Highway 25.
Right.
Where the actual floodplain is.
Right.
This would take care of
They
that.
did the study south of the bridge back in the 90s.
We'll just put it,
Early
add it in,
I know the
and make a
100
note that
mitigation.
says,
That's both.
both purchase and plan. And then if we find it later, we'll subtract it
They're
out.
just gonna mix up on it.
All right, any other,
I have a
questions?
question.
Go ahead.
Who will do the flood plan? Will we send that out because we have 2 stormwater, do we have 2 stormwater employees or more?
We do, but the stormwater MS4 stuff is separate from floodplain. It seems like it'll be the same thing. One of them is
I
a
just
TDEC
want,
requirement.
they're not doing the planning, we're gonna hire that.
That's right. It's gonna be done by the Corps of Engineers, and they'll have consultants. But we're essentially, you can get in line and say, hey, Corps, do this study for us, and they'll get to it in 5 or 10 years.
Will
But you
this-
can pay them and they'll do a lot of
Will
it.
this include,
I was just
choke
saying,
points? Because I see, will this include the choke points for us? Because I see choke points
Yeah, well.
along the way that are not addressed.
Right, and this is.
And I think that's part of our problem,
This
it's
is-
not there at that, it's down the way.
This area at the bridge is one of the biggest choke points, like I said, because there's another tributary that comes into the creek here that
Is it
floods the
before
road.
the
It's
25
on the
after?
south side of the bridge where those houses are that are kind of falling down at this point because they've been flooded
That's
several
up here.
times.
There's 2 churches and 2
Will
houses.
this, the question is, will this address the choke points and identify them?
In that area, yes, not countywide.
Not countywide.
Countywide, you're talking.
We're only looking at
couple million
Cottontown?
bucks. This is a flood study for one particular part of the county.
So
You have
then
to
we,
start somewhere.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Sutter? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, building codes.
Say 200.
Matt, can I ask you a question?
Oh.
Just the 200 that he was just talking about, total,
Yeah.
100 and 100, that would come, that's a capital,
I think it's 3, isn't it? 100 and 200 is 100.
well,
It's
it's a 50/50.
It's
Yeah,
a-
50/50.
So it's 100,000 set aside for, purchase of property, 100,000 for the county's portion
What is
of
100 was
the
off?
study.
And
Is that,
Yes, that's right. That's right. It's probably a $200,000 study overall, but 50%.
I get that, I guess I'm asked, like, my ask is where is that 200 being asked from?
it's out, it would be out of capital.
That's what I'm.
It's not current.
And David, I do want to say.
This is the capital sheet.
Yeah. So just so everybody's aware, so of course we have the comprehensive plan, we're doing that in-house, essentially, there's no cost to the county for that, at least at this point. there's $200,000 that's been set aside in an account for that study.
If
And
that's
so
appropriate.
I wouldn't advise using all of it, but if you need it, this is something I very strongly believe in for the Cottontown community. And so if you have to, if you're willing to, there's $100,000 that can be taken out of the comp plan and used for this study if you guys want to. So,
Thank you, sir.
yes, sir.
Building codes.
Yes, sir. Chairman,
Your floor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, commissioners. I'll say it's an honor to come before you representing the Building Codes Department. And on this beautiful day, the Lord has made, give honor to Him. I know I only got 2 minutes. I think that's all I need. My budget request is pretty modest this year. Only asking for a couple of minor adjustments, and I'm sure you have some questions. I'm here to try to answer any questions you have. Chairman, do you want me to go over the salary budget first?
I would, probably the simplest way to do this, I think, is to outline what your recurring, mostly salary increase requests are, and then any capital requests that you have.
All right, the only salary adjustment that I'm requesting is for our property maintenance inspector, an adjustment of $2,750. Todd Hubbard, he's been with us for several years, and if you talk to anybody, they'll tell you that he's the best at what he does. He has to deal with a lot of difficult customers, that has issues with high grass, junk, garbage, that kind of stuff. Countywide, he's the only one that we have in the county that does this. And I would like to bring him up to what our building inspectors make. And that $2,750 would bring him in line with what they make. So that's why I come up with that number.
And then that's, so no additional personnel request.
No, sir.
Okay.
Right now, we're doing pretty good.
All right.
You gave us 2 last year, that they're doing a marvelous job. One was AFT coordinator and one was a building inspector.
Maybe look at his
So-
capital.
No, I don't have a question, I just.
So last year, I was a huge advocate of your 2 new employees because you were not getting our outbuildings inspected. We getting them inspecting now?
I
All
got
of
some
them?
great news for you. You gotta hire somebody first and bring them in and get them trained and certified. That person got certified last week, so we're fixing to send out a mass email to all the contractors and to the commissioners, starting within a couple of weeks, that we're going to implement that. We could not do it until somebody got certified to do so.
How long does that take?
The certifications brought somebody in initially after y'all created the position, and he was not able to pass his exam.
Okay.
So we had to let him go, bring somebody else in, and start the process over. He got certified last week, so we're making traction now, so.
Is that Christian?
Yes, doing a great job.
There's his capital, and then there's one thing on his budget.
All right, go ahead.
So, thank you for your organizational chart. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 positions and 1 left to fill. And that's a plan review?
No, sir, we got 9 positions now, we're not asking for any additional employees. The AFT coordinator / will be our plan reviewer, once that person gets certified also.
Okay, so, but you've hired him already?
The AFT coordinator is the plan reviewer, but it won't be a plan reviewer until that person gets certified as a plan reviewer.
Okay, your chart says to be determined.
Okay, well, that was a mistake apparently on our
Last
chart,
year
we're
he
not
asked
asking for anything.
I think last year he asked for another person. He did find it.
Okay, so you've got that person now? Okay,
Yes.
so you've got a complete staff now?
Yes.
Great.
Ms. Bergdorf.
Do you still have your bilingual employee?
We sure do, he's
Good.
valuable.
Good,
Yeah,
good.
he got his certification, he helps out in the office and then out in the field, translations.
So,
Awesome,
so you have asking for 1 truck?
Yes, sir, Chairman Show, we're asking for 1 vehicle because the new inspector position that was created last year, I did not ask for him a truck.
Okay.
So he's riding around in a bigger truck right now, that's a 2008 Dodge truck with 250,000
Okay,
miles.
got it.
Okay.
Let's go to your budget, Marshall, and I want to point out one thing. Me and you talked about it the other day. And then it'll be like a violet purple color, that go back up, Jason,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
right there.
yeah, at the beginning, up.
There's a violet purple.
Up.
Okay.
Right
Oh, there it is. That is where he uses to do the abatement, where they do the debris cleanup, and we generally try to, place that a lien on their property or recover those funds in most instances. I think talking to Marshall, they have one they would like to do or really need to do next year. What was the estimated cost on that?
In my opinion, it's gonna be around $25,000 to $30,000 to have this two-story building tore down.
All right,
I'd like to
put
give you a
that in
brief history of that, Chairman, if I can.
Okay. I'm not saying we're gonna do it, I'm just saying we're gonna put it in here just to try
Yes.
this. Go ahead.
This was, the whole issue of the building and no permits, was done when it was in the planning region of Gallatin. It was not our issue, it was not our problem. When the county pulled back the planning regions, it became our problem. And when we followed up on it, we realized there was no permits on this building. And, like I said, it's a two-story building that's dilapidated. We put a stop work on it. It's been to the court system 4 times. And finally, the judge, ordered the owner to tear down the building. Well, I don't think he's gonna do it. I don't think he has the resources to tear it down. He's just gonna let it sit there. And I don't know any other recourse but the county budget money for the demolition and have it tore down and then put a lien against the property. Eric, I don't know if you
Yeah,
have
can
an
you
opinion
address
on
that?
that or not.
It's the debris cleanup. He's going to do a dilapidated building under the debris cleanup, put a lien on it. You know, the vegetation, overgrown debris with that.
Is that the one that we're hashing out now in the office?
Yes.
Yeah, we have the statutory ability to lien the property if we do the work. That would ultimately be a question as to whether we do the work or not.
Then we would sell it if they don't pay it.
We could enforce the lien, which would require, or which would force a courthouse.
What's the amount that is 25?
I'm thinking you get the problem, they have it done between 25 and 35,000.
Could you put 30,000, just to track it, $30,000 in that?
Contract?
No, right there on that.
So-
In that purple.
And then you also need to make a note, we need to include a revenue if we're gonna recover it on there too.
Are you saying we're tracking, doing all the work and like taking it and buying it, or are you saying we're gonna go through the court system and let it work its way out? Which one?
What'll happen is a lien, if I may, a lien will be placed on the property. What that lien will do is encumber the property. Anybody tries to sell it, we show up as a lien holder, they'll have to satisfy us, the county, for the amount of the lien. Or we can enforce the lien, which means we can go in and do a judicial foreclosure of the property and take the property. The most effective use of liens I've seen in the legal arena is to tie up and choke the property and at some point in time wait for either a refi or a bona fide sale, and then they know that that property's tied up until that lien's satisfied.
But you're gonna clean it up front. And then
Right,
put
so
the
you
lien
put
on
the
it.
$30,000 in there, you clean it up, and then you get the $30,000 back 5 years from now.
When we
whatever
sell
it's
it.
worth.
Possibly,
But we
yes.
can't do it under the debris cleanup where we attach it to it like property taxes and sell it on the courthouse if they don't pay it. We can't do this one because it's a tear down of a building.
Yeah, we can.
So we could do the same, so we could actually attach it like.
We can do a
property.
judicial foreclosure on the lien.
All right.
Is this a wood structure or is this a block?
It's wood.
It's wood. I don't, Mr. Mayor, you may be able to address this, but I know that there are different places in the country where the fire departments use this as a practice and they would actually burn the thing down. I don't know if this is in a location that could be, but I know I had a building once upon a time
You
that
gotta take the
they,
roof off.
rather than demolish it, they burnt it to the ground and then we cleaned up what was left.
Yeah.
It-
Well, considering the fact that this is litigated in the sense, I would be hesitant to put volunteer fire departments on the property.
Yeah.
And I would agree with that, with it, we have no codes on it, so
Well, we
know
don't
if
own the
ro-
property
Yeah.
either, so we can't be
Yeah.
conducting activity on the
Well, I
property.
owned the property and the fire department, I gave them permission and they
Yeah,
burned the
that-
building.
Well, no, but my point is that with the property we're dealing with here, we don't own it. We're just slapping a lien on it. So we don't have the ability or control of that property. We can't go in and dictate its use
We're just
unless we
clean it
take
up.
the property through the
But if the
lien.
owner of the property gave permission, no?
Yes, if the actual owner did.
Yeah, we don't wanna be.
We don't wanna be.
Just think about the liability if we send.
Yeah, we don't want.
Somebody gets hurt.
And, yeah.
One thing that makes us so, sensitive, is it's a very high visual traffic area, right on Highway, Dobbins Pike as you're going north on the left.
Got it.
So, we get.
Well, we went ahead and put that in there, so we're tracking it.
Let me clear a piece, and we probably won't put the revenue in because it won't be.
Yeah, no.
Received within
That's
60
right.
days of the year, it may be a year, so
We would.
we'll just be putting.
Yeah, we put it in as an
revenue.
expense, and then we collect it when we collect it, and it'll be a windfall. Any other, questions for Mr. Wright?
I have a question. So you went through the item that we hired somebody and they couldn't get certified. Is there any, do you have any leeway in your pay structure for salaries to pay them a certain amount and then raise them up when they do get certified? So we're not paying the certified rate for a full year, only to see that the employee was unfortunately unable to accomplish the test.
I mean, that's something we can look at, but I'm gonna be honest with you, that I've had experiences in the past, that I put somebody on 6 months
I understand.
probation, and I pay them this, and when
And
they
they'll
get to
go.
that point, then all of a sudden the money's out of the budget, and I done promised them a pay after 6 months, and then I have to go back and try to recapture that money to give them what I promised to begin with, so if it's okay,
I understand what you're
okay.
saying.
That's caused problems in the past.
I do that all the time.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
All righty. Data processing.
He could still pay them less.
We have anybody for data processing? Okay, register deeds.
I'm representing Ms.
Pretty
Sumner.
bad, yeah.
She is set to give birth tomorrow
Oh,
morning,
goodness.
so.
Woohoo.
Congratulations to her.
Yes,
Okay,
that's,
you just missed these.
here's,
She didn't wanna come see us.
Page 37 and A5.
We are just, just for everybody to keep up.
37, A5.
Thank you.
37A5, we are skipping data processing, and we'll come back to it with register of deeds.
We
Could you give us?
What was the
That's a lot
last
of
one?
work.
We took it yesterday.
Yeah, what was those?
40,
See the document.
and I never got there.
37.
No, sorry, the one before.
37 and page A15.
Building
For
and code
A5.
was 40, A7.
It's 37 and 30. Register deeds is page 37 and
I
A5.
know who's asking for building codes.
But if you go to A5, I don't believe there's anything.
Get him, Jessica, get him.
All right, go ahead, Lynn.
my name is Cynthia Berry, I'm the chief deputy for the register of deeds. And we are asking for nothing more than the code, no
That's it?
additional. Yeah,
Okay, that's easy, nothing in capital?
we have, go ahead.
I didn't get an organizational chart.
I did not know if she had sent those, so I printed out,
Oh, great,
yeah.
good.
So I think there's enough, there's a few, I think there's 10 or 11 in there. We had to bring on, no, we did have to bring on, but we were within budget, we had to bring on a part-time employee. One of our full-time employees, she's very sick with fighting cancer, so.
Oh,
But we're not asking for anything,
Just the 3%.
just 3%.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Ms. Perry?
You want one for your minutes?
All right, that
All
was
right.
the easiest thing of the day for all of us.
Yes, thank you, good, I'm glad.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Now we're ahead. Let's do a 5-minute break, anybody without objection?
Amen.
All right, 5-minute break.
Yeah. Bury me, I love when people say that.
Okay.
Call me
What
baby.
is
and stuff.
baby?
Honestly,
Oh, I
it
know.
makes
I
my day.
do it
Data
all the
processing.
time.
It's just Klein.
And it's okay if I do it, because I'm a woman.
Oh, I get what you do by David, don't.
You were actually, we
welcome.
were ahead, so we're coming back to you. Go ahead.
I don't know if I made enough for everybody. Make sure all the commissioners get one of those, please.
So you're called data processing, not IT.
Well.
Yeah, that's kind of.
That's what the state chart of accounts, what is really IT. The state has data processing as their official name, but it's not IT.
Okay.
So,
If you call us, we'll answer anything.
And I call
Been
it-
called a lot worse, right?
Absolutely.
We're probably what your number one user.
what page?
Thank
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry, 48 and then A15.
48
Thank you,
and
sir.
A15.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I know for some of you who's been dealing with me for the past 3 years, we've always brought our budget down, but unfortunately this year it's been up quite a bit. Some of that's kind of out of our wheelhouse, especially for the, when you look at 317 there. One of the big things we're having to do this year, and we didn't know this until right before Christmas, is Microsoft's no longer offering on-premise Exchange server, which is what we use for email. They're forcing everyone out to 365. 365 is pretty expensive, but looking at other projects that are products that like Google and so forth that we looked at, they're in the same ballpark when it comes to price. And as you can see, out of the 287,000 that we're looking at in that line, 185 of that will be that Microsoft
So
365.
it's a migration from on-premise to their servers?
Our servers, it's gonna be a hybrid.
Okay.
Ours will be a little different than what a lot of people do. You can't start out necessarily on-premise and go straight to the cloud, or you can't go backward either. And ours, we're always gonna have a hybrid server in-house that we will control. That gives us ultimate control though, and I'm fine with that. I'd much rather have it that way anyway. That price will go down after this year. As you can see, that is a projected amount, the 45,000 for implementation. We're going through the same process Sheriff's Office just did.
Who does the implementation?
That's gonna be a combination of an outside vendor and Microsoft, and ourselves. We'll be involved with that as well.
All right, so you're gonna have like a consultant or somebody? come
Yes, sir.
in?
Yeah. But again, that's the max amount. We may come in under that. I believe we will, because some of the stuff that we'll be doing, we'll be handling in-house ourselves. Especially some of the migration to the hybrid server, which will be a 2019 Exchange server. I'll handle that personally. We're seeing a lot of increases across the board. I said 5%, we're seeing some more in certain products that we're dealing with. But just that 5% increase across the board is accounting for at least 35,000, and they've increased as well. The VMware renewals that are coming up this year, that'll be for us, the courthouse, and the highway department that we brought in, and EMS, not the courthouse, EMS, EMA, highway, and ourselves. That's accounting for 27,720 of this increase.
What is a VM?
VMware?
Yeah.
That's basically a TSXi system. That's where everything here runs virtually. You have to have that to run across the host. We have 3 hosts here internally. Out of those 3 hosts, we've got roughly 50 servers alone running across that environment.
Okay.
Keeps them having to buy a whole lot of servers, you know, a bunch of
Yeah.
virtual servers.
Yeah, so it's just-
Because it has unlimited RAM capabilities, unlike
That's right.
Most of your
Microsoft,
terminals
so
are
you
gonna
can
be
do it.
more or less dummy terminals that are logged
Yeah.
into.
People's got away from physical.
Yeah.
You get a beefy host basically, which is what used to be used as a server.
It's
And,
funny, you know, we went from everybody's on a mainframe to, well, everything's distributed now, we're all on the cloud, which is just.
Yeah.
Well, that's something we do know, that your main software, about, you might want to mention it 2 years from now, with music, and I kill the cloud.
That is correct. 2028.
All right.
That's something we'll be looking at as we go for that.
Question, where are you buying your server replacements from, total? Because I didn't see anything in the capital projects budget.
Generally CDW is where we've got.
No,
ours.
where are you buying, where you buying it in your regular budget or over in the capital? What did you have budget?
It was under regular.
Is it in your regular
It should be
budget?
in capital too.
According to how much, if it's over $7,500, we can move them over to capital.
How much is it?
We hadn't bought no servers in 3 years.
So we're gonna need to finish it?
We don't have a need for any
Okay.
servers.
So there's none in the budget right now for
Alright,
this thing?
correct.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, because of this increase, I waived all of our capital projects for this year.
I was actually gonna ask if we were gonna save any on buying new servers, because we could migrate some stuff off of it, but it sounds like it just doesn't really matter.
We brought new ones in 2022.
Okay.
We have no reason to upgrade those for next year.
Well, he's talking about the exchange.
I was talking
server.
about the exchange
It's
server.
probably an old one, we're gonna virtualize anyway out.
Well, the Exchange server's gonna be running virtually. I already have the software, there's no cost.
We already
for me
knew
to
that,
do
but did it change?
Yeah, all right, got it. Mr. Klein?
The increase in medical insurance of $43,000.
I guess that was people, including myself, that had signed up for insurance.
I'm just saying that they've changed.
That we didn't have previously.
They had changed the
Bunch of money might have made, well, you
But not for the county, no, she's saying.
So you guys have a breakdown of
Yeah, I
the
mean-
increases?
yeah, probably on there.
I'm just curious, it
Yeah.
seems like a lot of money, maybe it's not.
I mean, family, I think it's 27,000, so I know for that
So that may be just two people.
Plus it was a 5%
I was looking at
increase.
your
Yeah, you
paper
brought
though.
family and everything.
5%
I just wanted to look
plus
that top
Yeah, there
number.
was.
And then if you change from family to single, plus we have the weird situations, a lot of times we'll have employees that will hire, they don't take health insurance. And then we'll replace them with a new one, will need family or
They
something
talked about
different.
it.
Yeah.
So those health insurances will waive all those.
Yeah, I know, but it's huge.
Yeah, he plans
To
to.
the loaded cost of an employee.
Yeah.
But that's part of it, if you don't have it, you're not gonna.
Yeah, you're not
You're
gonna.
not gonna retain
people-
employees you won't.
Yeah, it's more from my understanding.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to make it up in salary, and at the same time, we're not providing affordable care, we're gonna be paying them.
So, bottom line, you could just ask for a 3% COLA, and then you're on the process, on the service, which would be up to 42%, 42,000 medical insurance, and 287,000 in one-time expenses. Ms. Boyd?
I noticed that you have the 5 county libraries and the MX application. I don't know how that figures in, but I do have a question. When I looked at the county libraries, they have a data processing line, and they're all over the place. Can you, does that relate to this, why they're all over the place, or what are they doing?
As far as their data processing, I couldn't explain to you.
Where their
That's what we're using.
catalogs are in the cloud.
For this year though.
So
It's
the four libraries have,
Yeah, these are.
they got a contract together or got a discount for doing a multi, because
Or they've changed that law.
they use.
Can we pause for a second, guys? Can you take this
Something that they
outside? We
prefer.
can't hear what's going on out here. Thank you.
They had, when they were a system, they had all their data together, and then we dissolved the system.
Right.
So the 4 smaller libraries, because their catalogs are smaller, liked the function of this other, we'll call it Axiom, because I don't remember, this other cloud. And that cloud syncs with the schools. So if you're at school and they assign you a book, you can, it syncs, you could go find it at the library on the thing. And then, but Hendersonville wanted to stay with TLC, and it costs a lot more. So, but that's all I am not Robert, so I don't know.
You are handling
This is our connection to
email,
the, yes.
standard, data transfer type stuff.
We handle all their servers in-house there, they come back to us, connect our domains
That
and
is,
so forth.
that is
So-
cataloging of their.
So you don't handle their catalogs?
Correct,
Got it.
that's under their budget.
That's a vendor they're using.
Yeah, I think this firewall thing is something that we need to protect us
Well, that's
internally.
something, both ways, we
Yeah,
gotta
right.
protect ourselves
I
because they
mean,
connect
us,
to
like
us,
the
vice
county,
versa.
all
So all
together,
5 of
yeah.
theirs go through our firewall
That's correct.
and then out. I understand
That's right,
that.
yeah.
So this
But-
has nothing to do, because I was confused, because some of the libraries have like an $8,000 data processing, and Hendersonville has a $32,000 data processing.
Uh-huh.
And that's why I'm like,
They
trying to
kept an old
understand.
cataloging system.
Is it
Yeah,
the,
they're
is it,
all-
and they're
Well,
on
we'll
the
get to
one
them
vendor?
in
Yeah.
due time.
I just wanted to see if it was this 22,000.
Yeah, no, yeah, that was a good
Yeah,
question. It was a good
and
question.
replacing those firewalls, that doesn't happen very often, but they have some in place that's been there for 9 or 10 years. They're out of service, and we can't renew the service on those, so we have to renew them. But in doing so, that's gonna help them, because some of them are paying 300 meg a month for internet, or for 300 megs, but the firewall they currently have in place has got them limited to only 200. So this is
what's
gonna
the
help
point?
open it up.
Yeah,
for
all
them.
right.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Tuttle? Thank you, sir.
Appreciate
Okay,
it. Yeah,
we are
Thank
tracking.
you, sir.
I want to look at it
Trustee
again.
is not here. Election committee, we're a bit ahead here. I'm wondering if we can't pick off. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go ahead and look at benchmarks.
Yeah, that'd be
Actually,
good.
Yeah, let's do that. That's a
This is
good
what was
idea.
emailed, I never did get a response.
Yeah.
And
Do you have that, or? can you
it's
put it on?
right there.
Yep,
Here.
I should have a
Terry.
And I'm sorry for the
Take one, pass it around.
disturbance. At Galvin, they said that we got a population increase in the county, that the state did something at the last minute in session,
Terry.
and that will make a difference on our numbers.
If they change the statute, otherwise it's gonna be
I
a
got 2.
totally special
Anybody else?
census.
Who wants
That's
this
what
one? Down that one?
We don't know anything about either one.
Mr. Klein needs one.
Would
There
be-
you go.
If it is, we're researching that
One
one.
back?
Benchmarking for the
We got a whole stack.
Oh, no light. You have another one? Here you go.
Here's one.
I'm ahead.
Here's another one.
All right.
We got, look here, we got stack. Anybody else?
Okay, I mean, I think these graphs kind of speak for themselves, but Mr. Long, if you want to go ahead and give a little bit of an overview.
If you start on page 1 is the summary, and basically you see a little table there, and it's got 4 counties that we could find the most comparable. Originally, we started out with Williamson, but the problem you end up with Williamson County is Williamson County does not include employee benefits in the department. It includes it in one, for a better large chunk down in the budget, so it would skew the numbers. So since the 2025 budget is the main focus, if you look at the table, it has Wilson, Sumner, Rutherford, Montgomery on this first page.
Got it.
And what we did, I tried to find 3 different things to compare it to, and there may be other ones, but one was cost per capita, which I just took the 2025 estimated budget and divided their total original budget by it, and that shows the 4 counties what their cost is, cost per capita. The next one, I came in and took the 2 elections, and we added those together because it's cost per registered voter. So we took your total budget divided by the sum of your registered voters, the average of your registered voters for the November 5th and the August 1st. The reason I took the summary is because some of those are the same voters, if they're registered voters overlapping, so I divided it by 2. And the next one, we did cost per vote cast because each vote would be a separate vote. So we actually took your total cost divided by the number of votes cast. But that would be more even because there's more registered than these both elections cast. So if you look, that's the summarized results on the front. We went back at the other ones and I just pulled out the data. On the second page, the first one is off of the state's website. It's the statistical data on the number of voters and the votes by county. The next one is the original budgets all the way from 2015 to 2025 graphed out. And sorry it's small, but getting it the other way made it look even worse. And then below there, just the way you could tell what the individual data points are, they're on there in the original budgets.
So we're about 5% more than the next highest one.
Well, on 25, Rutherford's actually the highest, but Sumner was the highest back when you looked last time in 22. Remember last time we looked was back in 22?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're on the front page still.
because I'm doing it per cost per capita, which is the way to.
You are the highest.
Yeah, like, so if I'm doing it per vote, I'm doing the most per vote cast, which is, if I'm thinking about like a sales funnel,
Right, no, you say if you, for instance, voted.
Right.
You'll be counted twice in that number, but that's just the cost for every vote cast.
So, yeah, so that to me is probably, that's a really good one. We're about 5% over your next highest one, which is Montgomery. That's what it was to me. Cost per registered voter, same thing, about 5. Look, we're the highest on every measure.
Right. But where we're just barely higher than Montgomery on cost per vote cast,
May I ask you a question?
Way higher than.
May I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
Rutherford County has that 2020 population. They have like 379,000 residents in their county, and why are we still comping with them? Because they have almost twice as many residents.
Well, what we did is we divided it cost per capita, so you take the total cost divided by each person, so it should weigh.
I just mean generally.
It's one in the area.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, you want to get at least
I mean,
something.
for all comps.
Right, we got Wilson, which is smaller. Rutherford's bigger, Montgomery's bigger than us, and we got one smaller, one a lot bigger, and one just a little bit bigger than us.
Okay, all right.
I mean, it's the best you can do.
Montgomery, the reason we kind of look at those, they also have that Ford on there, so it makes it a little bit.
I was not asking specific to
So
this, I was just.
We at the end of the day, we're over, but on all metrics, but it's not a huge gap. It's not like a
It's improved.
way out of line.
Well, that's why I was going through the next one. It's kind of improved since 22, because if you look at the original budgets back in 22, Sumner would have been number 1, because you see that the orange, the big hump. But if you look in 23 and 24, they're back under Rutherford again. They are more than Montgomery and Wilson. Wilson's considerably smaller than us, and Montgomery's slightly larger, but they may be slightly skewed because of the Ford. I don't know, the Ford may skew them downward.
What you're really looking for there is, if we're 25%, 30%. That's not where we're at. Because when we first did that benchmarking, I remember it was.
Well, that's back in 22. If you look in 20, if you go to the third page, it shows the number of full-time employees. We got you several data points. And then we did the actuals through 24. We don't have 25. If you look, in 22,
we were the highest not even accounting for
Right.
21, 22, not even accounting for, per capita.
Right.
Like just pure budget.
Right, you're the largest. But if you go back to 23, after you guys did the adjustments in 24, you're below Rutherford but above Montgomery.
Yeah, we're doing better.
Montgomery could be skewed because of the Ford, to be fair with the comparisons. But you're below Rutherford. And it is true, they're what, about 40, or whatever.
So we got folks here now,
They're quite a bit bigger.
379,000.
And then the last one just kind of shows you estimated population. Sumner, out of all the groups we did pull, is the slowest as far as growth in actual population, just to give you kind of, the first one, kind of the summary on the 15 to the original budget, the rest of it's just to give you a perspective of where you've been and where you're at.
Why wouldn't Wilson's spike with the others in 23?
That's what we were looking at. I think they kind of level off their
Does this,
stuff somewhere, I don't know.
does this calculate in, they want an additional almost $1 million?
No,
Added?
this is not 26.
yeah,
That ain't in here yet.
Well, and
Okay.
part of it was they were asking for 2 new employees, but if you
Well, I
look
mean,
at,
it's gonna bump.
but if you look at page 3, this will give you kind of a perspective. Wilson has 4 full-time employees, Sumner has 8, Rutherford has 9, Montgomery has 5.
Do we know how much Wilson's like asking to increase their budget
I would dare say they're not asking to increase.
for $1 million?
I don't know. But I don't know. Well, I'm saying they've only got 4 employees, we've got 8. Rutherford, which is 40% bigger, has only got 9, and Montgomery, which is bigger, has got 5. So I don't know. There's some skewing because of the Ford and
well, but
other
I
things.
mean, but that's interesting because we have more full-time employees, but the difference is only 5%. So I don't know, maybe that's not as inefficient as you think. Because the overall cost is 5% difference. I mean, we're still on the higher end, but it's come down.
But the thing is, you've only got 1 less full-time employee than
No, I get it.
Rutherford County, so
I get it. Well,
and there's 2 new requested this year.
At the end of the day, this is just good content. Well, so the purpose of this was twofold. This committee, was requested this, as a precursor to the performance audit that we requested, to be that audit committee, process. So this needs to go to the audit committee, bottom line.
They're meeting on the 7th.
Yeah, so this document needs to go to the audit committee. And 2, it's just good context, so that, we're throwing that in their wheelhouse. That doesn't have anything to do with, that's outside of this. But this is good context to understand moving into the request that's gonna be coming, here shortly. Okay, trustee.
Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Hey, Cindy.
Leland Statham told me to tell everybody happy hump day. I have to watch him in the mornings.
Where's yours?
Lives in Sumner County. Of course, we have the usual request for additional salary increases.
46 and 813.
Do what?
Page 46 and 813.
Are you requesting anything above and beyond 3%?
No, other than to move some money out of my part-time, which would not be new money, it's money that's already in there, to bump up, my chief deputy salary and another one of my full-time employees. With the growth we've had, it has increased the workload and, responsibilities for a couple of the positions.
46.
Any capital requests?
We haven't.
Or did you, no, you're not.
Okay, for the new drive-through? Okay, yes. Our drive-through is the original drive-through when this building was built in 1990 or whatever it was. It's had a lot of wear and tear, and then a couple of years ago, some man's pickup truck caught on fire in our drive-through, and he slid out the passenger door. and
In the
left-
drive-through?
Huh?
In the drive-through?
It's always exciting around here.
And then, so we're calling the fire department, the maintenance guys come up and are putting it out with fire extinguishers, and then the fire department comes and they spray foam everywhere, and ever since then, it's been going downhill, and now it shakes and
Is it the one up here or the one downstairs?
ours is up here.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Yeah.
They want to get some.
And it makes a terrible
You
noise.
win for the best story report for requesting
She may need some,
So this
she
is
may
the
not need to
thing.
do not enter signage too, because
Talking about the
it's
thing.
always.
What's the
The
request? How much
drive-through.
is it requested?
20,000.
20,000?
That's just for the drive-through?
Just for the
What about all
drive.
the
So-
crabs?
Huh?
What about all the crabs in the
Go ahead.
Is
Oh,
that the,
it's
increase in maintenance agreements,
In-
or is
in-
that something?
on the walls
there's-
that when-
Oh,
when
no,
they're-
Fix the
I
drive-through.
don't even think
That's-
that's.
$20,000.
Okay.
Replace
Maybe
that
we can
window.
move some money if we have.
That's about, there's just a, it's a
It's like
40% increase in that
nuts.
maintenance agreement, so.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Anyway.
Go ahead,
What? I'm
Dylan.
sorry, what?
Cindy, it's only, it's only $1,000, but it's just a large increase in the maintenance agreements. What
I'm
is,
sorry.
it's a 40% increase in the maintenance agreements?
That might be, our postage, meter has gone up,
Gotcha.
so, postage goes up.
Sure,
all that
that
goes
makes
up.
sense.
You're not requesting any new personnel?
No.
Okay,
You-
Hey, I rock.
okay.
Cindy, you've got 7 full-time and 2 part-time, is that right? Thank you
Yes,
for
I
the
think so.
organizational chart.
Yes.
Great, okay. And no new,
No, no.
okay?
And
As of right now, we're pretty efficient, I think.
I think so too.
Yeah, y'all may have talked about it, but,
Go ahead, Mr. Becker, then I'll get you.
oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, were you going?
Yeah, I was gonna, well, I
Go
didn't, okay. So there, it looks like, if I'm looking at it right, on 813, is that right? So there's COLA, but then we're adding more money. What was that? Y'all may have already talked about it down there.
When you are doing your part-time employee, he missed that part. Did
Oh,
you give us
okay.
a talk?
Okay.
Yes,
Yes.
that's it.
Now that the assessor's office is on the state system, have been able to get our tax roll quicker and the bills out quicker, which has leveled out us being able to process all those payments instead of them all hitting at the same time. Therefore, we've been able to handle that with the part-time we had, and that little extra I would like to move it. I'm not asking for more money, I just want to move some out of that to bump up a couple of my full-time employees because of the increased workload. You see, in addition to more tax bills every year, all the other departments that collect fees and funds, they trickle down to us. So that's increasing our
I see.
workload because of additional revenue from all the other departments, since we're the county.
I got you.
So,
So the increase, you're decreasing the part-time?
yes,
By the same, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the work
I
is
missed that.
leveled out year-round
yes,
now.
it's helped quite a bit getting the bills out.
Ms. Boyd?
Yeah.
if we have time right now, there's an item that I've been discussing with the elected officials. And if Cindy could speak to it, it has to do with some of these smaller departments. When we budget their healthcare expense, and they have no control over that. And if they hire an employee that is single and has it's a one person, then their healthcare is less, and then they budget for that. And then if that person leaves and they come in and they have a family, the departments are struggling, they have to refund that money in their budget. And I don't know if there's another system we can do or a way that we can help them out, because this is a problem. And I just wanted to say it in front of one of our elected officials so you could address that. If that employee changes and they have to pull out of the copy budget or something else to make their budget work because of the health care that they have no control over their
So
employees.
let me make sure I understand the problem real quick. So, I think I do. So you have person A that you hire, and that person is single, and so they're cheap, and insurance is cheap. Our policy is that our insurance is family insurance. So if person A leaves, you hire person B. Same position, same line item, same thing, but that person has a family and is now insured with family coverage. And so the cost is now more. Is that the
Yes,
problem?
and
Can I
it's
talk
the
about
registered
it? Yeah, go
deeds
ahead.
that was.
Let me talk about it, the history of this. Couple of things. Number one, if you put all this extra money in the insurance, like I've had somebody a couple years back recommend, you're gonna bloat your budget. Say $2-3 million.
I agree.
Number two issue is, right now I put an extra $100,000, that's for your cost, down in other for insurance changes. We used to do that years ago, and the committee before your time removed that, that's fine. But what historically happened, if you were short on your insurance, we send an email and ask you to see what you can find. If you can't find it, then we send it back to the budget committee, and county commission has never not funded the difference for a couple of reasons. One, we don't want to set up a thing where people are discriminating against people because of budget and won't hire people for family coverage because they don't have the money. Because then we're going to run into illegal issues. So what happens is, because most people's budgets are what they think is going to be at the maximum, they always usually have some extra money. So when they get ready, April, May, June, they say, oh, I don't need this, this, and this. I thought I might too. They can cover it. And it keeps them bloating your budget.
So, yeah, no, I get it.
But if there is a shortage, we've always brought it to budget committee, and the county commission, without any question, and the budget committee has always covered those. The only time they ever have questions is we've had departments come in that potentially had the money, and I think you guys asked them to watch for it.
So this is the question. At the end of the day, it's a simple question. How much of a pain in the is this? Like, because, you know, to fix it, we'd have to do stuff. And I'm not saying it's like, how much of a pain is it?
Is it about?
Well, we just, see, my office is very small. We don't have
The turnover.
So not a
the
huge
turnover,
problem.
and it's not really that much of a problem for us because we have a very small office.
Yeah, and
The big part
It
is
costs
that
us a lot of money with very few employees.
But you do have people that get married, or have a kid, or have two, I mean, you may not have turnover, but you have growing families.
Right. That happens, the Buck County Commission covers it.
Right.
Always
So
has.
So where does that come from? When
We take it
they cover it?
from, we take it from unassigned fund balance and just cover, because it's not significant each year, like the sheriff's department. Their jail always has tons of vacancies, so they have excess in their jail every year. EMS has, ECC, it's usually smaller
That's the
departments.
process you just said. First, you ask the department to cover it, and the department typically tries to cover it. So
No,
they-
I understand, I just, when he said cover it, like, it's gotta come from
Transfer, I'm
somewhere.
sorry,
It's not
transfer.
just out there.
They
and-
cover it by
Wow,
transferring
wait.
funds, so
Transfer,
they,
yeah.
say they were thinking, maybe I need to replace 5 computers, we're down into May, and they go, no, I only need to replace 4, my health insurance, we say, can you cover it? They'll take some out of that, and they maybe postage came in cheap, they'll take a little of
Yeah.
that. They'll cover what they can, if they can cover all of it, which they usually can,
I
it's
mean-
fine. They can't, the commission covers it.
Sure.
To me, this feels like, I recognize the issue, it feels like the solution to it would be the juice is not worth the squeeze. At least, unless it bubbles up over and over
It's
again.
The
going to swell your
elections,
budget.
maybe they just need an email because they were telling me a big story of how painful, it's not Cindy,
Thank you.
not Cindy, but there were some that had a huge story of they
Well,
didn't
we
have
can
enough
ask them as
copy
they're up
paper.
here. You know, we just ask them.
That's what they need to tell people when
Yeah,
they
I
ask to
mean,
take it.
yeah.
The question is,
They
you
don't
ask-
have copy paper because of this issue.
Well, here,
the
So I
emails
said-
ask you to take it if you
Any other-
can.
Because, Cindy, I'm sure you would love to be here all
Oh,
day.
yeah.
Any other questions for the trustee?
Cindy, thank you for all you do.
Thank you for appreciating us.
I actually do have a
Absolutely.
question. Will your glass, is your glass up there bulletproof, and will the new, when you do it, is it?
Oh,
Does she want to pay for
hey,
it?
what, in our drive-through?
Yeah.
Not that I'm
Oh,
aware
okay,
of.
I
Well,
just
we should-
wondered.
I never thought
We
about
should make
that.
it that.
I
Okay.
don't,
Don't
don't ask me. It's
Although
like,
we did
look,
have, yeah,
She said it's
we've
not.
had
We
some
should make it.
irate people come
someone
through.
to
They
risk
can come in the
me.
door and shoot them. Why?
All right.
Say it's better shoot from the window to come
Thank
in.
you, ma'am.
Yeah, okay,
Well, they can do that at a
I
bank
hope you
too,
all
but we
have a
still
blessed
make
day.
bulletproof glass,
Do
like
you have
that's.
bulletproof?
Absolutely.
Try to like make it as
Okay.
difficult,
I
at
don't think
least
it's
make them get out of the
expensive,
car.
How much does it cost?
Okay, waiting on the election commission. Mr. Craddock, I would have you, but you're gonna get extra time, so.
Let's count divorces.
Oh, yeah, do soil.
Let's do soil conservation. They are on page number 79 and 837, and they basically go and click 837.
Who is this?
I'm sorry, soil conservation. They're on page 79, and their salary's on 837, and they have basically not asked for
Shouldn't ask for anything.
Anything. anything but the 3%. And I don't think they asked for anything in their operations. Can you click on it, Captain, real quick, make sure I'm not incorrect. Going down. She's got 2831 total go up, and that would be her salary and insurance, and well, that's about 2831. I asked for very little this office. Historically, has never asked for anything. It's one employee that works for a federal employee.
Are they the people that give out the free trees?
That may be asked. I don't know.
Any questions?
That, what does the soil conservation do, just out of curiosity?
That's what I was,
Okay, cool.
Do you want to have them come back down and?
I remember we
I
actually.
just asked for
I didn't know that that was
So we
even a
did this,
department.
the first year, I remember we actually asked this and we got these answers, but I'll be totally honest. I
Why don't we just have my office to email her with a question, please provide us a synopsis, and we'll CC everybody.
I'm not saying, I mean, I'm just.
If she was gonna be
I'm
here-
all about the dirt, but. I
She
just
was,
wanna-
she was planning to come at the last second, she canceled, I'm kind of cover for her, so.
I think she
No,
has
it's-
And it's
COVID,
been,
yeah.
it's a small department, it's been a long
Yeah.
time since I looked at it, so we'll get an email.
Just curious.
Would an email work, Dylan?
Yeah.
A one sentence would work, I just.
I'm gonna go see if Veteran Services.
And I used to
See if
know.
they're available.
The Soil Conservation Department focuses on protecting and improving soil health and related natural
Could you speak up, Mr. Becker?
I think it's
None of us
erosion.
know.
I'm just,
Just
I
read
just,
it,
I
yeah.
just did Google.
It's pretty pathetic.
Well, that's fine.
The
Just
Soil
read it.
Conservation Department
I told them that.
focuses on protecting and improving soil health and related natural resources. Their primary goal is to assist landowners and communities in implementing conservation practices that prevent soil erosion, enhance water quality, and protect wildlife habits. They also work to educate the public about the importance of soil conservation.
Oh, okay.
Cool. There
And
you
that's,
go.
and you said it's a federal employee?
Do you still mean?
She works
She works here? Oh, okay.
She works for a federal, and I just did not want to tell you without being 100% sure. but-
Actually, yes, because there may be some, especially in my district.
Did we get this
maybe
back
some
from
people
the-
like, maybe she's got some grant opportunities or something like
Yeah.
that.
Well, what,
People
We
would
found
be
that, that's
interested
what we
in. I get those
found.
questions.
And they funded a
Yeah,
federal
no.
employee she works for.
this
Well,
is
you
our
would,
portion.
and that,
Yeah.
and
That's our
they may
person.
could
We
come
pay
to the
person.
ag classes up there too, they may
Right.
do stuff like that, yeah. I mean, don't want her just sitting in the office, she can do something.
What was the population?
Sure,
Did
sure,
you
sure.
find out?
David, on the org chart, does it just have that one person?
Last
David, on the org chart, does it just have that one person?
we had.
We didn't get an org chart from them.
There's just.
If it's just one person, do you need
Say
an
that, I
org?
don't know.
She's just one of
Do you
the-
need orange?
And that was one of the things I was gonna ask her for.
Is that the same as last year?
Are those
She
org
just
charts
dropped
from
Blow
last
that
year?
budget out.
No, I got it from Jessica.
Oh, from this year, from last year.
Well, the ones that I
There's a
received
lot
are from this year, yes.
And so what is next?
They're gonna do veterans and then assessor.
Financial didn't.
Have we done election commission?
Everybody in the whole choosing commission, including you guys. We might have told them as an example.
We did see
Oh,
these
okay.
first
You
two.
know, put that in there.
Oh, it says they called
Chairman.
the adjustment.
I got
So
you.
the veterans there would be
Alright.
a lot more
Well, we had one.
Floor is yours.
differences there.
Oh, guys,
I'm sorry, it's on
You'd have to ask those
page
people.
number 79 and A38.
79, 838.
Right, just go
So
ahead.
that's after COLA adjustment.
Catch up on the
That's right.
last year's budget. Last year I asked for a temporary increase to pay for IT equipment and to pay for additional cell service to help out with a VA healthcare initiative to get healthcare out to rural areas. VA did not actually implement that initiative last year, so we didn't spend the money. It's gonna end up coming back into the budget, but we wanna ask for it next year because they actually are making progress in implementing that initiative. So there's a little bit extra in the IT line and in our services line that we do ask to continue because we do think we're gonna do it this year. The other increase that we're asking for is to add another part-time person. Partly, we're trying to do a little bit more work with outreach. That's really the main goal. And we've had a couple of incidences where, I'll be off at a healthcare place, Johnny's up in Portland, and we have nobody answering the door. And we've been getting a lot of walk-in traffic as the clerks, and particularly the clerks and the trustees, with property tax relief have been referring a lot of folks back over to us. Plus the word's getting out that we're a good organization that's been helpful to a lot of veterans. So we would like another part-time person only, so we can have people staggered and make sure we always have someone that takes the walk-in traffic in the door. For every one appointment we do, we're getting 2 walk-ins. So that, fielding that traffic is really important to help provide the service. We think that provides manifold benefits to the county and to the citizens, and we do ask for support in this fiscal year.
Do you have an organizational chart?
Yes, it's really simple. It's me as the director. I have a full-time and a part-time service officer who are accredited, and a bunch of volunteers.
If you have, this program where you're going out to the rural area, will you be setting up some type of clinic where, not clinic, but will they be traveling to a rural area, like go to the Westmoreland Public Library and set up a day to come in and?
More likely,
Okay.
the veterans are gonna make a medical appointment, and we'll get notification from the veteran or from the VA healthcare system.
Uh-huh.
And we'll have volunteers, or one of us is gonna take an iPad out and sit there in their house, make sure it's
Okay.
got internet connectivity, and they're gonna do an iPad, video call with their doctor for the healthcare appointment.
Oh, okay.
So the iPads and the network service to support the iPads are going to be carried by either volunteers that we've got some special clearance, like, you know, non-disclosure kind of stuff set up for, or one of us will go out and actually deploy them.
Are you doing that currently?
We are doing it in a very limited fashion.
But
I'm
this
also-
will broaden it.
Correct.
When it goes into effect.
Correct.
Okay.
And then we are planning to use mainly volunteers for that. I have volunteers that live in Bethpage, that live up in Westmoreland, so these volunteers are already said that they want to do this kind of work. A lot of times they're veterans or retirees, and they want to have a way to get back, so we've already vetted them, and sometimes they've already come through the office and worked with us.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So,
Then may I say, I have sent, people call me all the time, who's your veterans guy? Because our so-and-so used them and said, call you.
Yeah.
And everyone has been so well pleased with everything that you all have done for them, and thank you for representing the county well. Thank
I
you. They have
appreciate
not
it.
had anything untoward to say about anyone, only good things.
I appreciate it. We are blessed with having some really kind of very committed people. And we've been deliberately expanding our outreach and partnership building efforts. We've done a lot. I want to kind of commend the sheriff. Like we've got some really good connections. We're reaching out to guys in jail. And that's been something we've increased significantly in the last year. Also with the VA clinic over here, we get a lot of people from outside the county that don't want to go back to Macon or Wilson or whatever because they trust us because we pick up the phone and we'll get back to them.
Okay.
So it's a deliberate effort, but just high quality people. And we just want to make sure that we're there for the walk-ins and people are calling. So I appreciate it. Appreciate the feedback.
And I'll have to say, when I go to the state meetings, they are all so jealous of our veterans service office. The other county people, they don't have anyone covering their veterans. So thank you for the service and thank you for getting out there doing that.
It's an honor. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're waiting, we've got a few minutes until the election commission, in order to, be efficient here, I think, David, we can cover, go ahead.
What's courthouse and jail maintenance fund? If you can click on that on the summary page, and I'll go over it real quick.
So where we're at?
Courthouse and jail maintenance fund. If you look at it, we got 2 issues this year, and click on the revenue sheet, and we'll talk about it first. There's $200,000, has been $683, and that's the telephone commissions. Based on what we've heard from the CCFO training and the sheriff too, there's some issues with the rates we're charging to inmates, and we're probably not gonna be able to collect those rates in the future. The second issue is, click on the other one. Last year we added in, and I think we need to leave it here unless we're gonna move the general fund.
Are we
It is-
overcharging? Were we overcharging folks?
So in 2021, Congress passed a law and the President signed it called the Martha Wright Reed Act, which is incarcerated persons' accessibility to communications. And basically the FCC has now put a regulatory rule that says the cap that you can charge per minute for phone calls is X.
Got it.
Where our current contract with CTC was awesome. When we bid it out, we were getting 38% of all revenue, which was about $38,000 a month to go to jail and courthouse maintenance. Now the FCC is going to cap it. The problem with projecting this and why I asked finance to reduce the projection is because the reports that we get from CTC don't tell us how many minutes we've used. They just tell us the percentage of profit. So I don't want to estimate $630,000 in revenue when realistically it's probably going to come in much lower than that.
Yeah, we think it's gonna be
We
low.
do have the bids out to finance and with the county attorney's office to do a new bid for the FY, and there's nothing we can do.
I mean,
about
I
it. It's federal law.
understand why that law is in place.
But a couple things it did.
Makes it easier.
But, and under the appropriations, let's go back to it real quick, the courthouse and jail. 177, that is the estimated, and we don't have the bid back yet on the cleaning of, I guess, help with cleaning of the new courthouse or justice center. We're trying to get a bid back on it, so it may be the 177 or it may be slightly higher, but let's go to the summary page on the courthouse and jail fund. Bring it down. Based on that, it makes a $6,733 deficit, so somewhere we need to cut $6,733 cost, and then you'll have this funded.
Do we, I mean, is there anything?
Just click on it, look at something, so
Where's that 16,000?
if you want to, Jessica, what's that? Find something that's got lower on this, and go to the, that, and That's to clean the new courthouse, unless we're gonna put it in the general fund, keep going. Probably construction materials, you could take that much out of it.
Well, look, we can deal with that during the workshop, because I think, I mean, that's fine, we just wanna make like, let's make it 70,000, make it 70.
You just wanna take $10,000 out of there?
Yeah, take some 10,000 out, let's just be done with that. Are y'all good with that? Yeah. All right.
There's no balance, no balance.
Okay, anything else?
We're gonna talk about this in budget workshop.
Unless you got something else you need on it.
You don't know. Yeah. Okay.
I know we got the bid on the cleaning still working on it.
On the what?
On the cleaning of the new.
We got that
just-
back.
We haven't got it back, we're still
Yeah,
waiting on it.
yeah.
So it's an unknown, but it's in there for what we estimated
Okay.
last year.
All right. Anything else, because EC's here?
That's it.
All right, good, we're a little bit ahead. Election Commission. You are up, ma'am.
What page?
Oh, they are on page 36 and 84.
Floor is yours, Ms. Ashley.
Okay, Mr. Line, did you want me to start with the benchmarks that you sent?
We can start with those if you would like.
Okay. Commissioner Boyd had asked Mr. Line to do some benchmarks back in the February meeting, and we received those on Friday. There's several issues with the benchmarks. The three counties that were used, two of them, Wilson and Rutherford, are already convenient vote center counties, so they're not comparable. I think that was one of the last things I said during that meeting. Montgomery was also utilized. That is a primarily military county. They have a sizable military base there, and they have a lot of absentee voting by paper as opposed to voting by machine. So that's not really a comparable county as well. We had some issues that were not taken into account in the benchmarks. When I say we, Sumner County, we had a sheriff who passed away. We had a Millersville special election. We had a last-minute Gallatin sales tax referendum. We had a full-time staff member pass away. Just a lot of factors that affected our budget and our line items that cannot be reflected in benchmarks as compared to other counties. It does show, benchmarks do show a significant thing, and that is our cost per voter and our participation. And our participation is dismal. As you all know, for May and August elections, we're lucky if we get to 15%. That means that 85% of voters in Sumner County are not participating in our elections. That is my charge as the administrator, and that is the charge of the Election Commission, to do everything we can to increase that number. I want to just kind of go right into convenient vote centers, because I know that's kind of a hot topic. So the law as it's written today, says that as practicable as possible, each precinct shall have no more than 6,000 voters. If we go by that guideline today, we have to add 9 more precincts. 9, in addition to what we have today. There's a problem there. The former commission, most of you all were not part of it, a few of you were, split the county into 24 commission districts as opposed to 12. That now means we have 24 districts in which we have to find a precinct, locate a precinct, according to law. There are some districts we have no buildings to locate precincts. No churches, no schools, no community centers. The number also changes with convenient vote centers from 6,000 voters per precinct to 10,000. Fortunately, in Sumner, we've got some good locations for convenient vote centers. Right off the top of my head, Long Hollow Church, Ball State Community College. We've got several locations in Hendersonville. We really don't have a choice but to go to convenient vote centers. So that goes to the effect of the cost. Well, we already know our voter cost per voter is high. Convenient vote centers will lower that cost per voter. We cannot financially sustain adding 9 more precincts. You guys are just going to keep writing checks for poll workers, equipment handlers,
officers, finding locations, equipment excess, what additional equipment is required, cradle routers for each precinct. We've got the voting equipment, that's no problem. The other bonus to convenient vote centers is we can maximize our equipment and our personnel within locations where they're well-known, they're easily accessible, and we can put more people, more of our poll workers and equipment in those areas to deal with our voters, to handle our voters. We are at an epic fail with 85% of our voting population not participating. This is a way, you all want me to be financially responsible. I want to be financially responsible. This is the way that we reduce our cost, we increase our voter participation, and we reduce our cost per voter. Yes, sir.
A few minutes ago, you mentioned about the other counties benchmarking. Which ones did you say already have the
Rutherford was the pilot county in the state of Tennessee.
Okay.
They implemented them in 2016. Wilson implemented them in 2020. We were going to implement them, and then of course COVID, I hate saying that, but that's just the fact, affected everything.
So, but am I reading this right? So Rutherford was the pilot.
In 16.
But their voter turnout was only 10.5%. So way lower than ours.
Yeah.
For which year?
We're
August 1 of 24 is what, it's on page 2 of the benchmark.
We're the second best.
Correct. Correct. But if you look at what I heard you all talking about when Ms. Boyd was asking for the benchmarks was the cost per voter. That amount is higher.
Yeah, I was thinking you were tying the convenience voting to a greater turnout.
Well, I did speak with Alan Farley. He is the AOE for Rutherford County, and he did indicate, now these numbers don't show it. I spoke with him personally, that when I say our, Sumner County's early voting participation has steadily been about 50%. Alan said he's seen an increase from 2016 to 2014 of upwards of 10 to 15% increased voter participation with convenient vote centers. Having said that, they also have multiple additional early voting sites that are open the entire time of early voting. Okay, so they have 8 sites that are open in addition. We have 2 full-time sites. We took care of our 2 main voting blocks, Hendersonville and Gallatin. They have multiple early voting locations that are open the entire time. So does Wilson County. So when you look at us, we've only got 2. If you look at the numbers, we could increase early voting locations, increase voter participation, reduce the voters that are showing up on election day, and reduce our costs.
You're saying convenience voting reduces cost?
Over time, yes.
I'm gonna get in queue here too.
Sure.
Okay, sorry, I've got to get folks through here, so
Yes, sir.
I'll go and then Ms. Burkle and then Ms. Bar. Were you done, Mr. Becker? Go ahead.
I'm not following the math on what you're describing there, though.
I'm not. That was where I was
Yeah.
going to go. I'm not either. Jared, you
No,
cut it out.
yeah, go ahead.
So here's what I got out of this benchmarking. Our voter turnout is, it's the second best. It's, we're in line or maybe above average here on the voter turnout. That did not seem to be we can argue that 15% is not good, but I'm just comparing it to others. We're fine there. On we asked for this after the last budget committee meeting because it was, the genesis of it was around just general kind of budget performance. But if I'm looking at your cost per voter, and what I'm really looking at is your cost per vote cast, right? Because
Yes, sir.
to your point about the difference between the differences between Sumner County and Rutherford County. Those differences, if you're talking about the entire kind of population study, will smooth down a little bit once you say, hey, how many votes how many votes am I actually servicing? Because that's really the question. And I mean, at the end of the day, yes, we're higher than the others, but we're 11 to 21, 1018, 1089. You know, take Rutherford out. They're actually been the outlier. We're just about 5% more. So we're not really. I don't know that I am convinced, looking at these numbers, that, I mean, you're 5% over. That's a little bit high, but that's just kind of tweaking. We were a good bit over, but we seem to be coming down. I just don't see the argument that convenience voting I definitely don't see the argument that convenience voting is increasing voter turnout, since we don't have it and we're the second highest. And I think it's a pretty edge case to say that it's going to save money, because those numbers, we're kind of in line. So I don't know. That's my take on it. At least that's what I see from it. But maybe you respond, and then Ms. Bergdorf, you next. Go ahead.
Do you need to answer?
No.
Okay. So when I worked for the election
Yes, ma'am.
commission, that we still had that 6,000 vote per precinct
Yes,
number. So if you go to the convenience and you make it from 6,000 to 10,000, what I forgot is how does that increase the employee population? Like, does the state say that if you go from 6,000 to 10,000, you have to have more election officers?
They do
and
not.
workers?
So that portion of the statute says 1,000 voters per voting machine. So if we say have Long Hollow Church that now has 14, and we move 24 machines over there, then 1,000 people per machine still applies.
Oh, okay, that's what I had forgot. I knew
Yes, ma'am.
I knew the machine.
And then also, one machine operator can operate 2 voting machines.
Oh,
So
okay.
if we centralize voting machines in one location, we can actually reduce the number of machine operators and voters and staff.
Oh, okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yes, sir.
Have you done the math on the additional 9 precincts compared to this proposal?
Yes, sir, it's in your budget. That's what we budgeted for, was the 9 precincts. And if you look at, your top budget sheet, we've got, if you look down to, our election workers, you'll see a significant increase from 129,000. Now, that was with, one election cycle, and that's what we're on this time. Okay, and you see that going up to 288.
Gotcha.
And that's because of that, we included that with the 9 precincts addition. Then, if you'll also recall, when we were talking about vote centers, and David, this was our analysis, was it?
That's our analysis.
Okay, this was our analysis that we applied. We started with 24. It's kind of been a moving target for the total number of convenient vote centers. We came up with a per vote center cost of $16,458. Now we're up to 26 convenient vote centers, and we do that based on, we got new census numbers for 2022, because we all have the 2020, where you all did the redistricting, or the county commission did, and now we have 2022 numbers. So this is projected growth. Preferably what you wouldn't want to do is set up 24 and immediately turn around and add a couple more. So we're anticipating growth with 26. And so we had about 477,000. That got reduced down to about 394. Now we're back with 2 more convenient vote centers to about 428.
What is operationally the difference between a vote center like what we're currently?
Okay, you know how when we voted early voting, everything is, when I say live, it's live. I mean, it's hitting my server. It's a phantom server. It's not my server. It hits a secondary server first and then my server. You're voting just like you were real time. On election day, when you see the e-poll books, if you've already voted, for example, your name isn't on that e-poll book. You can't vote.
Right.
Okay. You can't get on my server and say, why didn't Ms. Bergdorf, she said she didn't vote, and she voted. You know, we don't have that access. With convenient vote centers, we will vote identical to early voting. We will be in live real time, being able to check any voter at any time, change an address, change a name if they have the proper proof. I'm sure y'all have heard some legislation about that. Change an address. That voter on election day does not have to leave where they are if they're in the wrong location and go to another location. We simply vote them right there on the spot, anywhere in the county. Yes, ma'am.
Does this do anything to get rid of provisional ballots? Or will we still have paper
We'll still have
provisionals?
provisional ballots if someone comes in and says, I registered to vote when I got my driver's license.
But it won't be,
And we don't
I don't
have
live
them.
here anymore.
No.
I changed addresses.
So that second thing you said though, so, because that has happened, and that is definitely a thing that I've seen people complain about, like, so if you're in, when we did this, the 2022, a lot of people came, I was hanging out at Jack Anderson, a lot of people come to Jack Anderson and say, well, now I guess I'm supposed to be over
Keep
here.
in mind, we've got Hendersonville, Gallatin in the middle of the
So,
county that goes to
so
Jack Anderson.
in the convenience voting,
It will eliminate.
honestly, that is the best argument I have yet heard for convenience.
You can go to
voting.
anywhere to vote, right?
You can
Yes,
vote
sir,
to
anywhere in the county.
But why what is the, so that your argument is that if you implement convenience voting, and I'm not saying I necessarily agree with it, I'm just trying to make sure I understand your argument. You implement convenience voting centers and your overall cost is gonna go down.
That's correct.
So, and there are differences in cost on a per capita or per voter here, but they're not what I would call huge. So what is the lift that, because you're asking for around $1 million more. Is that a one-time, like what's going on? I wanna understand how I'm gonna get I'm gonna invest $1 million and I'm gonna see $500,000 a year return. Like how is this actually gonna happen?
Okay, the initial costs are higher, and this is why. Every one of those convenient vote center locations has to be hardwired. We're not gonna go on the internet. We can't piggyback off whatever line that school, church, community center location has. We have to be hardwired directly for us to my server.
And a backup system,
And-
utilizing cradle router technology.
Right, and a backup system. So then every one of those systems has to be independently tested, and the state comes in and looks at every one of those locations. So that's why you've got all that cost on the front end. We've already got the equipment. We've got the voting machines.
So
We've got everything we need.
it's for hard fiber installation.
Yes.
Because you need an air gap system.
Right. We
Which
cannot
that
be,
makes
we
sense to me.
can't, nothing can go.
No, that makes
Right.
sense. So you.
But
once you, sorry.
No, are you saying that implementation is the majority of the
Yes.
request? How many convenience vote centers?
We're at 26 right now.
So, but that's it, so that's if you do all of them. Do you have to do all of them?
Yes.
You can't do a few. You can't do some?
No, because then the people that are in a precinct we wouldn't know if they voted. They could go to a convenient vote center
So
location, then go to a precinct, and they would be on the e-public, and they
But
could
how
vote
would
twice.
how are you managing that now?
They simply, if they go to a precinct that's not their precinct, we send them on election day, now not during early voting.
Oh, I see. So if they went to
If they went
if they went to a convenience voting center
and voted.
voted early voting, and then they went to their precinct day of, you wouldn't know.
No, they wouldn't be on the e-poll, but if, I thought your question was if we had half convenient vote.
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah, we have-
Okay, so let's say you went to a convenient vote center and you voted.
Yes.
And that hits my server.
Yes.
But then your precinct is Portland and you went to Portland. Portland isn't on
That's my
server.
point. That's,
Yes,
we're
they
saying,
could vote again.
we're saying the same
Yes, sir.
thing.
Well, I
We're
thought you
saying
said
the
early
same
voting, but it
Okay.
could be early voting.
I'll get
Portland
him and then
today.
I'll get you.
Yes, sir.
This is actually, last year you gave us a great organizational chart, but we didn't get one this year. Is it possible to get one?
For just the operations?
For the elections?
Sure.
There.
It's the same.
Yeah, if you could send that
It's
to
the same as
Jessica.
last year's.
Do you want it updated for convenient vote centers? That's what I
Yeah,
think he's
yeah,
asking.
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The hardwiring and all that stuff, is that a one-time thing?
Yes.
So like, once you got it,
Yes.
you can use it for the next 5 years or whatever?
At least.
Is that a capital thing? I mean.
Yes,
That's what I'm trying to get at, like,
Yes.
is that a capital or is that like an
We don't have an
operating?
asset, so we don't.
What's that?
We wouldn't own the line, you're gonna do it at like a center we don't own, correct?
I'm sorry, David.
They'll wire it somewhere we don't own,
We
correct?
don't own it.
Should I ask for that?
Right, it'll be through one of the carriers, and that's another point. We'll have multiple carriers. So do you remember when they blew up the AT&T building on Second Avenue? If, let's just say all convenient vote centers were on AT&T, we'd be in bad trouble. So we'll have at least
goodness.
4. Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
No, they're asking if we have a bookable asset. I think we're just gonna be wiring at different convenience centers and testing, so we won't have an actual, well, asset on our books, I don't think.
It's not even that, I'm just trying to figure out what bucket it can come out.
Yeah, I think it's
of,
probably
like-
gonna need to come from the general fund.
But because you can't use capital on, we can't
On
expend
an
capital
unbooked,
on,
right.
on an unbooked.
But it
Yeah.
won't be, all it will be
But it will not be
recurring.
reoccurring.
Right, is just the service fee when it's
Okay.
in use.
We may wanna-
We negotiate contracts with the carriers to where we're not paying when we're not using.
Okay,
it.
got it.
Like you do if you're not using your cell phone.
Yeah, I'm
We
trying
pay
to,
Comcast a month's worth is what we're figuring, because that's what
Right.
we do with
They'll do 1
NCTC
month,
and
not
West
1 day.
Warren right now. We
Okay.
pay, and that's about $350.
So they reinstall it on each election?
Then turn it off.
They turn it off and on.
Turn it off, and they test it each time? Was it-
No, once the initial test, now, our guys will come out and test it, our IT
but the
guys. to make
state
sure-
won't have to.
No, the state doesn't have to
certify
come. Once
every
they
year.
certify that it's hardwired, they're good with it, that they can see everything.
Stress testing.
Stress
Which
testing.
is complicated.
Let's say, we know a big chunk of people are gonna go to Long Hollow Church.
So this is truly a one-time request?
Yes, the hardwiring, the testing, all of that.
Okay.
We already have the
I
equipment.
think I have never truly understood that.
We
that
have
this
the
is a-
equipment. We got,
All right.
and I also want you to keep in mind that.
I'm not saying yes, but I'm just saying that.
Understood, but when we bought that equipment, when you look at some of the numbers in '23, our voting machines were in there. That didn't cost the taxpayers of Sumner County 1 red cent. We got all that money through HAVA dollars, but it runs through my budget. When the grant, David, you correct me if I'm wrong, when it comes back in, it goes into the general fund.
It covers the cost, yeah.
Right, but you see it going out of my budget, but it really didn't go out of my budget.
It was on benchmark.
Right, it was on
So was-
benchmark.
so was all the
So
other
the numbers
counties.
are wacky.
So was the other counties that we looked at that.
Yeah.
Right.
They had their machines going through theirs too the same way, so it makes it comparable.
Okay,
Yeah.
but for Rutherford, their expenses were in 16. So they're not on this sheet because that's when they implemented convenient vote centers. They're big
Oh,
chunk, so you don't see that.
Ms. Boyd, go ahead.
So I have 2 questions. What counties would you recommend, which counties would you like us to comp Sumner County with? If not these, then which?
There's really, if you want to, I would first of all say you need to stay within Middle Tennessee, which is kind of what they did. The larger counties, Shelby, not comparable, they're about 1 million.
So which ones would you comp with?
Williamson would be a good one, except that they break
Convenient
their,
vote centers now.
they're convenient vote centers now, and they break their payroll out. Their HR department handles their payroll, so it's
So
hard
you
to
don't think
get.
there's any
Well,
comparable?
they have their insurance and benefits in the other line, yeah.
Right, so
Not
it's just difficult, I guess is my
Okay.
point to.
So
to-
I
With
understand
all
that.
the variables that I mentioned, it's just difficult.
So this, as far as finance, they did the best they could have done.
I
to
think
finance
David
that.
did a great job
All right.
considering what he had to work with. It's just hard to take a big old lump of clay and bring it down into little teeny tiny pieces when there's so many variables.
And I did spend a lot of time, as all of us did, at the election polls. And
Yes.
I wonder, like on Saturdays, if
Mhm.
we're wanting more people to vote, why don't we cut off early, at noon on Saturday? Because the people are just pouring in.
We don't have to.
Well,
But
that's
you
what I'm
all-
asking. If we want
you
more
all have to
voters.
fund that. I mean, that's all it is.
Well, can we
is-
move, is there a way to move, like, early voting from like when we're open, like on Tuesday to 5 o'clock? We could be open on, I'm asking from a point of view from the citizens. Because I've been
Absolutely.
standing there and they're just pouring in. It's our busiest day, I'd say. And on Tuesday, we're open till 5, but on Saturday, we close at noon. If we're wanting more votes, why aren't we,
If you all will fund it, we absolutely can do that.
could you not change? Could we not?
Well,
Can we tell you what hours to do it?
Did that legislation pass, Tom, about uniform opening and closing of the, okay.
So we
It
can't
did.
shift the hours around.
It passed, so what we were trying to do by having
For different
earlier
people.
and later at our 2 locations was
Yeah,
covering,
graphics
trying to
need to be
cover
different.
a larger span of the day.
Open that day.
They passed legislation this session that said all of them have to be open and closed at the same time.
It's continuity of service.
So
Yes.
Saturday would be open.
We can be open as long as you all want to
I
fund
think
it.
she's.
But it has to be, whatever you do on one day, you have to
But
do
if
on
we're-
other days.
What?
Saturdays.
You're on another.
No,
You have a question.
what-
I do.
Saturdays,
Okay.
the law says 9 to 12.
So that is, it's a law thing.
No,
We
no, no,
can't-
minimum, I'm sorry.
Oh, so we're doing the minimum on Saturdays?
Yes, but we can do.
But it is our busiest day.
Well, the first day,
We're-
it varies. That's why you go sometimes, it's like when you go to the grocery store or Walmart, you're standing there and you walk right up and get checked out and then you go and there's 20
Mr.
people.
Becker, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I got a few questions. So, the convenience voting, in your analysis with potential growth, you're saying there's 26 precincts?
Yes, that should hold us for several years.
Okay, and so, I don't know what you call it, whatever the conventional or whatnot, how many precincts would we have to have?
We would have to add 9 more, and we've got 29 now.
So it'd be 35?
Yes,
38.
37.
What's the number?
24 plus 9 is 33.
24, I thought you
I
said.
can't do math.
Sorry.
24 plus 9 is 33.
Hold on a second.
Was it
We're
29?
at 29
I thought it was
now.
29 plus 9, which is
29 plus
38.
9 is 38.
Yeah.
Oh, we
Okay.
currently
We're
have
in budget
29.
committee.
We're talking about CDCs versus.
Oh, I just remember 24.
All right,
I
all
know,
right.
24
All
plus
right,
9
so
is
Bring that back in,
33.
hold on a second.
Go ahead,
All right,
Jerry.
so, on the 26, on convenience, does there have to be one in each of the 24
No,
districts or whatever?
no.
They
There will,
don't-
they will be close.
But they don't have to be?
No,
Okay. Whereas, right now, with the 38, they have to be,
it
so.
is law.
So,
If we don't go to CDCs, and then, I don't know what we do in the districts where we don't have buildings. I mean, we can't vote in a tent.
okay, so going back,
Well, we could.
going back to, the early voting, something that I've maybe been confused about for the past couple of years here. You had mentioned about, so I'll just ask, what is the state requirement for early voting?
15 days.
Okay, I was like
Well,
15 days.
it can vary because of the Saturdays, how a Saturday can fall. So it could be 14 or 15 days.
So 14 or 15
But
days.
the election commission, one of my commissioners is sitting right back here, they decide the opening and the closing of the poll times.
But 14 or 15 days as a, like,
That's a state law.
but.
They don't.
In theory, just one location.
In theory, it can be one. Now,
okay,
for a
that's all.
county the size of Sumner would be
Now, I
grossly
understand that, that's
irresponsible.
debatable, but,
Well, it's not debatable. I don't know how we would vote 50% of our population, voter population.
well,
in one location.
we could debate that. So, but my question is, could it be one location for like 7 days and a different location for 7 days to get to the 14 days?
Continuity of service, that's up, that's up to the election commission, but that's
So it
not-
could be done,
Yeah.
It could be done, but you talk about confusing
but it could be
voters.
debatable. So, but it could be done, right?
It could, but that would be up to the election commission, and as you all know, I do not have a vote. It would be up to them
Okay,
to decide.
but in theory, we could do 1 week at Hendersonville and another separate week or
In
same
theory, I would
week.
not recommend that.
But
That
I'm not
meets the
asking
law?
you to recommend it, I'm asking, is it possible?
And my election commissioner is here, you can get her opinion, but yes, sir.
Okay, so it could happen, okay.
I don't think it will,
So
but
it
it
de-
could.
By law is what you're
By
saying.
law, it
By
could
We're trying to
Yes.
get to the, like,
Yeah.
what is the bare
What is the
minimum
fact?
and we can
Yes.
go.
What you're recommending is reducing the amount of early voting.
He's not
I'm
recommending.
asking
Question.
questions till I understand it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying,
So-
I don't
so in-
think that they would
I'm-
recommend that.
So, so just to be, I'm just gonna step in real quick. I think what Mr. Becker is asking is, it's not whether it's the smart idea or the optimal idea. It's
Can it
just,
occur? Yes,
can
sir.
it by law occur?
Okay.
Yes,
And
sir.
that's
So
fact.
by law, it doesn't, so by law,
We have to be open those
there's not
days.
one single location that has to be open the full amount, as long as there's in total.
You're available as a
Okay.
county.
All right, thank you, that was,
Sorry.
appreciate that.
And I have one last question for
Yes, ma'am.
clarification.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
in the convenience voting center, it's one machine or one polling location per 10,000 population or 10,000 registered voters. It's population, isn't it?
Registered voters.
Registered voters, okay. Like I said, for
So if you
clarification, I
took
couldn't remember.
142
Yeah.
142,000, which is what we vote today, we'd have to have 15.
Yeah.
With the logistics of our county, we would just ignore the whole northern part of the county.
That was gonna be my question.
That doesn't
So
make any
minimally, my question was gonna be, and again, this is just a question by law, I'm not suggesting it necessarily. What are the
15,
minimum?
15.
15 is the minimum number
With the
of
convenient voting
convenient
locations we have to
we'd
have
with
with our
our current
population
population.
today.
Got it. Mr. Lambert and then Ms. Boyd.
Are you adding any deputies?
No, we've actually probably reduced our number of deputies.
So
But that's for the, what you're looking at is if we add the 9 precincts, we would have to add deputies.
we
We'd
would,
have to
that's
add
what I'm
full-
asking. So
Yes,
if
sir.
we add the, okay.
We'd have to add full teams for every location.
And that's also the overtime increase
Yes.
as well. Right. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Going on, Ms. Bergdorf's question, that we have to have it per registered voters.
Yes,
How-
ma'am.
How are you doing at cleaning up the rolls? Because I think that's a discussion that we've had in prior years also. What I'm asking for here is, does our registered voter have a lot of people on it that haven't voted in 15 years that we are counting in the need to provide services, and they're not even, maybe even not even here
cut that 'cause
anymore?
they always
How
could.
how are we doing on cleaning that roll, and what does it look like?
Okay, to Mr. Baker's point, we have to, there's a law.
I understand
There are laws
that.
on the books, so you have to, let's say you register to vote and you never vote, we have to keep you on our voter rolls for 9 years.
2 years ago, you told this committee there was approximately 20,000 return mail that had not been processed.
Yes, all that's
And
been processed.
that's what I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am,
on
we
that.
do it just as efficiently and as quickly as we can, but we have to scan each one of those documents to that voter record. You know, I mean, there's a physical copy and a scanned copy, and we have to do that, but that's what we do.
So we're processing that. So we are cleaning off people. We can
It's-
see people
it's
are dropping off.
Correct. Now, the only other caveat to that is, you all remember that President Trump signed the executive order about citizenship, okay, when he first came into office. That went into effect immediately. So the next day, we had to start dealing with citizenship. At that point, the state was handling it all. They've now shifted that responsibility to all 95 counties in Tennessee with zero cost.
That might have been a better lead for you on I need more money than some of the items that you've tried.
Well, I was trying to address what we talked about last time.
Were you, Ms. Boyd, were?
I'm finished, thank you.
And then the felons as
I'm
well.
gonna rotate myself in here real quick, just because of the comment, and I'm gonna let.
And they vote, they can't vote.
So,
Some can.
so, yeah, I mean, you can have if you're a felon, you can have your voting rights, restored.
For certain, you can't for
things.
certain crimes,
Right, I
like
mean,
murder,
there's
you
cases.
cannot, rape,
But I
aggravated
mean,
rape,
so
you cannot.
I just, so previously, and I know this isn't a budget thing, but I gotta ask, previous to the Trump administration signing that order.
The state did it.
The state did do it.
Yes, sir.
Did they did it, or they, because why would they, if they were doing it and they were taking care of it, why are they throwing that down on you now?
Well, they sent out, before Trump was elected, they sent out 14,000 letters across the state of Tennessee. We had pages, the first few batches we got were anywhere from 280 to 350 people. We have to deal with those people on a daily basis, and they have 30 days to come back and talk to us about their situation. So it is a constant moving 30 days. So every day that we get notification, so the state was doing all that. We have no rights. I have no ability, authority, nor does my election commission to restore a felon's rights.
No, I'm not talking about.
Citizenship, same thing. We weren't dealing with that at all. If you check that declaration box and said, yes, I'll be 18 as of election day.
You assume,
Yes, I'm in state.
you assume that the state is
They
vetting
do.
that.
They have access to databases that I don't have.
So why, so they put it on, and I'm sorry, I'm just digging into this, because I'm like, why have they done this to you?
How do you
Because it was
verify?
really expensive
how
for
do
the
you
state to do,
verify-
and
how
they
do you
divided the
verify?
5 by 95. They didn't justify it. They just said, now you're gonna.
How do you verify citizenship?
We now, if we get a notification through one of various sources that we believe someone is not a citizen, okay, then we send them a letter. They have 30 days to bring us proof.
What's proof?
It could be naturalization documents, it could be
Passport.
a passport.
Oh, okay.
It could be.
Okay, all right.
But you, so wait, I've gotta ask this. So when a person, this is crazy,
Unfunded
like,
mandate.
so
Yeah.
you're telling me that, so you're jumping through all those hoops. Nevertheless, if a human being comes in and they check that,
I'm a citizen
you
of the
don't
US.
have a database that you can check Matt Shove 3327.
I do not.
That is ridiculous. How
They're
do we, like,
looking to do that, and that's why we're having a big conference call today on felons and the citizenship and the executive
I
order.
am sorry, I don't want, I'm gonna take myself out of this now
There's a
because
lot
we're
of
like
them.
not,
Yeah.
this is not
You're-
budgetary.
They're requesting that I do something that I
That you don't have the
tools
ability to do, yeah,
that I
that's
can't
ridiculous.
do.
All right, Jerry, go ahead, sorry about that.
Appreciate it. So convenience voting versus terminology, I'll say conventional.
Precincts.
Precinct, okay, convenience versus precincts. 26 versus 38. On your analysis, do you know how far someone would have to drive to their voting place?
Well, they can vote anywhere.
No, I understand that, but if there's only 26, in theory, some people will have to drive further.
Not necessarily. So think about Hendersonville, all the precincts we have in Hendersonville.
Mm-hmm.
So if I went to place 1 and it's full, I can just drive to place 2, convenient vote centers, or I can go to place 3.
That's the reduction.
That's the
area.
reduction area.
It's so popular.
Think about Station Camp.
Mm-hmm.
Nightmare. We have nowhere for 2 precincts there. We have 2 districts. We have voting at the middle school and at the high school. You know how much confusion? We have a person walking the line
Yeah.
all day
That's
screaming
two
at
different
people.
districts.
But we have nowhere, because of the law, we have nowhere else to put one. We talked to Union University, we talked
I'm just
to all these
thinking,
people.
just
So
to
it
cut.
will be a more, so instead of having 2 precincts there, we would have 1 convenient vote center, and anybody from anywhere could go there, and there would be zero confusion.
There's no school in District 11.
None.
That's why
And the
Station
churches
Camp
turned us
High
down.
School is District 11's
So,
precinct.
And the school board doesn't like it any better than we do.
yeah, I'm just trying to, I always try to
It's
see.
not gonna make it harder for anybody
Okay,
to vote.
so I always try to see both sides, okay, so my questions aren't, don't think I'm thinking one way or the other. I'm just trying to think of the negative on convenience voting, and the only thing I can think of from a voter standpoint is, if you're out in, let's say, not Hendersonville, you said Hendersonville, but let's say you're out in Westmoreland or wherever.
We'll cover the entire county. We've already
I know
done
that, but it's gonna be closer to their house?
It's the same for the Westmoreland will be open, Corinth will be open, Portland High School will be open, Highland Seventh Day
White House,
Adventist will be
Goodlettsville.
open. All of those are convenient vote centers, and all of those people are gonna go the same.
So what is the
Corinth
negative?
Church, people are upset because now they have to go to Highland. I mean, there's like 20-something of them that they're complaining
Oh,
because
I
they can
know.
no longer, because
Yeah,
of
I
the
have-
splits.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
I
I
know.
have family, I have family that.
So what,
right around the corner.
so what are
There's not a
people's
negative.
thoughts
That's
of
what,
the
what is the
negatives?
negative?
There's not a negative.
I mean, some people must feel there's a negative. So what,
The initial cost would be the only negative. And the amount of planning and anticipation and projections that you have to make. I will say this about Rutherford, and he did a phenomenal job for being the first, but being the first is always tough. He's added 9 locations since he started in 16. We don't want to do that. That's a waste of time, energy, effort, mailings, postage. You have to notify, every time you change something, you have to notify everybody in the county.
but if
Do the
it's
math, that's-
convenient, you still have to notify.
That's what the law says, that's $65,000 in postage every time we mail to every voter in the county.
If we do convenience, do you need those additional staff or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's also what, back to the provisional ballot, y'all, on a general election day, y'all process a lot of provisional
We do.
ballots.
We do.
And what percentage would this reduce that number by? If
Oh.
now it's just driver's license, if now it's just something else, does it reduce it at all?
It does if they say, a lot of people say, I say you can vote here because the law says, the
Yeah, yeah,
state
yeah,
says, you can vote here, but I tell them it's not gonna count.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they may still take the time and the energy and the effort, the paperwork to do it, knowing it's not gonna count. That person, if they were a legitimate registered voter in Sumner, they can vote right there.
It
So
doesn't
yes,
matter.
it will reduce it.
So, cause
But
I've
if
done
they-
this, so they come in at 7 o'clock at night, and
They're
they
not gonna
moved in
go.
30 days, I have to go through the process of filling out the paperwork, and I don't mind, and that's because everybody gets to vote. That's how we know everybody gets to vote. But if this reduces that, because they don't have time, because the doors are closed, to go to where they actually belong.
And that happens a lot.
So-
Jamie, do you know what our percentage is of employment base that goes to Davidson County to work?
We were one of the hires at one time. I don't remember what.
60%, 70%?
That sounds right, because we were told
Okay,
what it was.
so anybody that's stuck in Nashville can stop in Hendersonville or Goodlettsville and vote. And if they can't get to Portland or
Could-
Westmoreland,
Sure.
they can
Could
stop.
could there be like on your website, a notification of what the wait time is at each one? Like if I have convenience, to your point.
Like an ER wait
No, like
time.
for real. I'm being serious. Like if I'm living in
No one has
Nashville
done that yet.
and I wanna
I
come
think it's a
home.
great idea.
We're starting to get into the realm of
I do
operations
have
here.
a-
Miss Boyd, go
I
ahead.
have another question.
So it can be done.
Anything can
By
be done, she's
contacting
asking
the
money.
officers and saying,
Um,
hey,
I don't know if the state would
There's
allow us
many
to do
people
that
out
because
there.
they're really in tune to, I knew that Jerry Becker was there at 110 and I know I have 10 voting machines, so I have a 10 option choice of trying to figure out how you voted. It doesn't happen that way in reality.
No,
That's the
no,
perception.
no, what I'm saying,
I know exactly what
if
you're
I'm,
saying.
if I'm coming home from Nashville and it's getting close to 7, I wanna vote.
I would have to get.
I could see, ooh, Indian Lake's not full right now.
I don't see anything that prevents that, but I don't know if it's
Do you
allowed.
like
We
the
just-
idea?
I love
So
it.
far, nobody is willing to do it because of what she just said.
Yeah, but
You're running.
But we'd have to get permission from the
Mr. Becker,
state.
you.
I'm done. Thank
Miss
you.
Boyd, go ahead, and then I think we're almost at
Okay.
time here. Go ahead.
So we talked about what the state has forced down, and we've talked about what the Trump administration stepped in. What we haven't talked about is what we're hearing from the federal level, that we're going to go to paper for federal elections. And at that point, I would say, we're gonna put in this infrastructure before we hear the final verdict. And Mr. Trump seems to be very certain that he's gonna put in paper for federal. So is that part of your conversations that you're having in big meetings that you're having
Wouldn't
today?
really change, because you could still vote anywhere in the country. We would
So
print
we're
your
gonna
ballot
keep
on
up the
spot.
e-poll book.
We would print your ballot on the spot.
We did a fiscal note for that on the storage, not purchasing the equipment, because that would be ABA, but they are looking into it, but I don't think it's fast.
It's not gonna be in 2026.
The hardware, the wiring is just for the e-poll book, or is it for
No,
the machines also? It's for the
But
whole
we
thing,
would have
yeah.
access to every voter's
Got it.
on real-time information. Whether, if you lived in Portland and you came to Hendersonville, we would still have that access to say, okay, this is your ballot and this is what you vote, whether it was on a machine or on paper.
Right.
It still would not preclude
Is
you.
it still Embry that does that for you?
Yes, Embry Consulting is our voter database company, and they have 94,
They have 91
one of the
counties out of
95
95.
counties. And the other 4 want them, but they won't go with them because they're huge. Shelby Knox.
So they do
Hamilton.
91 counties out of the 95?
Yes.
My Kool-Aid.
Any other
Thank you.
questions for Miss Ashley? Okay.
And if you think
so
of any,
much.
please feel free to email me or.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Ms. Lori.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Lori.
They can put
Okay.
stoplight, red, yellow.
We have assessor property, and.
Right?
He's right out in the hallway.
All right.
And a precinct would be
Thank you, Ms.
green
Annette.
if they're not very busy, or red if they're.
He's on page 45 and A12.
And
They would
A12,
never tell
Yes,
you
and does he
that,
have
because
capital?
if you knew it was 20 minutes, you might just go on home. So they'd never tell you that.
Did you have
And
any
they
screen
shouldn't.
Okay.
Because if there's a long
We didn't have
wait,
you
you just
notice.
say,
So
well,
you're
I'm not
on, we're on
voting.
page 45.
So they won't tell you.
and
Right, go-
A12.
go-
So, yeah.
I go to
And let's
somewhere else.
go ahead and focus. Go ahead, Mr. Hurt, sir.
Yes, I would like to start off by saying that my FY '25 budget was actually revised to $2,115,256 after I was able to secure $30,000 more in raises for my staff. And you can see my FY '26 budget is $2,100,717, which is actually a decrease of $14,531.
Go on, just go down to that. On his
Yeah,
side,
that's off
we
the
gave-
original budget. The original was $2,085,256.
Are you, or let me just ask this. Are you asking for, these are just kind of standard questions, so no capital.
Okay.
Are you asking for any new personnel?
No new personnel.
Are you asking for any additional salary changes above and beyond 3%?
No, sir.
Yeah, that's everything.
Okay.
It is decreased because it's health insurance and.
Yeah, there was some calculations within there that we found, plus my post, I was able to cut my postage out some because of not being in a reappraisal year.
Okay.
You do need to look at one thing within the Board of Equalization. I think it's too high. He probably needs to give you a reasonable estimate, because I don't think anybody asking for it, but it's in there as a reappraisal.
No, it actually, Jessica emailed me about that after. And I did leave it at the 25,000 because the County Board of Equalization is unpredictable. I mean, we never know how many people are going to sign up to come before the board to appeal the problem.
Well, right now, I'm saying you've got 25, and then 23 is $600, $9,200.
Yeah, that's going up a lot.
As I'm
Yeah,
saying,
that's
25
a lot.
is not a reasonable estimate, it doesn't appear.
Well, at least, I mean, look, I'm not saying it may or may not be reasonable, one of two things is,
It's high is what I'm
like
saying.
it went, this is a huge change, so either this was wrong,
That's actuals.
oh, those are actual.
23, 24 is
This is
actual.
estimated.
Or there's gonna have to be an explanation for why that's like gone.
Right, and I know you had a bunch of appeals with most of those that went
Oh,
through.
yeah, absolutely.
A lot of those line items.
Yeah, but a lot of those have already went through the system.
Well, I mean, there'll be a lot of people that didn't pay attention last year that did,
Well,
that did
look,
for
at
this
the end of the
year.
day, we can have
Let's just make it
we just got a note on it. Mr. Klein?
Mr. Hurd, great organizational chart. You've got 22 people
Yes, sir.
and 22 positions, so you're full.
I'm full.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Hurd?
What is the law on people per parcel?
The first 4,500 parcels are mine as the assessor of property, and every 4,500 parcels after, I am to have a deputy assessor.
And it's part-time. These
We
are the
had
numbers.
that
I have two part-time.
I remember this was the
So actually, I have
conversation
two,
last
24.
Yeah, we added.
Yeah,
Yes,
we
yes, I
tried to
did. I
because-
brought that up with the Tennessee code and
I think
everything.
I argued about it with you, that we had that fund.
You have 20 full-time and 2 part-time?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Hurd? Thank you,
Appreciate
sir.
it, sir.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
He also does GIS too, so that adds to his.
Yeah,
My
we
favorite website.
can do that.
I mean, that adds to his workload.
Is it lunchtime?
It is lunchtime.
Yeah, is it here?
All right.
Let's not sit
5-minute
here.
break.
A 5-minute break?
Everybody's ready to move, fastest.
Is that what he said?
Oh,
I gotta go get it.
What did we do?
Oh, thank God.
Oh, yeah, we need there. We need-
Andy got a job.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Hey, can you add that on?
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Good idea.
Does anybody need chewing, y'all need gum or mints or anything?
Have you got that on, Terry, or?
It's on.
Okay.
I don't know what you want.
All right, thanks, guys. David, where is the sheriff's?
He is on page 57 is where he starts, and his salary starts on page 825.
825 is probably where we're gonna look. Okay, guys, 57 and 825. I'll let everybody get oriented, so another 30 seconds here, and then Sheriff Craddock, I will give the floor to you, sir. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, sir. Floor is yours.
All right. Good afternoon. I hope everybody's ready for an invigorating budget discussion. So I'll just go kind of down the line for our operating increases first, if that's okay with you guys. Operating lines, salary, we did 3% COLA per budget committee's recommendation, plus step raises for all the employees. I know that's outside the norm of what every other department in the county has probably presented you so far today. However, it is the norm within law enforcement. Law enforcement across, I mean, you can look at the Hendersonville salary study they did when they did their 10% raise just a month ago. Steps are.
Can I interrupt? I'm so sorry, Eric. What pages are we at?
57 and 825.
Okay, thank you.
825 is probably where you want to turn your attention to for right now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Eric.
Go ahead.
And we use the same salary step model that Commissioner Boyd, Director of Law, and I did 2 years ago during the mid-year adjustment for SRO. Data processing service is up $110,000, and that's mainly due to our conversion over to Office 365 this next year. Everybody knows Microsoft went from buying a license to a user fee model per user. We have 330 users, so just average that out over the course of 12 months. The other things in there that are going to increase in cost, but they're not super material. Caliber, our new RMS system, records management system, is going into full effect this year, and so that's a little increased cost, but we should see a whole lot of increased efficiency with that. Data processing supplies is up $4,000. That's simply a cost increase estimation based on inflation and what we've been using. Data processing equipment, the same thing, up $570.80. That is to mainly help replace all the thin clients in our jail. Everybody in the jail that operates on electronic systems go through a virtual environment based on I'm obviously not an IT guy, miniature computer. They log in through Citrix to get onto our server and access everything. And that's really the ideal way to do it, because so many users want to use one machine, right? So that machine doesn't store data, it just connects them to the server. But it's time to upgrade those within the jail. Maintenance and repair equipment, animal control, up $17,797.50. That is to service the air disinfectant system that we had installed just a few years ago after the respiratory virus. Veterinary services, we have increased the times vets show up to the animal shelter every year, or every month, so increasing $15,000 over the year. The overtime line, increasing $120,200. So that is to pay a stipend for field training officers, shift differential, extra duty assignments like being on the SWAT team, being a meth lab tech, bilingual pay, any sort of extra duty assignment that is on top of being a regular patrol deputy, but they do it. And automatic pay, overtime payments for our NCIC personnel. They currently work 8-hour shifts, 3 shifts, makes 24-hour coverage. They have it set up on a schedule right now where basically they get weekends off every 5 weeks. They have overwhelmingly requested to go to 12-hour shifts, and I'm happy for them to go 12-hour shifts. The only problem is that it creates a budget shortfall because they are 8-hour employees, and per the FLSA, anything over 40 hours on the work week is automatic 1.5. There's no way I can give that comp time back and function the office, so it's going to have to be automatic overtime payments over the 40 hours. And it's 4 hour, it really depends on the rotation, how you look at it. There are some semantics that can be applied on whether the work week starts on Sunday or work week starts on Monday, but as a rule of thumb, I want our work weeks to stay the same for the entire sheriff's office. I don't want NCIC to have a different work week than patrol or the jail. Everything needs to be the same, just for simplicity's sake. The communication line is up $130,600. That's $74,000 for cell phones for deputies. Right now, they use their phones to access data, do all kinds of things, right? I want them to have a sheriff's office cell phone to access CJIS information, to do anything government related, right? I just think that that's good practice. I think that if there's a case out there and a judge wants to see a full forensic cell phone download, we give him the sheriff's office cell phone for a forensic download, not a personal phone. I think that's good practice for our deputies.
With that, is that gonna be like replace them every 3 years or?
So we would get the free iPhone that Verizon has when you sign up for the new line. So the $74,000 is for the service. And we would replace them when the free phone comes back out.
Okay.
We also put in $30,000 for a new phone system installation for the actual sheriff's office. $30,000 is on the high end. Whenever I talked to the vendor who did the phone system for this building, he said installation costs are pretty minimal. I explained to him our building was old and added on to and moved around, and that there were probably going to be some cinder block walls and things. He said, well, on the high end, you can estimate $30,000. Worst case scenario, to install the new phone system. And then annually, that will increase $21,600 for the subscription fee. That's the same phone system that this building has, with the addition of some recording options to have calls coming in from the outside auto recorded so that we can download them into case files, etc. Radio subscriber fees are up to $36,042.45 this year. That's based on EMA's estimate. Dues and memberships is requesting a $3,000 increase, and that's to have a membership at the Tennessee Public Safety Network. They used to receive a bunch of grant funding. That grant funding has since went away, so they went to a membership style. The Tennessee Public Safety Network is paramount when it comes to peer support and debriefing deputies after they go to a critical incident, or corrections officers. They don't care if you're a clerical person. They come in, provide all kinds of resources. They've been a phenomenal partner, and I think $3,000 is well worth the investment to help these deputies go through the crisis now and not 10 years from now. I think that will pay dividends. Maintenance and repair of vehicle, we increased about 30% for aging vehicles. We can discuss that once we get to capital too, because I did request enough vehicles to not have to spend that much money. I mean, right now we are running on old cars, and there's a spreadsheet in your packet to show that. Printing increased $4,000. We're printing carbon copy subpoenas and issuing them in the courtrooms right now. That's cut down on the paper trail between courts, to the clerk's office, to the sheriff's office, to subpoena service and back. So that $4,000 is pretty, making us pretty efficient. Rentals increased $3,000, and that's to rent a space here in Sumner County to host the TCI training. It's actually right on that square in Gallatin. TCI training is mandatory for corrections officers. That's the Tennessee Corrections Institute. They have to have 16 hours of ongoing, continuing education every year. They have trainings across the state. If we host their training, and we do host their training several times, you can only put so many of your employees in there so that other people can go. In order to get more of our employees into our hosted trainings, so they don't have to drive to Cookville or Sparta or anywhere else across the state, I'm gonna rent the space and they're gonna increase the cap and send extra instructors. We work pretty close with TCI. This is, I think, a really good investment for us.
Where do you rent?
We're gonna, right now, the plan is to do the big conference room in the Chamber of Commerce right there on the square.
Okay.
And so that helps businesses on the square. They're gonna have 80 people there eating lunch that day. It's a good deal, I think.
How many people?
It's gonna be 80.
80, thank you.
Warrant service transport increased $9,000. I think it's probably intuitive that the amount of people that are gonna have to be extradited from across the country back to Sumner County to face justice over the next year is not going down. K-9 vet service, our canines are getting older. I had a discussion with our canine leader. It's not time to replace one yet, barring some force majeure event, some mass cancer or something right now. We're gonna get through this budget year with them. However, we did have an operation this last fiscal year due to no fault of anyone. It was just a freak thing, but it did cost us $13,000 to have the dog operated on. And so we moved some money around to do that. I would like to have that money in the line in case. Other contracted services, $3,500 for Stratus Video. That's a translation service. Lots of times we use that in the jail when something needs to be legal, right? We have lots of people that can speak Spanish, but they don't need to show up to court and testify to what they translate to. That's what Stratus Video is for. The electricity for the license plate reader can be removed. We no longer use that license plate reader. It was $1,500, so it can just go away. Vehicle parts was $30,000 at 30%. Other supplies and materials, $7,500 for phone cases. That'll be a one-time thing once we get the phones in. Law enforcement equipment, we increased $10,000, and that's to swap from 40 caliber handguns to 9mm handguns. The ballistics have just improved over the years. Every other agency in Sumner County is using 9mm handguns, so having that easy swap and interagency cooperation is pretty good. Plan to do seized weapons sale, trade ours in, and then roll it out probably in the next calendar year. That's going to take a lot of planning. I think we can do that. Other equipment increased $10,000 to get a new tilt trailer. Right now, when we move our scissor lift between our sites, we have to go over and borrow the school board's tilt trailer. Well, they use their tilt trailer too, right? It's not like we can just pull up, hook up to it, and go. So to have one would be super beneficial. All right, new full-time employees. We requested the 3 full-time clerical for animal control that was recommended by Maddie's Million Pet Challenge last year, but they recommended that after the budget cycle had already started. So we moved the vet service money around and got the part-time employees. This year we're asking for the 3 full-time that they recommended. We're also requesting 13 new deputies, which will bring each shift to 15 deputies assigned to the patrol division. Just for reference, that would give us 60 total deputies in the patrol division. Hendersonville has 83 patrol officers in their patrol division. Gallatin has 56. Their shift minimums are listed in your packet, and if we could flip to the next page, I'll show you a map that I think is pretty illustrative, right? You just heard me tell you the numbers for Gallatin and Hendersonville. Their backup is within this geographic location, right? And Gallatin's is here. This is one zone for the sheriff's office. This is another zone. So realistically, you could be in Westmoreland on a domestic and your backup is in Portland or in Gallatin. It's a safety issue. We need more deputies in the patrol division. We go back, and I'll go through some of the study that I did on these numbers here in just a minute. 1 new lieutenant for the court security division. Currently, there are 28 employees in the court security division supervised by 1 sergeant. The FBI recommends a span of control of 1 supervisor to between 5 and 8 employees. I think we can get by with a lieutenant and a sergeant in the courthouse. I don't think we need to go to more than that. 2 new clerical, 1 for the NCIC division and 1 for the records division. The one in the records division is really going to be a public request coordinator, coordinate with the law director's office. We have seen a significant increase in these over the past year. There's been lots of times when that's a collateral for somebody, and I would like to have one single point of contact for the sheriff's office that does these public records requests, gets them back in time and manner. I'm asking to convert 1 corrections officer to a maintenance position. This is a guy who currently runs the yard crew, and when he's not running the yard crew, he's doing maintenance projects over the sheriff's office. He's leading projects, he's building rooms, he's doing all this stuff. He's doing it now. He's just not being compensated for the work that he's doing. And so I'm just asking to increase his salary commensurate with what he does every day. A new corrections sergeant. This corrections sergeant would be in charge of all the admin functions on the downstairs side of the building. They would be in charge of the booking, classification, and releasing. That's really where a heavy liability comes from in the sheriff's office or in the jail for the county. They would just make sure that everything was being done there correctly. All right, so the staffing study. Let me start by saying this. I'm a police officer. Been a police officer since 2010-ish. I'm not a statistician, right? I'm not. I know that on the front end. But I did go through Northwestern. We did have an applied statistics course. We did do staffing studies. And so I pulled everything that I know from that to do this. Before I did that, I got a quote on having an actual staffing study done for the sheriff's office. It was $55,000. So what you see is what you get. I'm happy to argue and talk about any of these numbers. But again, I'm going to put a little asterisk there. Police officer, not a statistician. All right. When you run 12-hour shifts, you just divide that right in half, right? Typically, a deputy should, in theory, work 2,190 hours a year. But in the real world, you don't work that, right? Because of PTO, court cases, sick leave, on-the-job injury, all of that stuff. So we have to account for the times that a deputy is not there covering the zones. So we used a relief factor of 1.6. There are 3 different options. I think 1.6 is what fits the sheriff's office the best. All right, so if you do the math, total patrol hours required per year to cover the zones. We're going to assign 2 deputies to every zone. 2 deputies will be in zone 1, so Gallatin's backup will be in Gallatin, barring them being on another call, right? Hendersonville's backup will be in Hendersonville. Portland's backup will be in Portland. If you do that, that's 70,080 hours per year that we have to have 24-hour-a-day coverage. You divide that out over the zones, and you get the effective hours per deputy per year after the relief factor is 1,365. So the deputies needed for 8 weeks, 24-hour-a-day coverage is 52 minimum, right? We currently have 47. So we have to get to 52 to be at the bare minimum of what the numbers say we should have. I don't think 52 is enough. All the special events we do, the times we have to go sit at the hospital with inmates, I think just 3 weeks ago we had 4 inmates in the hospital at one time. It's a real thing. It's not happens once every month. It's a constant. I think that we need to get to 60 deputies. That would take an increase of 13 to get to 60. And just some additional justification, countywide population growth is in there. From 2022 to 2023, we had an increase of 29.9% in drug and narcotic violations, which is pretty good if you look at some of the other crime categories. They went down, right? So our guys are out being proactive, arresting the drug and narcotic violations, which typically have a nexus to every other crime in Sumner County. If you're stealing something, most of the time you're stealing it to get drugs, right? And so our enforcement on the drugs has lowered crime elsewhere, but our guys have to have the time to be able to go out and be proactive and attack those drug problems. Current coverage, you guys have it. We currently do 47 deputies in 7 zones. We're going to go to 8 zones, 2 in each, 2 deputies assigned to each of the zones, right? So currently, at a bare minimum, 5 deputies according to the numbers. This is one of those times that I'll throw out the application versus theory. I think in theory we're 5 short, in application we're much more than 5 short. Obligated time and unobligated time, these are some recommendations from law enforcement consultants out in the real world. They say that you should have about 30 to 40% obligated time and 60 to 70% unobligated time. That means obligated time is on what you've spent on a call for service. When Commissioner Klein calls and says, I've had a burglary, the deputy should obligate this much time every day to respond to that call from start to finish. 30 to 40% is the recommendation. On 4/28, I just pulled one of our guys off shift. He spent 387 minutes from start to finish on call, which makes it 53.75% obligated time for him. So his
Instead of 30.
30 to 40,
Okay.
right? So he's 13% over what is the recommendation. I don't have response time in here because I only had a 1-month data metric for you guys. They say you should be able to respond to a priority 1 call in less than 7 minutes. At the sheriff's office, I'm gonna tell you right now, there's no way we do that. If we're coming from Oak Grove to the north side of Westmoreland on a priority 1 call, you can't make it there in 7 minutes. Blue lights and sirens going, you can't do it. Calls for service data, in 2022, we had 49,039. In 2023, we had 57,741. In 2024, we had 62,750. Calls for service year to date, as of 4/28, is 20,505. So if you average that out between January 1st and 4/28, and then project for the rest of the year, we're gonna have 63,426 calls for
What was
service.
it last year?
Last year was 62,750.
About 5% increase.
Um,
And what was it the year before that? Sorry, I can-
57.
So it's about 5% a year.
Well, I mean, when you think about the population growth that's happened in Sumner County, that's, I think, right.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. All right, capital funding request. When I sent these over, I sent attachments, so I'm sure someone from the finance office or I can provide you guys with estimates that we base these numbers on.
Page 101, where's capitals at?
A $34,000 padded jail cell that'll have a company come in and make a jail cell for someone who needs to be in a padded cell. Right now, we only have a concrete cell, and sometimes people try to hurt themselves. We have to take measures to prevent them, and if they were in a padded cell, we could just let them out there off the pad, right? It would prevent us from having to go in. Jail shower fix is $380,000. That's gonna come in and put a non-slip coating on all of the showers in the jail. If anyone wants to come look at a shower in the jail and see why it needs it, call me. Happy to walk you through it. That is an estimate.
The jail shower, that's where I wanna go, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was
Well,
thinking.
you know, some people see that and think that's money wasted, but I promise you,
How many showers do we talk about?
So that's every shower in the jail. Every pod, everything is getting redone. We have for years pressure washed and put a paint coating on it that just chips off and flakes away. It doesn't last any time at all. I would really like a professional company to come in and do it right, and I have to worry about it for 10, 15 years.
Oh, so I thought it was like something ceramic tile or something.
No, we couldn't put ceramic tile in jail. This is kind of like a epoxy coating that you would put on it, but it is specifically designed for correctional facilities.
Okay.
Remember, it's a jail, David, they can't put a lot of stuff in there.
What?
They can't put some stuff in there, they would like beat it out and kill
Right.
each other. So I don't want to put it in a nice way. It would be a safety issue for them to have it.
The jail property room, I would like to reformat that. Currently, we put everybody's jail property in a vacuum sealed bag, put it in a milk crate on a shelf. We are running out of room. The rolling shelves are malfunctioning. You can't really replace them. We can repair them the best we can. So we got an estimate from, it's basically a dry cleaning conveyor belt, right? It's made for jail property rooms. There'll be assigned a thing, it hangs up, and then it spins around. It'll increase our storage. It's $94,000. All the reviews from other sheriff's office and other jails that I talked to said it was awesome. It helps organize things better. I think it'll be money well spent.
What is it used for?
So when an inmate comes into jail and we take their property, we put it in a vacuum sealed bag, and then we have to store it
Okay.
until they get out.
Okay.
So is the hanger still vacuum sealed?
So the vacuum sealed bag will go inside a specially designed mesh bag to go up on the hanger. Yes.
So I'm just condensing.
The vacuum seal is super important to me for 2 reasons. Number one, fentanyl, if they have that on there, it stays inside the vacuum seal bag. Number two, as you guys can imagine, the people that come to jail don't always have the cleanest clothes, and so that allows us to keep the odor down and sanitation up. Courthouse remodel, $4.5 million, and that's based off the county engineer's estimate. Now, that $4.5 million did include, from my knowledge, did include the recovery court section of that. So it could come down substantially based on how recovery court remodels that section of the building. The $4.5 million, I'm not an architect, I'm not a space designer. I told you guys just a minute ago, okay, I would love to have an architect or a space designer come in, let me tell him what I think I need, let him design. And get us the absolute best product.
What do you think you need? Like, what would you use this space?
So I absolutely need 3 new interview rooms. downstairs. I need a new property room, not a new property room, I need to expand a property room. I need a public lobby. Right now, if someone walks in and asks for service from the sheriff's office, there's nowhere for them to go. We take them into a patrol room where literally they're sitting at a table, taking a report, and over here could be a deputy processing drugs on the evidence table and depositing evidence in a temporary evidence locker. I want to do away with the temporary evidence locker where a deputy deposits something there and the evidence custodian gets it and takes it to the evidence room. I want to put evidence lockers in. That way the deputy is maintaining chain of custody. He is putting the evidence into the through locker and the evidence custodian gets it from the other side. That eliminates a ton of issues in court. The public lobby is huge for me. I need to have an area right off of the public lobby for the records department. I would say 50% of the people that show up at the sheriff's office need a copy of their report or to talk to a deputy about a civil issue or something like that. So I need a place right off of the lobby for that, and I need a place right off of the lobby for the other 50% that show up to be fingerprinted and photographed. That allows us to serve the public without bringing them back into any secured facility. They're not around anything, not seeing anything they're not supposed to, and I think it increases the professionalism. I think the citizens expect to have something. I mean, I can't tell you how many times someone showed up and they're like, well, you want me to sit on this old jail bench that you guys put here? Just hang tight, we'll get to you right when we can. I think the courthouse remodel is huge. There are lots of other things on there. Do you remember, Tommy?
Quartermaster office for
yes.
Supplies, the warrants and records division expansion, where they're just, I mean, they got records and papers stacked up on top of each other's in boxes.
Yes. One of the things that quartermaster, so right now when we hire a new guy, we typically put them in the car and send them to Nashville to be fitted for uniforms. I would like to have a stock on hand so that when they show up, you're a 3430, here's your pants, try them on. You're a large uniform top, here's your shirt, put it on. I think having that in stock increases our efficiency. They don't have to wait on it to be tailored or ordered at CMS Uniforms in Nashville and then sent here. They can have a uniform that day and be in a car. Several times over the past few years, we've had guys who had to wait to start their in-car training because their uniforms weren't in yet. And so having a place that we have stock and be able to have deputies try stuff on, or employees try their uniforms on is pretty important.
You don't stock any now?
The stock that we have now, ironically enough, is on one of those aluminum racks that you find at a clothing store, and it broke last week. We had some of it.
Sheriff Craig, are you still going, because you reached over, because I just wanted to, I know you and I have been haggling over this for a couple of weeks here. I wanted you, if you haven't gotten to it yet, just to talk through the vehicle.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm still going.
Okay, got it.
So actually next, patrol cars. We need 26 new patrol cars to replace the existing fleet. We estimated those at $79,000. That's based on what it cost us last year to buy an equipped patrol car. On the very last page of your packet is a spreadsheet that shows that currently, as of yesterday, we have 45 cars in service with over 130,000 miles. The average, when I was on patrol, I put 4,000 miles a month on a car. I know that because every month I had to get an oil change. And at 4,000 miles, you get your oil change at the sheriff's office. So the cars are only getting older. We're still trying to play catch up from 2 years ago when our ask was cut from 20 to 10. We're adding employees. Empirically, the sheriff's office has never added employees and given you guys a fully wrapped cost. We never said this is what it costs for their duty belt, their car, their gun, all this stuff. We pulled that out of our operating lines. And so the vehicle portion of that is really caught up to us.
So if you don't mind, I'm gonna jump in on this one a little bit, because I looked at it, I mean, you and I looked at it and my eyes popped. And I know we're gonna, because I know that's what everybody's gonna look at, because it's not a small number. Interestingly, I made a little quip about it to an SRO who's a friend of mine. And he told me a story which I have since verified from a couple other officers. The folks that have the lower end of the lower end patrol cars, and by lower end I mean the older ones without more mileage, they won't use them to go to training for things that are extended. They'll take their own vehicles. So we can talk about the numbers and how much we can afford, but there are a lot of cars here that are over 130, 140,000 miles. And those vehicles, I've had some conversations with folks. They're at the point where if I'm an officer and I would rather take my personal vehicle uncomped for a 100-mile drive, round trip to some training that I'm gonna go to, that tells me that that vehicle is probably needs to be replaced. I'm just gonna put that out there, because I looked at this line item in particular, and my eyes popped out of my head, and I've done a little bit of digging on it, and it's probably something we need to address. That is my opinion, and we can talk about the details of it, but I'll hand it back to you.
New radios, gonna have 35. We've depleted our cash, which was originally intended to be, there's a tornado and we have to bring corrections officers out to block an intersection, grab this radio, that way you communicate with everybody. But as we've added new employees and radios have died, we've just pulled them from the cash. So I'm asking for $77,000 to replete the cash and then have radios on standby. And then separately from the patrol cars, to replace the existing fleet, I would like to ask for whatever new positions we get for deputies to have the new patrol car included in that employee cost. If we don't start doing that now, this is just going to catch up to us again in 2 or 3 years. $50,000 for kitchen equipment, that's generally used every year. We just kind of wait on ATEC or our service provider to say, hey, this slicer, this oven, this deep fryer isn't working anymore, and you need to replace it. And then $100,000 for our carry system upgrade. That's the facility access where you use your fingerprint or your key fob to get in. We can't do that in-house. All of our boards are aging straight from the vendor's mouth. It's time for us to upgrade our system.
Eric, jump the server refresh.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so $100,000 on server refresh. That's one of those deals that right now, especially, you can't project what a server's going to cost until you build it out. And that's where the chips made and where the tariffs at right now, right? So that's just one of those deals. Last year, we had a plan to do 2 servers. We ran into some IT issues this year. We had to do 1 server and network switches. The network switches actually came in yesterday. And so kind of our plan is to do 2 servers. We have 4 total, and then they'll end of life cycle, right? That's one of those things that we need to be proactive on replacing and not waiting for it to go out.
What's the
because that's an
life
emergency.
cycle expectation?
Typically about 4 years, depending on the specs on that individual server.
And is it all the state information?
It's all the sheriff's office information.
But across the state or
No, sir.
Just in Sumner County?
It's the Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
Oh,
So,
okay.
and I mean, that sounds like a lot, I guess, but when you think about how many guys I have out on the road and how many computers are accessing our internal server via a virtual network.
It's all your video feeds.
It takes all of our digital evidence.
This is outside.
That's a lot of, I mean, all that visual feed and audio feed is heavy.
It's outside of mine too. Actually, in the past month, I went and sat down with 2 IT people that don't work at the sheriff's office and picked their brain on how I can do things better, how I can make them more efficient, some of the frustrations I've had with some of our programs. And they both kind of even, it's not the answer I'll be this program is what you need, this is how you need to do it, and I gotta trust the IT guy.
You must have incredible RAM and hard
I
drive.
mean, when to process all that AV, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, imagine one shift of body cam footage being uploaded.
All that, yeah, I mean, that's 40, 50 people times, and y'all probably have to keep it for release.
So records retention laws, depends on if it's a felony, you have to, sometimes you have to keep it until a presumption of death, which is 100 years.
Yeah, so it's.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we were just going through this last week.
Yeah, it's.
They're gonna have 100 years.
They're
geez.
gonna have big
How many
bigger
total
than
patrol
everybody
cars?
else in the county.
Sir?
How many total patrol cars do you have, or cars do you
Cars in the fleet, I'll get you an exact number. I don't want to tell you a lot off the top of my head.
ballpark?
Cameron, do you know?
But
We'll
you
get it
got,
for just a second.
you got 45 that are above 130,000 miles.
Oh, these are not everything.
Yes, that's not everything. I only put the ones on that sheet that were above 130,000 miles.
So when you say completely packaged, if you want 13 officers, does that mean I haven't looked at the capital, so automatically 13 cars? You want to start that this year?
That would be my ask, yes. I think if we don't do that, we only have these hard
Do the
discussions
new
every year.
deputies get cars, or are you gonna give those to the?
So no.
Yeah, I know.
The established deputies will get the new cars, and the new cars will funnel down.
I was curious about that.
Yes,
as well.
that's typically how we do it. Yes,
So
sir.
Eric, when you equip a car, is it just the vehicle that's $70,000 and then all the?
No, so typically, I think last year we paid $44,400 for the vehicle, and then the rest of it is equipment. When you think about partitions and seat belts and MDT, the in-car cameras. It depends on if it's a canine car, if it's got temperature sensors in the back so the canine doesn't get overheated. There's so much equipment that goes into a car that the average person doesn't think about. But if you guys want me to get a patrol car for you to see it, I'm happy to show you all.
I thought it was just the car was 70,000.
No, that's-
I'm pleased.
We'd be happy to put you in the back of the patrol car.
I've never been there.
In the new padded rooms.
So where did you come up with 26
That's okay.
new ones? What, your request for 26?
So when we did this, obviously we have to submit the budget back in March. When we did this and we sat down, we thought 26 is what we needed.
Because you haven't been fully packaging your new deputies as they've been coming in. So he needs 13 deputies, 13 cars, and then 13 other new cars because they haven't been.
No, 39 new cars.
So 26 to replace the existing fleet, and then 13 for the new.
Oh, okay.
positions.
Well, I was off. So you need 39 total. Again, I haven't
Ms.
seen the
Boyd,
capital
was you
worksheet.
done? Did you have any other questions?
I'm just looking at the mileage, and I was, in my mind, thinking there was some type of mileage break at 26, between 26 and 27, and doesn't seem to be, but I was just curious.
Yes,
I mean, you'll
so-
take whatever, I guess, but, okay.
So, not that it's gonna happen tomorrow, but sometime, we're gonna get to the question of the remaining life on that building.
Which
So,
building?
the whole jail building. I mean, we're investing in the remodel. Are we talking 5 years, 10 years, 20 years?
So-
It's in the future,
Separate.
but we're
There
gonna
are two
invest.
answers to this question, right?
Yeah.
Because the lifespan of the sheriff's office admin building is going to be different than the lifespan of the jail. So which one are you asking about?
Just,
jail?
yeah, I'm looking at, we're gonna invest in the renovation.
Mhm.
I just wanna make sure that you're not planning on leaving in the next 10 years, or, that's my question.
Leaving the jail or?
Or,
leaving-
yeah, building a new facility.
I would estimate conservatively that in 2040, Sumner County's gonna have to build a new jail.
In which year?
2040.
2040. Excellent.
If you do the research yourself, call CTAS and ask them how a jail ages versus a normal jail.
Yes.
Well, we've got special problems with electrolysis.
Yeah.
It's degrading a lot of the pipe that's under the ground. It's only-
Then you also got a 4-story building, which is another.
No, that's a great answer.
Which is a very expensive staff too.
Any other questions for Sheriff Craddock? Well, we're gonna let him off easy. Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
He emailed it, I saw it.
All right.
He did email it. Finance has it.
You got ECC, can you hand me one?
260.
260, thank you.
Uh,
So 10
216.
216, 216, thank you.
Who's all in the patrol car?
216.
Hey, I said, go back
Mine's just doing the same thing.
So 50,000 miles a year?
I would say that's probably sworn off. Yes, I would say 45 to 50 is probably.
That jail's gonna cost you 30, 50, 60, whatever.
I was told we can carry 45 units on an acre.
We sell them on GoPro.
Sure.
Go
ahead and start.
We can make a part.
Unless it's a lease car and then don't take care of it.
Cat sick, busted in his car, and now he's got water on it.
We're taking a break and we'll get to it.
Basically a 3-year lifespan. It's like 70 to 80, 60, 70 vehicles. Something done.
Is he a rotate somebody? No, sir.
Something done.
No, I mean, that's definitely.
Okay.
Like, they want to do this expectation. Is it 5-year rotation?
Correct.
All ready?
They
All
were.
right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So the ECC has submitted to you a budget that we consider has critical needs on there to sustain what the public expects and what our client agencies also expect in us handling the calls for service that we get. So just as a reminder, The ECC, with the exception of White House and partially Goodlettsville, is the public safety hub of Sumner County, right? That's where all of your 911 calls go in Sumner County. That's when, if you need a police, fire, ambulance response, you call the ECC within Sumner County. And then the ECC is responsible, therefore, for processing that information and then sending the proper resources that could include one of 22 agencies for whom we dispatch, okay? And so also I just want to remind you that the budget that you're seeing in front of you, don't forget that you're responsible for 32% of it. So the $6.4 million budget, if you were to approve that, then you're on the hook for what? Well, I don't have that total, but this would increase from this year by about $862,000. That's what the increase would be, your share from last year to this year.
Hey, real quick, what pages are we on?
It should be 66 and 830.
66 and 830.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Also, I'd sent you all a link, I don't know, last week sometime that I had a video and a presentation of this just in more detail. I knew we weren't going to have 31 minutes to present, so that's why I sent you the video, so hopefully you could watch that and have a more in-depth understanding of what we're asking for. So our critical needs, what do we need? We need 7 telecommunicator positions added to our budget. That's 5 telecommunicators and 2 CTOs. A CTO is a communications training officer. And I'll explain a little bit more about why we need that here in just a minute. An additional 4% adjustment in addition to the COLA for our deputy director and 3 managers. We're adding that because we did not add those 4 positions in this current year's budget. We focused this current year's budget on our lower paid telecommunicators, supervisors, and CTOs. This year, it's their turn to get that adjustment added to their salary. Also, an on-call stipend for employees. We run 12-hour shifts, and we ask every employee to be on call for an opposing shift. So as we go through there and we call in somebody on their day off, well, it's not really fair if they don't show up that we have to write them up or they're subject to disciplinary action. So it should also be fair that they are subject to some sort of incentive. So we want to provide them with a $50 stipend when you're on call to be paid to the employee as they're on call. So that would be about $36,000, I believe, if I'm correct. Overtime training. We need to put in place 1 day of overtime training for all of our employees. As you can imagine, the stress that a telecommunicator undergoes is pretty significant, right? Currently, we're asking them to handle and process childbirth calls, CPR calls. A telecommunicator has to listen to a child who's screaming and crying because mommy and dad are fighting. Well, that takes a toll on our telecommunicators. And currently for our training, because we're trying to limit the amount of overtime that we provide, then we ask them to do their training simultaneously with their call taking and telecommunicator duties. Well, you can't really split your tasks effectively, handle the public's calls, the public safety calls, and then also handle your training effectively when you're trying to multitask those 3 things. So additionally, we want to bring everybody in for 1 day, an 8-hour class, to provide them some mental health training that we think would benefit them significantly. Some other less costly requests that we want to put in this budget: frontline QI software at $4,020. That will have also a 5% yearly increase, just like most any other maintenance agreement as well. Professional cleaning one time for the ECC. We did that this year. We did it partially, so we would have less of an impact on the budget. Now we need to do the rest of the ECC for that in-depth cleaning. An additional $9,000 roughly for travel and training to APCO and MENA conferences. These are national or international organizations that provide training for telecommunicators, widely attended event, and I think it's an excellent resource for our telecommunicators to experience that training. Also, they get to see people from other parts of the country and other parts of the world at these same trainings. They pick up on things that would help them do better for us here in Sumner County. And of course, our maintenance agreements will go up about 5%, and that's pretty much across the board. So let me tell you why I'm asking for these 7 telecommunicators and why this is a critical need for us. So, you know, the population of Sumner County has increased. The ECC opened in 2017, so some of the statistics that I'm going to give you are from 2017 and today. But more recently, I'm going to start with some 2020 statistics. Since 2020, we've increased about 18% in our calls for service. That would be domestics that are called in, traffic crashes, theft reports, anything that we would, a medical call, fire incidents, anything that we would have to process and send out a client agency. So that's increased 18% since 2020, or about 34,000. And I'm gonna tell you, the trend so far in the first 3 months of this year is not looking good for us either. So we've had about a 13% increase over the same time period from 2024, or about 6,800 incidents more in the first 3 months of this year compared to the same time last year. Our phone calls, we've increased about 8.2% since 2020. We processed in 2024 about 297,000 calls. That's about, 225-ish thousand incoming calls, and we have to make outgoing calls as well. But don't forget that our telecommunicators, while they're handling the radio traffic, they're also having to handle telephone traffic as well. So you've got 2 channels, and in one case, 3 channels for one agency that you have to monitor, and you have to take those 911 calls, or you have to take those phone calls from on the 10-digit lines. So our telecommunicators are really being, I think, overtasked with the amount of work that they're having to do, and that can be cured in part by having additional personnel. So why else are we asking for 7 people? Well, if you look at 2017, the number of personnel that our 22 client agencies had, they have increased since then about, on average, 33%. The ECC in that same time period has increased 11%. It's not keeping up. And our telecommunicators are seeing that, and it's very tough for them to do that. Now, that does not include the requests that are being made now by our client agencies for the next fiscal year. Our friend the sheriff, he's asking, I think I heard 13 positions. Don't get me wrong, they're needed, absolutely, I can see that. But that's going to put an additional task, an additional burden on our telecommunicators. And Sheriff, I'll pick on you just a second. The Sheriff's Office has 3 channels. All the other agencies, the law agencies, have 2 channels. The Sheriff's Office has 3 channels because they have a channel dedicated to the SROs. Fantastic, not a problem. Do you realize I have one telecommunicator who is handling 3 channels for one agency? That's not sustainable. So while school is in session and an SRO calls in on that channel, don't forget that that telecommunicator is also having to maintain the traffic that's being dealt with by patrol, courts, by warrants officers. That's a significant amount of traffic that they're having to deal with, and it's not feasible, it's not sustainable if we're going to do this right. So our solution is to create 7 new positions within the ECC and put an additional telecommunicator on our 3 largest agencies, which will be the Sheriff's Office, Gallatin, and Hendersonville Police Departments. That would also allow them to assist with other tasks within the ECC, whether that be call taking. If Portland, for instance, gets in a pursuit, then one of the dual telecommunicators for the larger agencies could assist that other agency or that other telecommunicator. We're going to ask for additional personnel to put in the EMS and fire pod. So let me tell you how that works. Currently, we have one telecommunicator who's handling 13 fire agencies. One telecommunicator for 13 fire agencies. Now, a call comes in, telecommunicator puts that out to, and I'll just use Gallatin for as an example. They're going to send that incident and everybody who's associated with that to an operations channel. Well, that telecommunicator is still maintaining their 13 fire channels and their operations channel. EMS is kind of in the same boat. EMS has one telecommunicator. That dispatcher dispatches an EMS incident, medical incident, and then that EMS truck goes over to an operations channel. Now that EMS dispatcher is handling EMS and an operations channel. So if we put an additional telecommunicator in the fire and EMS pod, that will help to relieve some stress of those 2 telecommunicators that are existing in the fire and EMS pod.
Can I ask a quick question here?
Of course, yes, sir.
And this may be getting into operation stuff here, but, so I understand, call comes in, your telecommunicator begins the dispatch and then opens up an ops channel. That makes sense. So, but the ops channel, what's really the role of the telecommunicator? At that point, isn't it handed off down to like the tactical unit on the ground, and aren't they just kind of, what's the role at that point of the dispatcher or the telecommunicator?
You take the call. You're a call taker.
Okay.
or you're a telecommunicator, you're a dispatcher who's working for the sheriff's office. You take a 911 call, it's a cardiac arrest. So you enter that information, you process that, you put it in queue, and then that is picked up by the fire and EMS dispatchers. Because now fire is running with EMS, right? So you took the call, that gets sent over to the fire and EMS pod, and then those dispatchers send out their resources. So once they dispatch, then they say, okay, you go to Ops 1.
Right.
And so those trucks go over to Operations 1.
Right.
Does that answer your question?
It does, but I mean, when they're in that, what are they, once that ops channel is open, what's the role of the dispatcher? I mean,
To maintain the needs of those units. Go
I may
ahead.
be able to help answer that question. So, they still have their dispatch channel. So additional calls come in, they use that
Yep.
channel for pages, like they gotta
Yep.
tone out the stations so they can go. They can't run their operations on that channel. So they're sent over to this other channel. The dispatcher is still responsible for handling requests from paramedics. Maybe they need life flight to be en route, or they need to get another fire service to
and that's
respond
coming
to
up from the
drive.
ops channel. Okay.
Yes.
All right,
They also
that's-
have an additional fire ground channel, which we don't necessarily
Got
monitor.
it,
Just
got it.
combine some.
So,
of the-
and I guess I didn't, it really is just like military. Any of those calls routed up from whoever your squad is on the ground is being routed up through your dispatch, and dispatch is coordinating higher assets like airlift
Yes,
or
and they
whatever.
communicate with like incident command.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
The whole
right, got it.
purpose was just to combine them together so they could talk to each other on that.
No,
channel.
yeah, no, I understand that.
was
That
the
makes,
only
that
reason.
makes perfect sense. What I didn't understand was like what the dispatcher's doing.
Yeah.
Like,
They still dispatch and do everything.
we're getting into weeds. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you're good, you're good. So again, we don't want to compare ourselves to others, but we do want to compare ourselves to others, kind of find out what other people are doing, kind of see where we stand. They see where they stand when they compare us to them. We took part in a staffing study conducted by Mission Critical Partners in 2024. We got the results early this year. And they were doing a staffing and compensation study for Washington County, Tennessee. Washington County has about 138,000 people. We have over 200,000. They serve 14 agencies across fire, law, and EMS. We serve 22. They have 52 positions within their ECC compared to our 59 currently. Their recommendation was to add 11 to 13 positions to the Washington County ECC, ECD, based on their needs, based on this compensation study. We're asking you for 7. We're telling you that we need 7 telecommunicators added to the ECC today, just to be able to maintain the quality of service that the public expects and that we have to keep up with from our field responders. Again, don't forget that you're only responsible for 32% of this entire budget, and the increase from last year of the current year's budget to what we're asking for, your portion would be about $862,000. Questions? Mr. Klein?
Thank you for your organizational chart. I want to fill in some blanks for myself. Under training supervisor, we have communications training officers when training. Are those the same communications training officers as are under shift supervisors?
Correct.
Okay, so those are, how many of those do we have, or is that?
8.
8, okay. How many shift supervisors do we have?
4.
4. Communication, or telecommunicators, how many do we have?
39.
And we want 7 more?
Correct.
Five more.
Oh,
And then 2 CTOs.
2, see what's?
The communications training officer.
Oh, okay,
2 of those, and then the rest are the 5 telecommunicators.
okay. Okay, so we want 2 more of those. So 8 plus 2. And 39, is that right? And then 39 plus 5. And how many critical incident stress management members do we have?
2. 2 is strictly a part-time. They consume those responsibilities. Both are supervisors, I believe.
Yes.
So
Okay.
they just do that based on their own.
Okay, great, thank you.
Silly question. Telecommunicator versus dispatcher, is that the exact same thing or are they very different things?
Pretty much.
Okay.
The telecommunicator handles multiple communications job duties.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. I just saw dispatcher somewhere, and then I just wanted to make sure I'm matching stuff up.
Politically correct, Hillary.
What's the percentage that the county pays?
32%.
And then the other 68 is who?
Cities. That's made up of the cities. So I can.
Cities reimburse us.
Want that?
The cities reimburse us, David, is that
They
what
write
you
us a
said?
check and reimburse us.
That's part of the agreement.
Yeah, we
But
haven't
does the county just get to make the decision, and the city just
MOUs.
foot the bill, or the county has to approve it? Or the cities have to approve it?
Do what now?
Do all the cities have to approve it, or the county just gets to make the decision?
They all have to approve it. You gotta agree to it too.
Yeah.
You all have to agree, and then it's an MOU and.
Yeah.
So we can't just say, we want to hire 100 more telecommunicators. No. Deal with it.
Cities would refuse.
Gotcha.
So if one city says no, then it all
Yeah,
goes.
we
Go
all
ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Bergdorf.
From my days of being on health and emergency services, how are you keeping your positions staffed, or you haven't, seemed like 2 years ago we were down 8, we're down 7, we're down 8, so how's your staffing going?
With the exception of the director position, we're fully staffed today.
Oh, okay, good. Well, I'm just
We're
remembering
thrilled,
from,
yeah.
you know.
Yes, good question.
So you're
yes.
asking from our staff, I just wanna make sure that
Yes.
you're here.
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
On that same line of thinking, it seemed like because of the stress involved, it's kind of a revolving door. What is your turnover rate?
Gosh, I think it's around 30%. I mean, it was,
Per year?
I think I pulled stats over the last couple of years, yes. Yeah, you're right, it's a stressful job, and, gosh, I brought the screenshot in. Kudos to one of our cities, they just posted basically a front desk position at a public building, making $45,000 a year, working a couple of weekends, no nights. We're asking our people to work 12-hour shifts, weekends, holidays, for $49,000-$50,000. So, yeah, that's tough to compete with.
So with the training programs you spoke about, additional and a 30% turnover, that gets real expensive real fast, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
Because you'll lose somebody within maybe 6 months of the time that they were fully trained.
Yes, absolutely. It takes 6 weeks of classroom training, about 23 12-hour shifts for their either call taking or first agency. And then if they do an agency first, there's another 276 hours, I think, of call taking. So yeah, if we're lucky, we can get somebody totally through the cross training, but yes, it's expensive and sometimes spinning on wheels trying to get caught up.
I was talking to one of the other commissioners about this just yesterday. Is any of that training money in addition to their pay?
Yes.
It is, so they get.
I'm sorry, the salaries, yes.
So if they make X a day, they'll make X plus whatever when they go out and train.
Talking about the trainers or the trainees?
The trainees.
The trainees, yes. Once they're signed up on an agency or signed up on a discipline, then there is an increase in their pay.
Yes. But the question is.
While they're training.
While they are training, are they being paid
Additionally
while they're in training? Sounds like no.
Okay, so they make their salary and they're being trained, but it's on the job training, they're not, okay.
So you gotta have 2 people to go and train. You gotta think about the cost.
2?
Yeah, you're gonna have 2 sitting together versus 1 if you're training a lot. So you gotta think that staff, it's really expensive because he's talking that many hours, and somebody's sitting with him, you're taking 2 employees versus 1.
Yeah, that's really.
That's where your cost is
It's
coming.
a coverage thing.
It's a cost.
The
to
turnover
staff.
causes a coverage issue because
What?
we're losing them.
So this isn't
Okay.
so much in the numbers, but since I have both you and the sheriff here, how are your services for mental health coming from 1 to 1? We've had that discussion in insurance, so how are y'all?
We don't see any issues with one-to-one, I mean, our employees, we don't.
You can get in and get out? Is it good?
No, the
Okay.
reports that I get from my employees are they're not getting in and getting out, they're getting in and being put on a long way.
Do your employees know that this service is available?
Yes.
Maybe, so you do know. We'll take that off then. I'll bring it back again.
Mr. Lambert.
Just out of curiosity, you brought it up. What is the average tenure for a telecommunicator? I'm imagining it's a pretty stressful job, so I could not do it for very long, so.
Within our own center, it has been a period of maybe 2 to 5 years, I would say.
I'm gonna say that's
But if you think generally in other agencies, probably about 10 years working on the console itself.
Sure.
So,
I guess the preface of that question is you always want to build in some kind of, I mean, we're always going to be training this position because it's not like a sheriff which is going to be on the road for 40 years. You're going to always have some sort of turnover.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think it has improved some different.
Yeah, burnout has a significant issue or impact on that as well. I'll use a couple of examples. We have one.
Which is
large-
amplified by people that are handling 13 different, that's also where all my mind was going.
Yeah,
I mean, if a normal burnout is 5 years and I'm handling double the workload of somebody else, I'm probably going to cut that down into 2 years.
One large agency in the county is taxing on a lot of dispatchers just because of the workload that goes along with that. Not that they're doing anything improper, it's just they're a busy agency and that's a lot for one dispatcher.
Is there an age group that's more common in telecommunicators? I'm assuming they're younger, and so they don't see this as a career path necessarily anyway. So I'm thinking about the turnover and, you try different things.
Yeah, but I mean, I would say though, like, because I've been in scenarios personally where you're on many different channels, and the cognitive load of that is no joke. Like,
Oh, I know.
The cognitive load of listening in one ear and listening in another, and like it's not something that a human can sustain for, like, you can do it for a year deployment, or you can do it, but like to do that for 10 years would be, that's.
Oh, yeah, I
that's-
listened to the recordings, of some of the emergency calls, and it's like, wow.
Remind me, where is Washington County? Is that Jefferson? Where is that?
Johnson City.
Johnson, that's what I meant, Johnson City.
Way out east.
Thanks.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Guthrie? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, I think. What's that?
The district, I have 2 budgets.
They basically,
Oh.
but they reimburse.
Yeah, I'm.
Yeah, I just had to get
Sorry
that full
about that.
explanation. I've been looking at the wrong thing, and Josh and John was talking about the EMA.
No,
we got too
you're
many.
just
We got
gonna
alphabet
consolidate
soup
this. Let's
over
do
here.
ECD.
On the ECD reimburses us for all the costs. Plus, I think, is it 20 this coming year?
Right, we provide $20,000, it's about $9,000 to reimburse you for licenses, which mostly go to the ECC, and then another $10,000, $11,000 that goes to the county as you're being our IT backup, in addition to our
And
full-time staff.
utilities and stuff.
All right.
So basically, they pay us cost plus 20, so anything we can show you, they're reimbursing it all.
All right.
And I think you only asked for one more cost of living.
Yes, we're not asking for anything above cost of living. It's
Okay, that's just it. All right, any
Complete
questions,
pass-through.
any questions on that?
That is it?
Okay.
On ACD?
Thank
Yeah,
you, sir.
ACD flows
Thank
through.
y'all, ladies.
Oh.
So,
Didn't think you guys wanted to spend a lot of time.
we've got some time here, I've got some thoughts. We have, I think
Thank
we've
you,
got
ladies.
enough time to knock out debt service.
You want to ask the mayor first?
Oh, yeah, you-
112, he had some concern about it.
Mr. Mayor, you had a question around, the earlier discussion around the 112.
Oh, I don't have my notes with me on that. I'll save it for tomorrow.
Okay, well, then, we can, I mean, let's knock out debt service.
You can knock out debt service, there's not a lot to knock out, let's go into this one on it.
What page?
It's,
Let's do insurance next.
insurance is pretty easy too, but we're gonna put it on the
Page
screen.
93, I believe.
93 is
I
that?
think so, I think so.
I'll look at, yes, 93. She is correct. This is the one we looked at earlier where we show a some $1,000 drain down, and with the other 250 for arbitrage, you're looking at about 13 million. But if you look at the history back in 2000, before 2023, the fund balance was much lower.
Do you want me to?
Yes, I know some of those are blank, but those are the ones that actually still have that in. I can go ahead and just hide a few of those back.
It's because not.
I know, but just re-hide seat. There you go, over the balance, see where the balance is at right there. So you've been at 21, 25, 23, 20, 21, and if you go further back in time, you're even lower. So really, your 24 is more than adequate to.
I agree with
That's what
That's my opinion.
That's what I'm thinking, and add in the arbitrage payment that you have to pay.
What is it, 200,000?
About 250 is what I would estimate right now.
I mean, so I don't know that we need a motion for it.
I'd probably
I
just
would
make
say
a motion to take it in the 250 arbitrage.
Well, do we need to make the motion, or do we just do it? Because we change things all the time. We ran into this before.
What is changed?
Without objection, what we're suggesting doing here is leaving debt service as is, and then added $250,000 worth of capital.
It's for arbitrage.
Oh, yeah.
Interest repayments to the IRS.
That's fine. That's what I would recommend doing.
Is that where it goes as
Yes,
capital?
it goes back to, no, it goes, the interest would go
Debt
back to the
service.
United States Treasury. You have to pay it to, but since the interest.
But when we,
Since the interest is being earned in place in debt service, it can be paid.
Yeah,
back.
so his question is, it's earned and it goes back into debt service. That's why this is clipping up like it is. What is over the allowed amount, we have to pay back to the treasury, and that's about $200,000.
Should come from debt service until you put your interest.
So,
but when we earn interest, does it, what account does it go into?
Debt service is most, that's why
Debt
there's,
service account.
that's why there's almost 5 million. Go click on that revenue sheet. It shows. This year on just the interest earnings was, go back. Those two numbers right there is your interest earnings.
yeah.
4.8
Okay, so
million.
5 million.
Almost 5 million.
And that's conservative because I think rates are going down. This year, click over there and show him what we brought in 2024. We brought in about 9 million in '24, no, boy, it's about almost 10.
That right there,
$10 million in interest in '24.
we try to keep that, it's kind of like paying your taxes.
Mhm.
You try to get it at zero, but like,
You can't
you
control.
can't exactly get it, and you want to max that out.
Mhm.
You earn as much interest as you can in any excess.
That's right.
What line do you want me to put
But, I mean, we paid that much this year.
Let's make
Does
it-
anybody have anything else that you want to do with debt service?
You don't
Y'all,
want me to
are y'all good with what David and I are suggesting?
Go on to them. Let's not, okay?
appropriate?
So just make a note of the Friday.
Okay, well, that was easy. Let's do insurance.
The insurance.
We got it, got it.
Mr. Chairman, going back to the jailhouse, or I mean, the courthouse and jail maintenance, the only, and I think David addressed this, the only thing I want to make sure is that we had the money in there, because we had line allocation issues with the janitorial service.
In the new courthouse, and it's in there.
It is.
We've got, there's $170,000 in there, we haven't got the bid back, it could be more, it could be less. That's what I'm saying, just take the 10 out, and then when we get the bid back,
Oh, yeah.
we can evaluate it
Yeah,
then, but he
yeah,
didn't,
so-
it is in there.
We pulled that out just to balance, it was like 67.
But it's right, it's that purple line. right
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
That's why I've got
So
the
I
mark
just,
purple.
yeah, I want to make sure that we're okay on that. If we bid it out, that it's going to be there next budget
Yeah,
year.
yes, we are.
Okay.
We don't have any.
That was my only question.
No, it's in there.
How many
Yeah,
bidders
it
did
includes
we get?
170.
There's 170 in there for that. We don't know what it's gonna be for sure.
Yeah.
Mayor, how many bidders went after it?
Don't know yet.
Okay.
It hasn't been opened.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so those two, let's do insurance.
Oh, the insurance.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Burkle.
And when you were budgeting, I think 2 years ago for the maintenance, cause whatever, maintenance at the courthouse, and do you have enough staff over there now?
We will with this contract.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yep.
He's out.
Cause I remember thinking
Yeah,
two people
it's been
were
a
not
struggle
gonna
this
be
year,
enough.
and that's why. And I wanted to wait a little while to see how it would work out before I implemented that contract,
Yeah, okay,
so.
thank you.
Your self-insurance starts on page 114. It's your self-insurance funds, and it has three things. It has your self-insured health, your self-insured dental, and your on-the-job injury. The county, a general fund, and the highway fund makes payments to the on-the-job injury and the liability or the casualty. There's a 5% increase in it, and there's a 5% increase on health premiums, but 0 on dental. The casualty and liability actually has a reinsurance policy, but they're directly paid from the general fund and the highway fund, and they are currently still out to bid until a couple weeks from now. But if you look at the fund, it's on page, if we click on over there, page 114, is that's the summary page. The most important thing is if you go down here at the bottom, you can kind of see this is what your ending estimated reserves, they're all strong. The fund's relatively, based on projections, flat, not growing or shrinking. As I'm saying, if you click on over Jessica and the on the other tabs, I'm sorry. We kind of show them each tab.
Revenue or?
The summary tabs, let's go on the summary tab.
Oh, this tab,
No,
okay.
I'm sorry, for like the next program, like.
Oh,
Like the health, yeah, there you go. This is your health insurance fund. It does have a 5% premium. Those are based on actuarial evaluations from 1-to-1 and Mr. Thornthwaite that does their clinics. I think the Blue Cross Blue Shield, probably actuarials are high. If you look at our actual estimates, we showed going down, but you still have a really strong reserve. Going and clicking over to dental. This is your dental program going down. Shows a strong reserve, an immaterial pickup, but that's based on estimates. And then the other one's your on-the-job injury or disability fund, and we're showing picking up a little bit of reserve. These are good estimates. Who really knows what's gonna happen with claims? But does anybody have any questions?
Do we pay for 100% of employees?
We pay,
Insurance
well,
premiums?
on the health, no, we pay, it's 80-20 split.
Okay. Just curious.
And then on the job injury, it is similar to workers' comp liability. It should be paying of the average salary, 2/3, really similar. And then dental, I think we pay 65% of it. The county does, and the employees pay 35%.
The 80-20 split, that's the premium?
Yeah, 80% employer, 20% employee.
This is very similar to like a good private sector company.
Yeah.
Back in 2009, it was back in 2009, it was 85% county, 15% employees, but because of some financial difficulties, we changed the split to help cover some of the costs. Since then, there's been a wellness plan and another plan that we use actuarial internal premiums. So I think Blue Cross's actuarials are always a little high, so that's why we keep having good years, and we've been building reserves for several years. So the
Is there
plan.
anything we can do with this, or is it just info?
Is it what now?
Is there anything we can act upon here? or-
No, I think right now, unless you guys want to change something, or
Like, what would we change?
if you disagreed with an estimate for, but I used actuarials or history, so it's basically if you said, hey, I think the on-the-job injury didn't have enough reserves, we need to bring it up, then what you would do, say, hey, let's increase those premiums 8%, and then you go over to the general fund and the highway and increase the expense.
Okay.
Transfers. Unless you have a concern about them, it's really no action.
Okay, appreciate it.
Any questions on this one?
Just out of, we're also running here, how many workers' comp type claims, like casualty claims do we ever have?
Several, we have a full-time person up there, I think,
Oh, really?
that does on-the-job injury and stuff, yeah.
Yeah,
We-
that'll
we
be
talk
under
about
risk
it.
Risk
management.
management,
She'll be down
um,
here then.
Okay.
Yeah, she can kind of tell you the average number of claims. I'd hate to tell you wrong. It varies, I think.
She's under my department.
Kim-
Right now, we
Kim
may
White.
have 6
Oh,
out there.
Kim
I don't
White.
know for sure. There's not a lot at one
Kim
time.
brings numbers to the insurance board.
There may be 6 active. And
So
it's,
that whole board deals with it.
like, we're on-the-job
Not deep.
injury. So
I guess
there's
I didn't
one-
think about like the maintenance side of stuff. I was thinking more on like the clerk's office. You know, like, you don't, in my office, we don't have a whole lot of workers' comp.
Do we?
we got sheriff,
Paper
EMS.
But I didn't, yeah.
We got-
dropping
we got-
staplers on your
Staple my
toe, that's
finger
about
with
your
the
only.
We got
staple.
paramedics and EMTs that are lifting people in
Do we
cars.
want
That's
to,
true. I
do
didn't
we,
think about
we
that.
have a little bit of time here, ECD is the first one I think we've had that had a considerable, or excuse me, not the consolidated dispatch is the first one we had a considerable bump up. Do we want to?
And sheriff.
The
Well,
sheriff had
yeah,
a
but
pretty
sheriff's is.
Exactly. I feel like sheriff's is.
Sheriff's is big,
Exactly.
and we're, I
Yeah,
figure
they're
we
together.
want more time to look at
You
that
probably
one for
wanna look at
tomorrow.
Yeah, but they need to be.
Well, yes, I mean, I'm just thinking in terms of like what could be bid off in this amount of time. I don't think we're gonna get to the sheriff today.
Go over David or
ECD, or we could, yeah,
Go over finance. I mean.
you wanna do the mayor's? Yeah, let's go
Or
over
the
yours.
mayor's, either
Yeah, let's go,
one.
you
Are
wanna do
you ready
yours?
for today, or
Mayor?
are you ready, you wanna go tomorrow?
What do you want to do?
Let's do yours.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Or I can do my either one way you want to go.
3% increases, no, nothing else.
I don't think he asked for much anything,
No.
All right.
except in capital. I mean, that's probably.
Oh,
My
yeah,
org
let's
chart's
look at-
turned
Boom! Do we have an org chart? Does he have an org chart?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you getting these
Hey,
org
let's look
charts?
at capital.
Where
I
are you
got it
putting
from
them?
Jess.
Let's look at capital though.
So John's got a couple
spouting
things.
them
We've
off
got
and
county
we're trying to figure
mayors and county
You
buildings.
want to
Let's-
talk about the
Let's talk-
capital
Yeah,
project?
we need to talk about
Do you
capital.
want to go to your operational capital first?
Let's do capital.
We said operating was just 3%.
The 3%.
And then I recall, we can look and see.
Yeah.
County buildings, and
Let's do
I
capital.
don't think he asked for anything extra, and he doesn't either, so,
Let's do
but we
capital.
can look.
We'll look next. I don't think you do.
I have a question. County buildings, Can you make this building look
That's
much better,
nice.
like the archives now looks much better?
Well, there is a request in for this
Bigger?
building.
Much better.
And what do you mean much better?
Well, the new look over at the archives, it's really looks outstanding with the railing gone and
Well,
the new
let's look
paint
at
on
that.
the.
There's a request.
Well,
Is
I will
this
tell
gonna-
you, if y'all approve, the new roof, with the new roof included removing the railings on this building.
And the railings are causing leaks, so they need to
And,
go.
and so that is part of,
I'm not harassing you about the building, but it's just, it's.
Those railings.
Look, hey
It's
guys,
proven.
let's talk about this building real
oh,
quick.
I know.
Yeah.
This one has got multiple leaks on the third floor.
We literally,
Oh,
guys,
yeah.
We got water
please hear me
tanks.
out on this. We literally have metal buckets bolted in at parts in the,
Yeah.
in the roof.
With drains going outside.
With drains, when it rains. I mean, it's ridiculous.
And
We've
there's
got-
a history, let me give you the history on this
It's
roof.
ridiculous.
Oh, I know, y'all, I know, it leaks everywhere. That's what I tell people all the time, they call me about something like, we've got leaking roofs all over this county.
Does anybody want the history of this building's roof? It's been going on.
Not really.
No, we just want
So
to.
it's,
No,
So
we
look,
see
I didn't think I
it.
could give you the history.
I
We
do.
see it.
no, it has,
Let's
I would
fix
like-
it.
The short of it is, many years ago, before
He's gonna have
You
to
should
tell
This
have
us.
this history
mayor
before you
or-
walk on it, that's the problem.
this mayor or the other mayor's time, they worked on this roof and removed some structural supports. You got really one of two choices. You can put back the proprietary membrane and restructure it, or you can redo the entire roof. The 1.5 probably would be putting the membrane back. If you redo it, it may be more than the 1.5. But what you've got going on right now, they redid the rubber part, but it's leaking again. You've got the rails that are leaking, and you've got all these really steep roofs.
What
It's
did
got
the-
shingles coming off everywhere.
What did we approve the previous commission? We did something.
You did the rubber roof only because we did, none of the architects or engineers would touch the structural areas over in here because they got tilts in them and some of the
I have to-
membrane that holds it together has been removed.
I have to say this, if y'all wouldn't have paid so much for all those greenways, then, you know, we wouldn't have leaking roofs.
Well, we had priorities.
I'm just kidding.
But I'm saying that that's where it came about. It came in with an estimate. It came in with a lot of problems. So the commission decided just to fix the rubber portion and leave the side portions alone. But the problem being now you've got leaks around the rails, leaks on the edges, shingles coming off. And that's over here, you're gonna have to rework it or put that proprietary membrane in.
We
Make the structure
voted
sound
to
fixed.
remove those rails.
I do.
Yeah,
I
you
know
do.
for a fact
I know
we
you did.
voted.
You did. I remember it.
And they never got removed, I guess.
That was before, you know.
I mean, we were voting intents earlier, can we just do this stuff?
You said that no one would touch it. That was part of what the history. But somebody will touch it now. Somebody will.
No, the thing was that they would not just re-shingle it. They wanted the membrane put
Oh, I
back
see.
or it completely reworked because one of the corners or areas in here, there's a proprietary membrane that strengthens all the wall. Somebody many years ago when they did some work removed a section of it. When they started working on the roof, they were taking core samples and figured out that it was missing in areas. So the architect that we had at the time would not sign off on it. So they said it needed to be reworked. So what they did, we stopped, or they stopped, the county stopped. Did not rework the side, did not rework any of the rails of the steep walls, only worked the rubber section.
So here's the thing, I think this one is good. There's another large item in here, which is for the traffic stuff.
That's the one Josh.
Where
Oh, yeah,
is the roof at in the?
Ladder. It's that one right there, 1.5.
Yeah, that 1.5.
We're saying it's not been bid, it's not been architect, that's just a good faith estimate.
Yeah, so that wasn't a mayor's, that was with, Mr. Sutton.
Yes, well, I'm not sure. It's
May I say this, when we're dealing with this roof, when we finally do, does it include cutting the trees off the corner of the building over here? All those trees are growing into the building, on the roof and into the building.
I'll get those out tomorrow for you.
Oh, thank you so much. You know what, it tears
But
my,
no,
it
it
tears
does-
me
no, that
up
would
because my
not-
daddy tore me up about having trees growing all over
Well,
my
I
roof
agree
and
with you
house.
100%. They look good for the first 10 years and then they grow into them.
Well, I mean, cut
No,
them
I
down, just trim them.
I have noticed that. but it's
Cause it'll
gone.
it'll make rotting and all that.
The 150 is to move to the, I think the what's it?
Maintenance facility.
I think it's where the mayor was discussing, there may be do the maintenance facility with some of the area over in where the election's at, isn't that what that was, John?
Well, no, that's to create a plan for all of our buildings to see where we are on our roofs.
Oh, okay.
Where we are on all of our other structural features of HVAC. We've got a plan in on that one, but we want to know where the longevity is of all of our buildings. and where we are with that as far
What do you rename
as, so
that?
I can give you a 5-year plan on building maintenance.
Have we never had one?
No, y'all killed it last year. We
No,
tried to
no,
do it
not last year, like in the last decade.
No.
2 decades, 40 years.
I've never seen a facilities management
What's,
plan.
I mean, I'm not against this.
We
I'm just-
definitely-
What's the
we
150,
definitely had-
like how's?
Well,
At least
that
a list.
that was a number, Josh said that he thinks
there
it
was
costs
one?
about 150.
List.
I wouldn't have to put it out for bid and figure it
So
out.
you just would set it aside? and
So,
put it out.
so, yeah, I'm just setting aside that, that's an estimate.
Is that?
Yeah, we definitely had a list, we didn't have like time phase or anything.
So there was a list
was
somewhere.
absolute-
We got a building list, but we really, I couldn't tell you the age of the roofs on the buildings.
So there's not a maintenance facility build out we're wanting to do?
Yeah, so like a Gantt chart kind of thing, here's how long.
Correct.
Kind of
But
where we are.
we had a.
There's not a
running
maintenance
list of
facility built out,
items.
John?
I had
There's
spoken
not a
to you
maintenance facility built out
weeks
you was
ago
wanting to
about
get in
Kim
there?
White. Did she ever compile that list of?
I have a list of all the buildings and all the ages and every square foot and pictures and everything. Would that help you? I
I've
mean,
got it.
you've got it, so.
I've got it, but.
But that's just the ages of the build, that's not. the
Yeah.
ages
No, I
of
think,
the-
no, it's completely, we pay a lot of money to Jeremy Shoup, and he's aged out all of it, and it's for our, you maybe can speak to, it's so we know if the building goes down, how much it costs to fix.
Well, that's,
And all
that's
that.
to insure, but it's not gonna help, what he's saying.
not gonna age
in other words,
it?
he's wanting to know, like, John's wanna have somebody go up on the roof, walk it and see what kind of condition it is, see, are they estimating it's got 3 years
Jeremy
left, 5
does
years
all
left,
this
1
from
year?
the desk.
Right.
Yeah, so you want a comprehensive review of all the buildings to go and say, this HVAC has been here since 1988, and
It's
it's got
leaking.
this
It's got
much
2
shelf
years
life.
left.
And-
It's
and
This
leaking,
roof,
yeah.
it was installed in 2006, and it's got this
That,
much.
cause we'll be dealing with that in
I mean,
library
that- I
budget,
mean,
because
okay.
the
Is that not
HVAC at the
something the
Gallatin
maintenance
Library
supervisor-
may or may not
They don't,
need.
they barely have
All right.
enough
And
time
those
to
are
keep up with
enormous.
what they've
So
got.
are y'all good with that
That's
one?
not
Well,
something that they can.
I mean,
They need a
that
professional.
seems high to me.
You wanna wait, or you wanna change
I
it?
think it's so.
Change that
We had this
description to-
information
I don't
back
know
in.
that it.
This?
Yeah, just make it red, we'll change the description.
Well, find it, big dog.
What are y'all talking about now?
We're just,
It was Gen
I mean,
Ops.
I was just saying, the number seems high, I definitely want to do it, it's just the number.
We put the list together.
If that's what
For-
drives
Or we
it.
had it put together.
For a,
Hey, that just seems like an awful lot for.
for
an
somebody to go
assessment.
out and look at
Yeah.
all of it.
And it may
But you gotta
be-
remember, there's a lot of buildings that the county owns.
Well,
I mean, some of them are big.
That's the thing, I've never seen the complete, I had 6 lists that I had compiled from different entities. I gave them to Terry gave them to Kim, and I think Kim's come up with a final list. Because when I came onto the commission in general ops, nobody could tell me how many buildings we owned and where they were. We were paying insurance on some of them, we were renting some
I
out.
think Commissioner Becker may have had a list.
Oh, there were absolutely lists.
Yeah, there was a
When
list.
I was chair of Gen
Yeah,
Ops back in the day, and then
list,
Leslie
yeah.
Shell, I mean,
You
absolutely
just
had a
were not
list.
given a list.
Yeah.
Well, like I
Mr.
said, I
Holt
was
put it
given
together.
6
I mean, at the end of the day, we
So-
can leave it, I'm fine to leave it.
So, I mean, here's the thing, you can put 75,000 in there.
We just don't
We're
know.
gonna bid it out.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
it's,
fine.
I'm not gonna tell,
Okay.
I'm not gonna tell somebody, hey, you've got $150,000 to spend, go spend it. It's gonna be a competitive bid.
I think that's, yes, no, that can stay here, that's,
It
it is,
argue it.
absolutely, yeah. It is a plan for action on nothing but capitalizable assets, that's a yes.
Isn't that
Put it in there.
what I
Appreciate
asked
it.
for?
Yes. Aren't we
Wasn't
getting a
that what I
committee for
emailed
that?
y'all about 3
We're gonna
months
get a
ago? I
committee
think
for
it's
that.
called a capital improvement plan.
Well, it's gonna cost, there it is.
And
Cost a
then
hundred
Mr.
grand.
Long emailed me, he said, well, we have one and it's on blah, blah page of the budget.
No, it's a long-term improvement.
Right, but,
Next one is
Based on what everybody's asking us
ADA
for.
compliance.
It's not included.
see, are you laughing at how he's arguing with me?
No, I'm just saying that's where I told you we should have a long-term plan in there.
Yeah,
Well,
But we don't have.
Is this
the-
his truth? Is this
Let's
back
do this.
Did you notice this?
Just now,
I
thank
gave you
you.
exhibit B of my comment earlier.
This,
It's
I'm
all right,
clear
It's
now.
all right, you want your finance people to press. You do?
So are there any other questions on, you know, we've got the Cotton Town Flood Mitigation Program, that was, Josh talked about that earlier, $100,000. I think he had part in his, part in mine.
What's the
Where
deal
is
with the
that,
traffic
Jeff?
light? I'm interested in the traffic.
So, we have had several concerns raised about putting a light in there at Long Hollow Pike and Latimer Lane.
It's a scary
And
intersection.
so, a lot of citizens have said, you know, have asked for that. we can go through TDOT and federal government, but the problem is that you have to go by their timetable. It's the same thing that's going on at New Shackle Island and Drakes Creek. Citizens are complaining about that. It's been in the process for years, and it's got 4 years to go because you're under the federal
So
and TDOT.
What
So,
what about a roundabout?
excellent.
That will not work on that intersection.
That will
Have you ever
not.
been on that intersection?
Yeah, I drive up and down
So-
Long Hollow Pike all the time.
Search on page
this,
6.
this would, the first part of this would be a study to make sure that everything is set up for that we can do it. And Josh, it all go through Josh's office. And that is assuming that we want to fund this project and actually get it done within a few years.
So-
If we don't, we can partner with TDOT and extend the time frame.
Here's my opinion on that one, my opinion here, because I used to live almost at that intersection, by the way, so I get it, I've been on it many times. However, I think we should yellow this one, and what I mean by that is, it's a very nice to have, and if we can do it, that's great, but like, let's play with all of the other requests, or almost all the other requests, are things like vehicles and fixes to buildings and equipment that the county uses and the county has to have for operations at different. Around that intersection, it's not spurious. It would be a help and it would be an improvement. But I think it's probably of the capital here on the lower end of the priority. That's my opinion, Mr. Mayor. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
I'm okay with that. I know we have a lot of needs this budget year, so maybe if we punt it till next year and look at it.
Well, I mean, or just put it at the bottom.
Or even put it at the bottom, and if
if
there's
we-
room, we can look at it.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Because here's, if you look at that, what is it, about 1.5 million, I think? Or so, no, for the intersection, was it 3.5 million? Right? For the
Oh,
intersection.
for Drakes Creek, and
Which,
It's in local capital.
it was 3 million.
3 million. So if
Yeah.
you look at that 3 million, I'm gonna give you my rationale. And you recall our conversation at the beginning of the day today, that I said I didn't wanna spend all of the capital. That I wanted to be able to plug some of that capital back, not this year because it will be subject to arbitrage, but next year and certainly the year after to be able to plug it back into capital. If we leave that alone and leave the pennies there next year, that gets suspiciously close to what we would need to plug back into debt service once we drain it down. So I'm not saying no, I'm just saying that literally if we cut that, we can almost do everything else to include the courthouse, which is a big deal. We can almost do everything else and still have buffer to plug back in. I'm not saying we want to do everything else either. I'm just saying that 3 million is just pulling that one thing helps us a lot.
I can live with that.
All right.
The
Any other-
pull?
Well, I wouldn't say pull it, I just say put it at the lowest priority for now.
Okay.
Is anybody got a problem?
Is there a special
Well, I don't have a- I
spreadsheet
don't have
for?
a-
Mark it,
Line item.
Yellow.
mark it yellow. Let's go back into the rest of it, because we skipped a bunch, go back up to the top.
Yeah, the next one's the ADA compliance.
And we need that because we have a lot of buildings that are on ADA and we have to be moving toward compliance or we've got an issue.
Now,
Yeah, so let's, keep that. We still have money in there now, so, if you fund it at the 150, I won't ask for anything to be rolled over. We'll just keep it at the 150.
We were supposed to have a plan and be moving forward on it, that's the question.
And we identify projects each year, and our next big project is over on Smith Street, where they're making the new entryway where y'all allocated space. We've got to make a ramp coming out of that door, and that's gonna be pretty pricey. So in the process of getting pricing on that, plus, I'm gonna redo that parking lot as part of our parking lot program. Get that, striped and sealed, make that look good.
Which
and
door?
up to par.
What building is gonna have the ramp?
Over at the old General Sessions Court where that went to,
Oh, yes,
drug
yes.
recovery
Yes,
court.
I know exactly what
Yeah,
you're talking about now.
that back door is now their entrance, and we have to make that back door ADA compliant.
Right, I remember from opioid, yes.
So that'll come
Thank you.
out of this budget right here. We won't take it out of their budget.
The next one's that seat there.
Anything else, John?
He's
I
got-
found a list.
He's got several.
Yeah, his
You
heat
found
there.
it?
Oh, yeah.
His heat and air was
Heck yeah.
money left over
February
from
2020.
predominantly the year before.
Heck
I
yeah.
will not give you
And that's-
150,000 for that, but maybe 40,000.
I mean.
But there's a bunch of heat and air.
How much you gonna?
Yeah,
spend?
well, I mean, you know, we just wait until they go out. And, we have the money there, you have the master list.
Yeah.
And, rather than me spending it all, I spend it as they go out.
Yeah, that's the only way to
And
do
that
it.
makes sense to
So yeah, I'm not asking for any monies to be rolled over, you just appropriate
Keep
that
that
amount.
same amount that's just sitting there.
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Go ahead and roll.
We got
Would that include our
88
library?
grand match.
That was from the year before. We
Yes.
ran out there.
So we keep
Yeah,
Oh,
that
okay,
includes
so they
the
don't need to keep putting
The
that in
next
their
one's the
capital
hollow,
line,
though,
do they?
we need to keep that
No,
hollow.
typically, well, it depends on the library.
It's estimated to be at
Gallon?
750,
Hey,
maybe
I think-
1.5.
Are we doing this, what's
Yeah, I think
Hollow's
we do
drainage?
heat and air.
That's where they estimated it to be 750, and ended up coming back to about 1.5 million, so.
It's an old project that's 30 or 40 years.
It's been promised for years, and
And
Pomeroy
the ARPA,
would know, knew
yeah,
all about it
and-
in budget when we talked about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it came in way over budget, and so they had to divide it into two phases. And this is phase two, is, to complete that original project.
Paid for all the ARPA the first.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah, I know.
received a lot of public attention.
That was.
It was paid
Is
for by
that
ARPA.
positive or negative attention?
Well,
Yeah, I remember
originally
that.
the intent was to
Is
pay
that
for it
positive or
all by
negative?
ARPA.
Well, it's
Attention.
When
positive.
it came in, the
Fix
estimates
it.
were apparently not
Yeah.
good.
Because it was,
So,
yeah,
yeah.
it was supposed to be
It was
750.
bad.
And then it was
way
moved
higher.
5 million.
From that department, the storm drain and flooding issues were then
So it's-
exacerbated.
At
from
the end of the day,
above.
it's a question of, we're gonna pay this, or we're just, it's not gonna
Well,
get done.
originally it was all gonna be done by ARPA.
No, I know that, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
really,
hearing about the
you
history
really
of it.
need to, halfway doing the project's not gonna fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
So
gotta finish.
why
All right, so
not
this,
just roll
so bottom
the
line, this
ARPA?
stays.
It's gotta stay, yeah.
Yeah.
What's
But
that?
they have
There wasn't no more ARPA money
begun.
left.
They did begin work, right?
At what
Yeah,
point?
they've started.
Yeah,
work.
that's what I
They
thought.
already
Yeah.
did it to complete
County's
to get
building.
it.
No, various
It's
companies.
estimated 750.
Mr. Mayor, what parking lots are these?
They are various parking lots that, it was just like the HVAC program. As they become worn, we've
It's
gone
just like
in.
almost a maintenance.
Yeah,
Okay.
yep, it's a project that y'all
Are we-
approved
Do
a
we,
year
are
or
we
two back.
paying Toby to do this? I mean, are we?
Well, he does some of it he can do, but most of it we still have to contract out.
He don't have equipment for parking lots.
All right, got it.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Just keep rolling down, see if we see anything else. What's the 650? That's general sessions, I believe the judge will talk about.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that one here in a minute.
Oh, building and improvements.
Yeah, I think that's
All right,
it
I
on
think
mine.
that's it. All right, well, we are ahead of schedule. 3-minute break, and then we'll,
Three.
Be early?
get you judged. Yes, sir. We're gonna go early. We've been moving.
David, I have a question.
Hope I don't slow you
I
down.
can only lose 3 million, I didn't care about that, I just leave that in there so I cut it out. There you go. That's a
You asked for
vote.
9, hoping you get 5.
That's
No,
right.
are we turning off the cameras? Or just, it's just,
Judge Blanton, sir,
I just saw that.
wherever you'd like to sit, stand, however you want to do it, sir.
Up here on the table.
Mix up,
There's no poll.
How's everybody doing?
Yeah,
First of all,
Capital project.
I want to just thank you all for your service, because I know you all work other jobs, and I know this week is a pretty hectic week. It's been hectic leading up to that, but I appreciate what you've done. I appreciate so much that this is one of 5 days during the year that I don't have court, and I put a shirt and tie on to come today, okay? And a golf shirt at lunch.
You're the
I
only
walked in from
one.
lunch, and my assistants go, "What happened to you? Just up in the phone booth or something?" Just don't check the cameras in the garage.
What page are we on?
50 and A18 is for general sessions 1.
All right. I have 3 departments I'm here for. One is General Sessions Division 1. Second is Recovery Court. And the third is the Judicial Commissioners. Those are all my budget concerns. So we'll start first with
General Sessions Division 1, you'll notice, I hope there's a lot of people who can say that, but I'm asking for less money this year than I did last year.
Come on.
So,
Approved.
last year I asked for 162,573, and I'm asking for 147,741 this year, which is a decline of almost 10%, 9.12%. The changes in that obviously is we're not doing driver improvement class anymore. It was voted not to do it, so it's all done online. They took some money away from Mr. Sittler's budget in probation, but that's what was decided to do.
Was that a good revenue source for us?
It was.
All right, and we've given that revenue to someone else.
Yeah.
Who voted? Because I don't think we did.
Myself, Judge McCormick, and Mr. Sittler was involved in that voting. He was
I
involved in that.
was involved in voting, I was just
revenue-
told that was going down, yeah.
How much revenue were we getting?
It depended. We usually did about 100 people, between 75 and 100 people a month in driving school. But when you look at overall, what it changed was, kept us from opening the courthouse on Saturdays. We had 2 personnel that had to be there on Saturday from the office or probation. And you had security for the courthouse that had to be there, plus we paid the driver instructor fee and for the class.
So the net was,
So we lost money on it, but gained time, and we cut other departments, like the sheriff's department saw benefit, my department, Judge McCormick's department, probation saw a benefit from a standpoint of not having people there.
It sounds to me like at the end of the day, you're asking for $13,000 less.
that's a good.
I'm asking for $13,000 less, and that's including a shift in payroll. Many of you may or may not have dealt with my office, and Wanda Bryant, who's been up with the county over 30 years, is retiring June 30th. And so,
Sounds like a
that's
win.
changed there,
Would you
so.
like her to be recognized?
I am going to recognize, yeah, I would love for the commission to recognize
Okay.
her the last, the meeting in June. I'm having, at my expense, I'm paying for a retirement party for her. She's been phenomenal to the county throughout the years. And so,
Mr. Sittler, I know that, will you just take note of that for legislative, Eric?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that's, I'm here to answer anything else that you want. Some of the changes, and you might see some different lines that there's increases for. One of those big increases is for the software change that's going to be done at the sheriff's department. It comes under us, and we'll have to pay that, our share of that. But other than that, that's basically what I'm asking for, is a reduction.
Great.
Do you want to go to the magistrate?
The magistrates.
You want to go to the magistrates? Okay.
It's on page 55 and A22.
All right, magistrates, they're asking for quite a bit more than they did last year. And the biggest part of that is in salaries. It's $101,320, and that is because they're going to hire an employee. Going to add a full-time employee. We have a part-time position that's not filled, and they're going to convert that to a full-time commissioner. They have not added any staff since 2018, and so this is their request. 2018, they took away a full-time and gave a part-time, and this time they're asking to.
So this 2018, so this
Was
was
that a request, actually?
I'm sorry?
They said they actually gave up 118?
Yes.
They requested 118?
No, they had one. Mr. Draper was over that at that time, and he said, I'd rather have 3 part-times than 1 full-time, and so they gave away that full-time, and then the part-times are hard to fill, so they're
Is
trying
this
to
request basically to go back to where it was in 2018?
go back into the way it was. Yes.
Okay, but you're getting rid of 2 part-time?
Right.
Okay, got it, yeah.
So that's the major change in there. I mean, there's some other things, but most of those are ancillary costs that go along with having a full-time employee, insurance and things of this nature, so. And they're also part of that software update that's on the budget as well.
Is that judicial commissioners, is that the same name?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's the magistrates.
Any questions on the magistrates?
All right, recovery court. Two things in recovery court I'll mention. We're seeking basically what our grant money is, with the exception, if you look on page 52 of your, I think that's what we printed off, is that right, Mr. Long?
It's 51 and 819.
Okay, I've got 51, but it goes over to
And
52.
51.
Halfway on page 52, you'll see that number that they're asking for is 179,180. That needs to be 180,000 because we got a 20% increase over what we had in mental health court, and that's not counting, that's the,
I can speak to that.
and that's, yeah, Judge McCormick's here, that's
Is
mental
that a
health court,
grant?
that's a grant that they got for an increase of
Is that
20%.
$820?
What is, just contact us and we'll adjust that. grant.
That's,
So that we were able to get an additional $30,000 in a no-match grant from the state for mental health court. Our program became one of the first certified programs in the state, and so we were able to get an additional $30,000. So in the course of that $30,000 of that no-match grant that we were awarded by the state, that's where we reallocated it. I have two employees, one is a part-time and one is a full-time. Both of my employees are master level employees. In fact, my main program coordinator speaks across the country on forensic psychology, on specifically mental health court. So some of it was attributed to their salary lines, just so that we can have someone with the credentialing that the state requires that we have to administer the program. Now, of course, naturally, these are grants, and both of my people understand that they're grants, and they're grant funded. When their grant ends, then ultimately they understand what that means. So we allocated there, and then some other additional services that we allocated to be able to continue to pour into the participants and add more cost in the areas that we needed. So it's essentially the same grant we had before, plus an additional $30,000.
But at the end of the day, was to make sure, I'm pretty sure I understand, but get it out there. You're accounting, these are grant funds, you accounted for these in revenues, and
They flow through.
they flow.
So this is
flow
flow
through,
through,
is
is
what
what
I'm
I'm
understanding,
understanding, correct?
And we
you've
had
got the line, I'll give it to you. Is that right?
And we had to pre-submit this budget to the state for their approval first, and since it's their money, and they have approved our budget that we submitted to them. So it's flow through money.
Now, the other part of recovery court is, finance asked me to include a capital budget of the same amount that the opioid abatement committee has talked about appropriating to us from a standpoint of being able to complete the back of the building, just in case the money wasn't there or something else. We were given separate sheets, it's not on here, we were given separate sheets for capital budget proposal, and I submitted one requesting, hold on a second, we get to it.
So coming from opioid, I think I can make this a lot quicker for everybody. Opioid has the money, and seems, and Dylan and Shannon both serve with me, and seems willing to give the money, and we have a deficit over here.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I don't understand
How much
why
are they
we
giving
would,
you?
why we would do this in capital.
What are we
when
look,
have
what did you ask opioid for?
I
Half
asked
a mil?
for $637.28, I think is what the actual budget came in at. I was asking in the capital budget for $650, simply because I know that from the time that we originally started this project till now, that maybe some costs have gone up, and I was trying to allocate.
Here's what I'm gonna do, just because I don't, unless you guys, well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put this onto the regular budget agenda. I wanna take, this is my opinion, and it's subject to being overridden by this committee. I would like to take this off of here, and then next, just regular budget, put the appropriation of $650,000 from the opioid abatement committee on the regular budget, and let's just get that thing moving in that direction, that way we don't have to.
But they don't have it.
We don't have that.
They don't have
They've
it?
appropriated 636.
I don't got anywhere close to that,
How much?
It's like 500, yeah,
I don't
so.
think opioid has that much.
It's because that 500 is earmarked or whatever.
Yeah, it
It's,
is.
they pull that,
Yeah.
it's because we've already pulled that and sitting over here in this bucket. I think
But there's 500,000, but there's also 137,000 in the bank that was going to be foundation, the 501(c), and the two of those were gonna equal $637,000. So that's what the amount of money that I was asking for. I went back and even when I talked to the joint session, I asked for 650, but I've been told repeatedly by Dustin that that's not there, never gonna be there, you're not gonna get that extra money, it's only the 637,000. So,
Well, so how much is in the opioid abatement? Here's the deal.
I don't have my paperwork.
That's all we got,
We were.
There's no more money.
Oh, there's no more money.
There's no
It's
more
all-
money involved?
Yeah, it's all been appropriated.
There will be next
Has it
year.
gone, wait, has that gone through budget yet?
No, it should be coming.
Matt should be coming.
Well, here's, yeah,
Oh,
so,
you've done
I
it.
mean, I'm
Thank
gonna
you,
likely
Dylan.
reappropriate stuff.
There you go. And then, I have a quick question.
Hey,
Didn't
Shannon.
the 4.5 for the sheriff's remodeling maybe include, didn't he say there was overlap or there is not?
You put it
He
in the
said there
gardening
was,
journal.
but I don't know, we didn't.
I know he
look at
said there
that.
was.
carried
And then the other question, we need to make sure we're getting parking lots and ramps, because I don't think.
they keep asking me, I get that from Dustin every time he sends me, what are you gonna do about the parking lot? And I keep telling him, I'm a judge, I'm on the inside of the building, the outside is for somebody else's concern, and I keep getting asked that question, and I keep saying,
I got
it's
parking
not my
lot.
job.
Well, it's gonna be the ramp and the
I'm
parking
there,
lot.
I'm all over that parking lot for you.
Yeah.
So it's on the record.
You're
It's
on the
record.
list. We don't know where you are on the list.
Go ahead, Ms. Boyd.
And the ramp.
No, he's got the ramp in the parking lot. He's check, right?
Mr.
Yep,
Chairman.
parking lot's me.
And the ramp, I just want everybody to understand that the
One more time.
$4.5 million for the sheriffs and the 650 for Judge Blanton are very, very rough estimates.
Right.
We don't have a drawing, we don't have specifications on interior decorations. We got almost nothing, so, I mean, it's a real shot in the dark.
I can tell the committee this, the offices that are there now, we intend just to clean the carpets, paint the walls, and those are functional today. It's the additional offices that you're talking about, and where you take out the stuff out of the courtroom and you frame in additional walls. That's what you're really talking about as far as the cost of redoing or remodeling the back of this. I've talked to my recovery staff in the foundation, you know, if we have to, we'll bring our old furniture and use it until a certain time period, you know, or money comes available, we can get additional stuff, but we just need the space. We can't grow our recovery courts with where we're
So
at now.
I'm looking at this right here, and I mean, I may be just ignorant, but I'm looking at round 3 of grant funding. I see $500,000 potential commitment to recovery court, and then I see $114,000 potential commitment to recovery court. Why is?
Because one of them is a not-for-profit.
But it was
And
more
one
than.
How is that a not, but recovery court is?
They have a recovery.
They have
We
a
have a
non-
Oh, I
foundation.
see, the prevention
Yeah.
coalition, so.
No, that's
No,
not
no.
the same thing.
It's
We
not the
have-
same thing.
There is a recovery court, there's a recovery court foundation, it's a 501(c), and then there's a prevention coalition, which is a totally separate.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and I'm just, and I apologize here, I'm just trying to forgive my ignorance. The 500,000, is that a figure that would be applied to the same work effort as this 650,000?
Yes.
Yes.
It's the same.
Sorry, I
dog.
was
Okay.
looking at
The
these.
same dog.
So
Yes.
here,
Yes.
got it. If, let me have another question. Mr. Blanton, if we were able to get this 500,000 appropriated forthwith, and by that I mean the next budget in May, that way we don't have to go all the way through this cycle, could we begin some effort understanding that this would be, you would get another 150,000 here, so I'm gonna change this from 650 to 150, then you're gonna get 500 here, you get this 500 immediately.
I would love to get that 500 immediately. Again, I'm a judge. I'm in court every day. My thoughts on this, each one of these has a project manager, and that would be their responsibility to start the process of getting the drawings and start that. I'm here asking
What
and
we said
begging
we were
for
gonna
it.
do
So I'm-
is-
All right.
We need architectural money to move forward. That's
So
all.
here's what,
I think we moved round 2.
here's what I'd like to do, now that I understand this a little bit better, that it's 500,000, not both those together. Change this to 150, and then we're gonna move 500,000 next month through budget, so we can just get started.
We need to see what phase it's in, but the thing is, if you're
Why?
gonna move one, because there's money they've been looking at that's over multiple years, you gotta pay it out, so. But the
that
same
says it's in
thing,
phase 3.
but the same thing, if you're gonna pay 150 here, we're gonna need architectural first.
Their
So the best thing to do
question
is take the 150, hire the architect.
Didn't we switch
and figure out what
timelines
the
But this is
with
gonna
these
take,
two? We switched timelines, that's what I'm telling them.
3 months to get done.
To get architectural done, it's gonna take a while, yeah.
But if we, let me give you my intent here. What I wanna do is do something like immediately. So if this budget is gonna take us, we won't be done till July, August.
Shannon's agreeing, we switched it, this is the timeline and we have the money.
Okay, so you could take
We
part of the
voted,
500.
Dylan,
Yes,
are you
that's what I wanna
agreeing?
do.
Shannon and I are in agreement. We voted last time to switch round 2 and round 3.
Oh, yes, you did, yeah.
That's their question down here is do
So
we have
his
the
money's
money?
been
And because we
moved
voted to switch that,
So send architectural through this month.
So we can take care of that this month in May or I guess next month in May with regular budget. We can get the 500,000, leave 150,000 here, we just saved ourselves $500,000 in capital. That sounds like a very good thing for me. Anybody got any issues with that?
well, the only thing still is
put that
that
in
Sheriff
his
Craddock
budget?
said that he thought his 4.5 included some of this maybe.
Well, we can come back to the 4.5.
Here
Yes,
again, the
I just wanna hide it.
4.5 is such a rough.
Everything's
estimate.
rough. I just wanted to bring it up. I'm
Okay.
good.
Nothing's been architected.
Go ahead, Mr.
I just wanted to, and I'm relying on Dylan and Mr. Boyd,
Bergdorf.
Ms. Bergdorf, I know your name.
Would you like a can?
My
'Cause-
understanding though is that you moved my money, 500,000, till next year. And you took the 500,000 for this year and gave it to the sheriff's department to buy the body scanners because it had to be purchased before June 30th. And so my money's not gonna be funded until next year when you get the opioid.
I see what you're saying.
So
I see
there's
that
not
again.
money available for me right now.
I see, but we voted to.
But you voted to change that because the
Yeah,
money had to
and-
be spent.
And can I clear this up?
We could-
The
do the 150
scanners
this
are
year
coming
for
from the
architectural.
opiate
Judge
fund,
Wayne,
not from our
I'm gonna
budget.
take this up because I don't wanna delay this
Okay.
anymore. I'm gonna take.
You were ahead of schedule till I got up here. You're still ahead of schedule.
No, we're okay.
All right.
The bottom line is I don't think anybody wants to delay this anymore. I don't want to delay this through this entire budget cycle. So
Thank you.
next month, we're gonna take up, whether it comes from this year's capital, 2024, 25,
He wants it back.
or whether it comes from opioid abatement, we're gonna get it started.
Okay.
We just need architectural.
The money's there for the scanners also, Judge.
Huh?
The money's there for the scanners.
All right,
It's all there.
any other questions for Judge?
Any
Any other questions for Judge Blank?
Straight to gen ops. They probably should
All right.
before we get the budget.
Thank you.
All right, go to budget,
Thank you.
get an architect, so you break down architectural.
Well, we'll get the architect first.
We're getting an architect.
Gotta get the architect.
But isn't that?
All right.
Go to gen ops?
Let's-
Go to you. Yeah.
It's gotta go to gen ops?
Well, we're not gonna go to gen up, look, I'm putting it up in budget because I wanna get it started, so once we do the architect, then we'll throw it over to gen ops, I'm not trying to cut it out.
Gen ops
Just
meets
like,
before budget.
Let's get it, well, okay, so if you wanna
We
just
go
throw
ahead
it
and
in
take it
there.
over for action.
Oh, yeah, you're right, so just do the.
Go ahead and ask for it to
Fair-
approve for us
fair
on board.
enough. I thought we were gonna have to delay another.
No.
Okay, all right, no, that's fine.
Whoever does gen ops, will get on there.
That's at 24.
General sessions too.
You're what, a financial analyst?
Let's get a game.
Big secretary. This is like walking around.
Good afternoon, David.
Now the 3 days up here.
Page 53, A21 is general session.
53?
Yep.
Did you get one, Terry?
I think she got one.
Yes, no.
No.
Page 53 and what other page?
A21.
All right. Are we ready? Judge, you have the floor, sir.
Our budget request this year involves a increase to employee pay beyond the estimated cost of living. As we know, we are in a uncertain time economically, and it would be certainly remiss as an employer not to be requesting that my employee be compensated in accordance with what we're seeing on a national and local level. So we are requesting a 4% cost of living increase for all employees. Also, we are requesting specifically 2 new positions. One is a youth services officer position, and the second is a probation officer position. For the first time since, and I've been involved in the juvenile court business for a long time, both as probation officer, magistrate, and then judge. Over the past 7 years, I have not really seen this level of shift within the juvenile defendants that we're currently looking at. We're seeing younger defendants coming in. We're seeing an increase of children somewhere between 7 to 12 years old. And because of that, we have had to make adjustments in the way that we conduct business. We are the first juvenile mental health court in the state. We have a director that assists in that, and we're seeing a change in the way that particularly younger defendants are being handled. Part of the reason why we're requesting these positions is based upon those numbers. And if you'll look on page 2 of what we have given you, when you're looking at the overall delinquency or unruly petitions filed, particularly between 24 and 25, you're seeing sort of where we are. And that's also where we are as of right now and where the increases are. Among these also, you're seeing a rise of threats of mass violence. Now, this was a matter that was created by the legislature. It was originally considered a misdemeanor offense. It is now a felony offense. And based upon discussions we've had with the Sheriff's Department and the Board of Education, we have adapted a full policy on how to address these issues involving threats of mass violence at schools. And we are seeing an extensive rise of these cases to the point of where my office is involved from the very beginning, from bond supervision all the way through adjudication and disposition. If you are found guilty, plead guilty, or given diversion for a matter of threat of mass violence, you are placed on supervised probation. We are monitoring these cases. These are also cases that have a defined mental health component because the legislature adapted the situation to say psychological assessments can be ordered. We're ordering a lot of them because we're seeing kids that are in states of crisis. Yeah.
So we're on path for like a 3-fold increase.
Yes.
Why? Is it report? Is it just gotta just be the reporting? I mean, it can't possibly be that like people have truly increased the number of actual incidents. It's gotta be reporting, right?
I think reporting is certainly very much a part of that because now you're being told you have to do something.
Right.
And the law again is changing again this year to affect if you don't, then there may be penalties. But also I think that you're seeing twofold. One, you're seeing the first time where we're really talking about children's mental health issues. And also this is the first time when we're seeing the after effects of the COVID pandemic. We're seeing those kids who are now coming into the school system and we're having to adjust from those issues too. So we're asking specifically for the youth services officer for a much more trauma-informed prospect. We're also asking for the probation officer to walk hand in hand. For effectively, for the first time, we have created a third portion of the juvenile court staff. We don't have just YSOs and probation officers anymore. We also have the youth development program or SKY program, which is specifically addressing children's mental health. And that's what it is we're saying. And certainly be remiss in saying that, I mean, these are the kinds of things, but it's also, this would be the first establishment of any staff impact or increase for us since 2018.
Does anybody have any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Lynn.
On this back page, it says percent total ages 5 to 7 were first. What are you seeing for? I have a 5-year-old at home, and while she's a hellion sometimes, I just can't imagine. So what am I not thinking of? What are they coming through your court system for?
At this point, I've had more than one officer, whether it's school resource officers bring them or just calls to general police or sheriff's department, they're bringing them to juvenile court. And I quote an officer who said, because they need to get some help.
Wow.
That's what, I mean, so we're taking on a mental health role because a lot of folks, they just don't know what to do. So parents are either...
They need help with their anger, they need help with their home life? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, the answer, Commissioner, is yes. And it's to the point now we're also dealing with, if you bring a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 7-year-old, you're automatically dealing with issues of competency. Is that child competent to stand trial? Well, there is
These are going to trial.
These are going to trial?
They have the potential to, because everybody is presumed competent in the state
Just
of
to tell me,
Tennessee.
years ago, when I was a lawyer,
Yeah.
I represented a 7-year-old.
We have to determine whether they are
And
incompetent.
criminal charges, charged with 3 felonies.
So can I ask,
Felony
can
as
I
a
ask,
city.
can I ask a question here? Because this is one, and I know this is like going way beyond budget stuff at this point, but like, let's say you, because I know I can imagine like 7-year-old Matt, like if, you know, I got mad at a teacher like, well, I'm gonna just blow this classroom up. Do I go into your courtroom? See, that's ridiculous. And I mean, I know that's not your fault, but that's ridiculous.
So the first thing in those, we would order a psychological evaluation.
We know he's crazy. You don't have to.
Yeah, but like, I mean, you know,
Still need to do that.
Maybe it's in the.
You don't have
So you never get it
dealt with
done.
it, and we gotta do.
Yeah.
No, I mean, and I am
No,
not.
I mean, you have to follow your protocol.
You have to
sure.
follow the law as we all do. I'm saying that, and
Well,
I'll
to
say,
that point, I think that's why we're trying to focus on
Yeah.
a separate way that we handle these cases.
To avoid the courtroom.
got it.
So that's why we're looking at having, again, serving as magistrate, we're looking at trying to have a youth service officer and probation officer attached to these cases to get services in the home. Because it may be a charge that's coming from a 5, 6, 7-year-old, but we don't know what else is happening in that home. Because a lot of times these issues that we're seeing that are manifested at the school level is related to sometimes what we call dependency and neglect, or some type of abuse, or something that's happening that we're not aware of. And the only way we can get into that home is if you're usually a criminal charge, based upon what the statute allows. And that's what we're having law enforcement officers coming and basically, I filed this petition because this child needs help. So we have to go through this process of criminal charges, but also we need to have the services available to be able to meet these kids where they're at, but their parents as well, and the whole family unit that we have to address. And that makes our probation different than adult probation. Juvenile court, we're looking at family systems, and it is a lot more work. You may see our numbers being different than the adult system. That's because we can't handle when we're trying to serve a child, a sibling, a mother, a father, whether they're in addiction, whether they have their own mental health issues. We're trying to get a full volley of services to assist this family. And it taxes our staff so much when we're having to look at these younger defendants because you're having to coordinate so many things.
So, as a follow-up question, so right now, do those go through the adult probation officer, or do they just not get?
No, everything that is with these, we'll focus on the threats and mass violence because those are the numbers that you're looking at.
Yeah,
That
they
comes
come-
directly to juvenile.
They come to us.
Okay.
And depending upon the age of the child for which the threat and the petition is filed, depends upon how we divert.
Got
But
it.
ultimately, it is designed to be set before court because a formal charge has been made.
So these new positions would, in theory, reduce potential court costs.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at this also from like the human component, right? I mean, like, look, when a human being, you know, let's say you're 15, and you do something that gets you wound up in a threat of mass violence, let's call it that way, that you said something off the cuff, whatever. Like, I'm kind of just shocked at the breadth of this law, to be totally frank, but like, you get thrown into a system. Now you have a felony. Like, you're starting life from a position where you're like 5 feet in a hole, man.
Sure.
Like,
Well,
and if this helps people like to not get into
Yes.
that, then
Yes.
I mean, look, you know, what you're talking about here is a filter that's, you've been told to open the floodgates, and that now anybody who says this, you have to deal with. So what correct me if I'm wrong. So what you're trying to do is build a filter for, hey, this is like real, and this over
Yes.
here is some stuff that we can just kind of address.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah, in a very different
Got it.
way.
And thank you guys for what you're doing.
Okay. Yeah.
I did have a question. So is, because it's an unfunded mandate, more or less of what I would look at, are there any grant programs you can apply for to help for any
Well,
of this?
the only
I
thing
heard
we've
somebody say something.
been able to have.
Specifically related
Yeah.
to threats and mass violence.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We have a grant through the Department of Mental Health right now. We have not gotten the amount that we wanted.
Okay.
That has been a source of frustration, and that's not a you issue. But it's the kind of thing that we've tried multiple times to try to get additional funding, but they're not really looking at us like the pilot program that we really could be. Because when I tell you we're the first. This is the first in Tennessee, and we have it. And this is our opportunity.
I mean, I guess I do, I'm being a little bit harsh right now because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking like First Amendment stuff, but I also understand that this all comes from the tale of Tubman, right? And so the retrospective of it is, well, there's all these signs, and how do you, so I get where the law came from, it's just that I wouldn't want to be in y'all's shoes. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Do you have an organizational chart of your organization?
Yes.
It's on the back page.
It's the back page.
Out.
No, that's the discussion of how the Sumner County.
Circuitry of
Yeah.
But we submitted that work chart with the initial.
Oh, did you?
We did.
If not, we'll make sure that you.
Well, you can see.
Mr. Klein?
It says 2, but it's actually 3. The
No,
one.
they're two.
I know, but when I go to 2, it's actually.
Is it labeled? It might be
She
misleading.
may have labeled it.
Can I?
Judge McCormick's trying to take my money, I don't want it.
When you have juvenile probation officers, do they charge probation fees?
No.
Okay, thanks. And number 2, there was like a discussion about
Thank you.
the conflict of interest in the judges being over the probation officers. That was only to do with the fee, so it wouldn't affect you.
Yes, my understanding, there's an Attorney General's opinion that's pretty much on point that says the juvenile probation officers and youth services officers work specifically for the judge.
Because they don't charge fees.
Yeah,
So
we
there's no
do
question.
not charge fees.
I was just asking that because they moved
No.
everything around.
No, I
So
understand. That's-
So there's no fees charged, so it doesn't make it a conflict.
That is correct.
That's good for a lot of them, because you're not charging fees, because you're like this, you're able to operate like that. Any other questions?
The fees-
Judge Howard?
So you've got 21, including yourself, and we're adding 2? Great, thanks.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank y'all.
Judge McCormick?
I'm tomorrow.
Oh, we're not, sorry.
Circuit Court clerk's next.
Oh, my bad.
Page 49 and A16 is 2 pages.
Ms. Strong?
Hello.
All right. What did you give the?
I'm sorry, it's page 49 and page A16.
49 and A16. Ms. Strong, your room.
So, the main changes that I have asked for is, my phones cost more money, so I need an increase in the communication line item. I didn't have any say in that, IT changed our phones over. I asked for it last year, didn't get it, so I've been having to move money around, this year. So I've asked for an increase in that line item to, it's dark in here, and I'm fighting needing readers.
Here.
It is. Those will probably be too strong. Too strong. I got it. It's like almost $7,000, like it was $3,000, asking for another $7,000.
35, 55.
Yes.
You asking for 35, 55 more? Does that sound right?
If that's the difference between $3,000 and 65, yeah.
It's right there. You try to get.
Oh, yeah,
I'll
there
be
we
easy
go.
to screen.
There we go. And as you can see, like, there's some other areas I've decreased. I mean, I'm really trying to figure out how much I actually spend, and I decrease accordingly each year if there's line items that I'm able to do that on. So the biggest thing is with regards to employees is I've asked for an additional $15,000 in part-time help. I actually don't think that's going to be enough, but I'm trying to avoid asking for another full-time person, which is really what I need, but I'm hopeful that if we can get e-filing going within the next year, that it's gonna alleviate some of the load. My biggest issue right now is general session civil people. I mean, it's people filing civil debts against people. I mean, it goes up about 1,000 cases a year. So we had 3,061 contract debt cases filed in 2022. 2023, it was 3,905. 2024, 4,152, and we're on track this year so far to hit 5,344. And with every one of those contract debt cases comes garnishments, levies down the road, like they are just ongoing, and the amount of paperwork that it takes for that.
Yeah.
I mean, we are 3 weeks behind on issuing garnishments right now. And I can't pull from another department. I mean, it's just, they're just doing the best they can to keep up. But I'm really working on getting good part-time help. Part-time help is difficult to find, but I've really been fortunate so far with getting some good, really smart part-time help that works, like 29 hours for the most part. So a little bit more, and that I haven't fully utilized part-time help in the past, but these last couple of years I've really picked up on that because it's a cheaper way to do it if you can find good help. So a little bump in that line item, I think, will at least get me another year and see if we can get e-filing going and reduce some of our work on the paperwork and hopefully not need another employee. Unless you just want to go ahead and give me one, and I'll take one. But I didn't ask for it. So the biggest is the additional on the part-time.
Any questions for Ms. Strong?
On your, I have one.
Yes.
The organizational chart is so long.
I know, well, the way I did it, y'all complained about how I did it last year
Yeah, no,
because it was up and down, and so I did it how I did it.
It's great, I didn't have time to count.
I know.
But all your positions are full right now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
And I have.
You must have 20-something.
34.
34, okay.
So if the e-filing gets up and going, are you gonna be like Judge Blanton and ask for less next year? That would be exciting.
Well, I doubt I'll be able to cut positions. I mean, I don't really want to fire people, but I wouldn't anticipate, I mean, as of right now, I mean, I am going to be fighting for another person next year.
Is there anything we can give you to help with the e-filing?
No, the big hang up is the state is in the process, the AOC, Administrative Office of the Courts, is in the process of doing a statewide database and filing system. And so, but a whole bunch of counties were in process of getting our own e-filing system. Like Mark is already on e-filing for his court. And so they kind of told us, hurry up and wait. So I was really close in circuit. And then we changed servers, moving to the new building. We're on the county system now instead of the state system. And so we just got that new servers built for the e-filing. But General Sessions is the one I need the most. And it's not gonna cost me much except for like servers and stuff like that I work with IT on. It's the process for getting approved for it through the Supreme Court is stupid.
But you're working on it.
And I hope Jim Hibbner with AOC hears that, or the Supreme Court hears it. We tell them that all the time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just a ridiculous process to get, because nobody's doing it in General Sessions yet. So they're kind of like, oh, we're not quite sure it'll work like this. And in the meantime, the AOC is saying, hey, but wait, we're gonna have this whole new system coming in, which will probably take 5 years, at least. So they're still working on the RFP for it, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you all.
Do we want to do 5-minute break? Yeah, let's do clerk and master, and then we'll do a 5-minute break.
He's on page 52 and page 820. 820 is the salary.
I brought my brain with me.
One thing that we do need to add, before I forget, is we hired a new full-time person in January, and she didn't get added on her insurance, and it's not on here, and it's only her, so no one else and no children, so we need to add that on the bottom. Let's see, right here. I guess with that.
Which one should he mark?
The very bottom one.
821 right there.
Yes.
So is he changed
She's
the
got
report?
single, what's her coverage time?
It's
like 52.
I can't tell you. I just know she's single.
Mark
Her
that
husband
right.
works for the county too, but he has his. Their children have jobs where they don't need insurance because they have insurance. So that should save us money.
David, what page did you say this was?
I'm sorry, Page 52 and page 820. It should say clerk and master or chancery, either one.
It says Chancery Court.
Same thing as clerk and master.
Okay.
And to follow up with what Catherine was saying about e-filing, we've been doing it for about 5 years, and I think it's saved us at least one employee that we don't have to have. Now, what we're running into is we're being overwhelmed with conservatorships and guardianships. Right now, we're handling 521 conservatorships, 216 guardianships, where we have to track those every year. We have to do accountings on them and then follow up. If they don't do that, we have to cite them into court because Davidson County let one go and didn't look at it for 3 years and got sued, and they won $250,000 from Davidson County. So we stay on top of those because well, that's our job. We have a duty to the people who are in conservatorships as well as the guardianships, and that is just exploding. Particularly with conservatorships, because we've got to appoint, it's an emergency, which we usually have 4 or 5 a week. We have to appoint an attorney, and then sometimes a guardian ad litem, and then have a hearing within 5 days. And I do those hearings. I do conservatorships, small estates, guardianships, and then the beginning part of divorces under what is known as Rule 53. I do the Penny Lighty hearings on those. That's why we need the folks that we have. The $2,000, all of these add up to that. That is what our salaries were last year. We had one person who went part-time and hired another person. But even with this, I know last year we were looking at trying to make things equal and equitable. Chief deputy in circuit makes $92,000, and this is really a supervisor. The lowest supervisor in circuit makes $72,000. So we're well under them, not asking to bring it up to there, but I am asking for this young lady, we're doing her because she has worked her tail off with a rogue attorney we had here named Andy Allman. We have had dozens of cases against him, and we had a hearing a while back where I did what was known as a Rule 53 hearing. We had well over 100 people that filed claims against him, and he's in prison for the next 35 years. So, but we're still trying to clean up his mess. So that is that. So we're not asking for any more as a total of salaries, but I want to adjust that because those folks have earned it. I'm on one of the committees for this new e-filing. We have our clerks conference, so we'll be able to tell you more next week. But what they're telling us is that they will have a vendor named by the end of this year. Then it'll take an additional 2 to 3 years to get the entire state on e-filing. If you believe that, I've got some good oceanfront property down in the Everglades. It's not going to happen in 2 to 3 years. They put $75 million, the legislature did, into looking at this. And what scares me is it looks like they're going with the company that one clerk and master in Davidson County uses. Everybody else uses somebody else. But they also put in the law that everybody, including Davidson County, Hamilton County, Knox County, Shelby County, all have to go with this new system, whether they have their own system or not. We've been blessed in that our system, I've signed 2 contracts with them now over the last 5 years, and it's cost the county and me nothing. The attorneys pay for it. They pay $300 a year. It saves them time. They can go to their office, punch it in, we do it, we send it back signed, and they don't have to leave their office. It's really nice. Now, people have gotten adjusted to it, and so we're going to have to change, but change is inevitable. So if the state Supreme Court says that's what you're going to do, that's what we're going to do. So we should know more by the end of the year who their vendor they're going to use. It's gotten so cantankerous that the Chief Justice and the head of the administrative office of the court have set aside 3 hours to talk with all the clerks. We have clerks conferences in Knoxville next week to talk to us to kind of let us know what's going to happen. So this is being pushed by the Supreme Court and the governor. So with them and $75,000 in their pocket, they're gonna get done what they wanna get done. And we'll follow along. It will help as far as having attorneys and everybody do the same thing across the state. It's just everybody thinks their way is the best way, and everybody hates change, but you're gonna have to adjust to it. With our county growing as much as it has, there's probably a good chance that next year I may ask for another employee. Don't know for sure. What we tried to do was just go with part-time people without hiring a new person, and that worked for a little while, but our new judge, Judge Nichols, came on. And she does chancery cases on Thursdays and Fridays. So if I've got a case on Thursday, Judge Oliver has a case on Thursday, and Judge Nichols has a case on Thursday, we've got to staff all those courtrooms. And we only have 8 full-time people. We've got basically, we list 3 part-time people, but it's just 2 that are working right now. One is kind of taking a sabbatical. They are all former employees, so we didn't have to train them, and they're very good. So we're very fortunate there that they enjoy working there and are willing to come back as part-timers. And what I like about it is I don't have to pay them any benefits. And it works out well. They know the system and they can plug in right away. With Judge Nichols there, tomorrow, she's got 4 cases that they're handling for us. Judge Oliver has the 2nd day of a custody trial going on. I've got 5 cases set for me. So out of 8 people, we do have 1 part-time coming in tomorrow. So that means we have 9. So we'll basically be down to 5. Where we're seeing a lot of activity also is on small estates. And that's an estate under $50,000 where they come in without an attorney. That takes a lot of time to explain to them that this is how you do it, this is the law. Well, why do you have to do it that way? Well, because that's what the law says you've got to do. And why do I have to give my brother a notice on it? He never did anything for Mom and hadn't seen him for 20 years. Well, we've got to do that. I've had one where we did, and we're doing a little different because maybe I'm a little jaded, but some of these folks will just downright lie to you. And we had to get the 2 brothers on. They hadn't spoken in 40 years. And they just couldn't agree that Paul had more money in his retirement than that. So we had to take our time, get more information on that. And these are all done what they call pro se. So it takes a lot of extra time for our staff and for me to get through all of that. That's why we have the 1 part-time person. She comes in for 2 days and does primarily just getting all the probate stuff together for the next week. That saves a lot of time because we have hundreds of files, and then if we have to go after the people on conservatorships and other things, it takes a lot of time and a lot of staff and a lot of expertise. We aren't not getting quite as many divorces as we used to. I think that's because we're on the 3rd floor and they can get the divorce on the 4th floor. And so let's get one on the 1st floor and I don't have to walk up to the 3rd floor. But with the attorneys, we do have it. So we're still having a full house, and Judge Nichols has really helped in getting our caseload down. And so that's been a blessing, but it does keep us even busier on what we're doing. One of the things that we may need on Judge Nichols, as Ms. Strong told you earlier, she's on the county server, we're on the state server. She has a computer that can't pull up all of our cases yet, so we've got to take the file. I think I can work it to where through local government corporation I can get a laptop, and she can have a laptop with our information on it and be able to pull the file up and read it on the laptop without having to come and get the file. It's much easier because when we do it on the laptop, it shows every document that's in there, and you don't have to dig through and try to find this pleading or that pleading. But that's what we're working on, still adjusting to having her. But I think we can get that done in the not too distant future. Yes, sir.
You said you have 8 full-time employees?
Yes, sir.
Does that include you?
No, that doesn't include me.
So you got 9 total?
9 total employees.
And 3 part-time?
Well, 3 that are listed as part-time that we can use, that have been approved by Mr. Lawing. but one is not working right now. She has a husband who works on the PGA Tour, and during the summer, many times, she'll go with him to California or Florida. I wish I could go with her.
How selfish of her.
But then she comes back in the winter, and it really helps.
Okay, so all your positions are full right now? I mean,
Yes, sir.
You guys are busier than you can be, but you're handling it.
We're handling everything. But like I say, if we have problems, we'll be back next year. I don't see it's gonna be necessary this year. We're just covering things the best that we can. I'm trying to look at my notes to see what else that I wanted to tell you about.
Well, maybe, you're not asking for no capital, nothing like that.
No.
Just, just those few increases above and beyond the 3%.
Yes, and we put those after you did the 3%.
Right, no,
So it wouldn't be
understand.
3% twice.
You explained it, I totally, it's done correctly.
And on page 56, and I think 23, he has the other employee, but he didn't ask for anything, or she didn't additionally get the, what is it called?
Parenting coordinator.
Parenting coordinator.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's just got the 3% on there, and it's not even a full-time position.
Okay.
And I don't know how we get her on our budget, because she does for 3 different courts, and, but that's fine, so she puts herself on our level, and she does a good job. We've got to make sure they go to the parenting classes, or they can't get a divorce. So the legislature put that in, so she reminds them, sends letters, she works, I think, 2 days a week, and it saves everybody a bunch of time, because if we had to go through all of that, and she wasn't there, and she's making a minimal amount and has no benefits.
So I'll tell you, I'm just gonna say this, I went through one of those parenting courses, and man, I did not know that I needed to bathe my children, it was crazy. The things that were, online classes you have to take anyway.
Well, you'd be amazed how many folks that we run into that don't have any parenting skills. So, yes, ma'am.
I just have a question about the conservatorships. You're seeing an uprise in those, are they mostly in the elderly?
Well, I'll give you an example. I have a young man who has a traumatic brain injury, and he likes to eat things. He'll eat metal spoons, he'll eat knives, he'll eat needles, and he goes in and out, and we've had him for, I guess, the entire time I've been here, almost 9 years. We find locations for him to be in group homes, and they don't say they run away, they say they elope. But he just showed up today because he got into a fight down in Maury County, and he's afraid that he'll miss his court date. So we had to sit down and talk and say, now how can you get there? Will your mom take you? Mom's kind of washed her hands of him, but she did get him a hotel room. For about 6 months, I had his tent in my office, and he was living right over here in the trees behind this building. But they ran him out of there, so he showed up today, and we talked, and I asked him, well, if your mom can't get off in the morning at the court, why don't you ever drive you down there the night before? And he goes, why didn't I think of that? But we have those, but you're right, most of them are elderly, and as they get dementia or others, but we have a lot of young people that, and a lot of, see, I can say this in a nice way. Got a lot of folks who've abused alcohol that are getting dementia. I had one today, he was 50 years old and died of dementia and had cirrhosis of the liver, and it's amazing. So we've got people who have been in injuries. But we did one the other day where an 18-year-old boy was on guard duty, coming home, he had a tremendous TBI, and he's going to have to go to San Antonio, but we had to do an emergency conservatorship, so the Army would take him into their facility, because there's no one that could authorize his medical care without the conservatorship. But we're seeing a whole bunch of older people now. Most of them, the reason we're having a lot of emergency conservatorships is they will go to the hospital, and we have the new psych ward at Sumner. I haven't visited there yet, or days, I think they should take me. But it's sad, they have no family, they have no relatives, or the ones that they do have won't help. So we have to, in order to discharge them from the hospital, we have to do a conservatorship. We have to appoint an attorney, the hospital pays the attorney for that. We have a hearing within 5 days, and we have another hearing within 60 days in order to get them a full conservatorship, so they can put them in a nursing home. Then we have to check and see what benefits they have, make sure they get those benefits. And so it's a lot of work for these folks that have no family, and it's just heartbreaking sometimes.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time, sir.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
All right, we're a bit ahead of time. I'm gonna do a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll do the libraries, and we'll close out the rest of the day.
Highway and ag.
Yeah, libraries, libraries and.
All of it. Anybody that's here. Anybody that's here, right? Anybody that can.
Oh, yeah.
We got no organizational charts for libraries.
Galveston is not here. We
No,
got-
Joanna's gonna present.
Is she gonna do all of them?
So why don't you go ahead and do,
She's not here, so can we just?
Health Department?
Do health department.
Yeah,
Let's do
yeah,
health
I'm glad.
Then circle back
Let
around?
Amy from Millersville.
Well,
would be great.
let's do, well, we can do.
Chairman, I'd rather hear from the directors anyway, so
Let's
they
do-
go ahead and
Is that
present.
started back on?
Let's do health department.
Yeah.
And then if we're through health department, then we'll let the, folks from the libraries, we don't have, Ms. Daniels, then we'll let the, folks from the libraries go. All right, go ahead.
He's
sorry,
on
what
page, I'm sorry, he's on page 67, A28, and then on D, he's got a direct grant access, which is most of his budget, which is a direct flow through. So probably, if you don't mind,
Hey, what?
let's just go to page 69 first, or let Miss Allison show it on the page, the front page.
What are my pages again? I'm sorry.
DGA, which stands for Direct Grant Access, is page 69.
Okay.
And let's go through that first, and then 67 is his local budget, and then A28 is his salary. But the reason I want to show you DGA first is it's the
top.
that's vast majority of his budget, but it's a 100% flow through.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, that's our flow through. We'll, in the contract, there is a placeholder line for our salary increases that are all come. Remember a year or two ago, we're following state raises for all our DGA folks. And the state covers 100% of that. So that will come down. We won't get those until September 1. Those will get implemented, or so. And again, all that's 100% pass through. On my, local direct, I've got 3 full-timers and 1 part-timer. The part-timer retired. She was a nurse practitioner, and I spent about 4 months trying to find a individual who wanted to come in part-time, basically 270 annual hours, 8 hours a week to work. I've killed that position. It would have taken 120 hours just to train that individual into our system. And I thought that just wasn't cost effective, so we killed that part-time position. I'd like to give my 3 True County people at least a 5%. On the state end last year, meeting expectations was 3.5 and exceeding was 5% plus a one-time bonus, and these individuals would have at least been considered exceeding expectations. And I should drop with that 14,000 roughly right there. That was the part-time position. We're actually
down here on DGA, down there.
Yeah.
Is there an appendix number?
Yes, it's on page A28.
Thank you.
Just the local.
But really, I've lost a half a position and just have 3 full-time, no part-time anymore.
He said 820.
That's your DGA.
I don't think I do either.
I don't have A28.
We don't have a 28, David.
What now?
We don't
We don't have
don't have
an
an
28. We can't find a 28.
This position was eliminated.
We got lots of,
There's not an A28 on the bottom?
No, sir.
There's 27 and 30.
and then 30 again, and then another 30.
Oh, it could be in the back.
Oh, wait, I found it 28. It's after the
A28,
fourth.
29 are after.
Yeah, they got
So
it.
it's printed, I don't know how that happened either.
We're there.
Demons.
Demons.
Did everybody find it? Sorry about that.
Yeah, we've got it.
Thank you.
So, are you, so in personnel, it sounds, it looks to me like we're requesting 12,586 less?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
she left.
Thank you.
Give my roses, give my raises to my 4E, and then that difference would be
Is that
back in the bank.
That's it. That was, just have to put it back on the main page and send them on. That's his local there, and he has, a few non-salary. And he has a few non-salary.
But they're negligible. Okay.
Is this their total salary, or they get part of their salary from the state also?
There's-
Or is this their total?
3 true, what we call true county,
One of those
which
files I
is,
sent you the admin.
which is
funded by
purely by law.
So this is their total salary?
Yeah.
So the
Okay.
admin.
Any questions?
And the rest of us are all.
I think this one's pretty
That's
simple.
one issue I sell a long time.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Daniels, we are up with libraries.
What page is we on?
They start on page 73 and run through 77, and their salaries are pages A31 through A35. On page 73, it starts with Gallatin, and A31 also starts with Gallatin, so if we run in that order.
A31.
Yes, sir.
I can see everything so clearly. This is Al's.
Yeah, we sent him an example of ours.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, because everybody's having trouble.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, Ms. Daniels, your
Are we
floor.
starting with Gallatin?
Gallatin, yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is, I mean, it's pretty standard. There wasn't an increase other than the COLA. I don't know if you have any questions for me.
We'll have one, but I think it's gonna be relevant to Hendersonville on one particular piece of software.
Oh, sorry, there
There's
was
more
there
requests
was
than
an
COLA.
increase in Gallatin's, salary for the director. We increased it by 2,000. We just felt that, before the mandate that was put in effect last year, to put everybody at the same price, all the libraries were different salaries based upon how big big the library was. And so we increased we felt that since Gallatin is a larger library, that the director has a lot more responsibilities. And so we are asking for an increase in her salary by $2,000.
Okay. Is that the only increase? Is that the only one for Gallatin?
Other than COLA.
The COLA, yeah.
Correct.
We're not asking, like, the COLA is baked in, like,
Yeah,
everything is just.
Can you scroll down there?
Justin, can you scroll
Can
down?
you scroll down and see the part-time and everything?
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, yes,
Does
sir.
Gallatin have a vehicle?
Yes.
They
They
do?
have a mobile library.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Is it COLA plus the 2,000?
Yes, that was
Okay.
COLA plus, she was saying just to bring them up because Gallatin is a larger.
David, no, I was gonna show you, we'll column S, if you could, column S would be, if you go rolling up your wait, is the cost of living, that would be the 3%, and
Yeah.
anything in yellow
Is above that.
is
For
adjustments
all.
like addition.
Okay.
So, let's do Hendersonville. I know that you will have a question on this one, it's gonna be around software, I think. I know I'll have it.
Hers, the salary increased for Hendersonville, we increased by 2,000. And then what?
5,000, I think.
There were several employees and a lot of stuff. I'll look at the salary.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do here.
So her additional, she's asking for other additional people, but the one that we said was for the $5,000 for her additional, as because she's the largest library.
So you, okay, I've got this. What are, is this a new position, and is this a new position?
I think that she
Or are they just
asked-
not filled?
That was a vacant at the time.
Are they both vacant?
Yeah, I think.
Looks
I
like
think that
one's
that's-
vacant.
They're asking for $30 more thousand there, so that's a new position.
So that bottom one is a totally new position?
Yes, that's a new position.
Okay.
Um,
What's the new position for?
So, we asked for additional positions last year, bless you.
Thank you.
Because Hendersonville already is understaffed for the amount of hours that they have and how big the library is. She's asked for additional, people for the last 2 years. And, last year it was turned down. So this year, she was asking for it, and let me look at give me 1 second.
Is it, and I apologize, when you say she, is this
Sorry,
the one
Alicia.
that's resigned? Okay.
Who just resigned, yes.
Is there an interim already, or is that still,
There is an interim.
who is that?
Who is
that? Kristen Lima, I think.
Kristen Lima.
Would this?
Give me 1 second. Yes. Okay. I apologize. Go ahead.
So does this new, I know there was some talk last year, we didn't end up doing it, about potentially extending library hours. Is this gonna extend hours, or is
No.
this just keeping the same hours?
It's keeping the same hours. She asked for people last year because,
Okay.
again, she's been saying, for the last 2 years, they are understaffed for the amount of hours that they already have. And has been asking for extra people just to serve the public with the hours that they have.
How many hours is Hendersonville?
40 hours,
What about Gallatin?
44,
So how do they have one less clerk?
because it's a
And would
lot.
have
Because
less-
Gallatin is not as big as Hendersonville. And Gallatin's at 44 hours. I wasn't on the board when that happened. To my knowledge, that's because they're the county seat. And they have way less visitors than Hendersonville. I don't know why it's at 44, but we can't take it down.
Do we
this
have,
one.
do we have some metrics on like the differences in the?
There's some rules you can't.
Yes, like
No, I don't want
essentially-
to. No, I said that's just so weird.
Does anybody have those numbers? Because I didn't print them.
Oh, so, all right,
No.
so. Gallatin, the number of visits to the Gallatin Library in March of 2025 was 6,411 total visits. However, this is all because of a head clicker.
What was the period for that, sorry?
From March of 2025.
March, so this last March.
Correct. However, I want to emphasize that the head clicker only counts heads. It doesn't differentiate between the person's been in there before, or if the person is a different person, or if they're coming in to take a bathroom break, or if they're coming in to ask questions, okay? So it is definitely the
6520, you said?
6411. Yeah.
What was that?
And give me one more second though, is that
And what?
another worthy
Month?
thing that you might want to look at.
1 month.
1 month. One other thing you might want to look at is that the amount of programs, because all of our libraries are very heavy in the programs. That's a real true, like, looking at how many people are coming in and using the library, but it's also, again, there's only 60 people that came to all the programs, okay? And when you look at the programs that we're heavily using to bring people in, and then you look at the clicker head count again, those could simply be people coming in 4 or 5 times in a month. Or again, now that we have the courthouse, people coming in and asking questions. So, 6,411. Look at Hendersonville. And then in February of 2025, it was only 14,623 visits. Alicia did mention that a lot of people come in due to using the bathroom, a lot of people. Again, also doesn't tell you who is in here, if it's different people. And in their programs, it only served 104 people. So I know that in a lot of these libraries, the friends are doing all of these programs to bring people in. They're spending money to bring people in because people aren't coming into the libraries, so they're using these programs. Again, Clicker does not differentiate between who is there for what and how many different people.
So what, yeah, I mean, look, I get this, because we had the same conversation with
And
you know,
also-
benchmarking is
I
not
also-
perfect.
I also want to emphasize that we have asked in a public meeting, every single director, if their hours are sufficient, and they have said yes.
How many, what was the total number of visits in the same month for Hendersonville? I've got 64.
14,623.
Okay. So, 2.3 times as much in the same period of time. Okay.
So, and I would like to interject.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw this chart that I was circulating. Matt, you wanted to look at numbers. This is the actual direct circulation numbers. How many books we're checking out and how many electronics we're checking out. And
Yeah.
I agree with Joanna that
Yeah.
people coming in and out. But what I want to know, and I sent this email to everyone, including the library board, and I'm wondering why Hendersonville had the drop
Yeah,
in their checkout of their circulation.
Because of weather, who knows, I mean.
Big drop.
There's a big drop. Did you get a chance to see the numbers? And I'm sorry we don't have it on paper. Can you share that?
It's like a 30% drop.
Yeah, have you seen
She
it?
said it was probably because of weather and, I mean, who knows? I mean,
So, I like
It
looking at these.
fluctuates.
I agree with you that the clicker or the counting the heads that walk in the door in the bathroom. But these numbers, I think, do reflect on where we're at.
What time period is
But you have to
that?
understand though too,
Over 30% over what period?
you have to understand though
Jerry
too,
wants to see the numbers.
is that numerous people come in and they check out 10,
Maybe
12
we could throw
books
it
at
to
a
Jessica
time.
for the board.
So it is never just one book. It is numerous books at a time. And if you've got a family that is coming in and the kids are checking out 3, 4, 5 books, the mom's checking out 4 or 5 books, you can easily get to 10 to 20 to 30 books in the family.
And then I understand that, and I've spoken to the librarians, and they say that they don't need to stay open. But I have spoken to citizens and other municipal officials that want library hours extended. And I've seen people on Facebook. So I personally, as I spoke here last year at this budget meeting, would like to see more hours. I'd like to see us closer to the state standard. I know it's a suggestion, but when we're at 41 and 44, and we want to be at 60, and we have no plans to move in that direction, that's 20 hours, and we have no plans to move that way.
So according to Caitlin from Regional, which works with state, you have to understand that when you're looking at a level 5 standards, you're looking at 50,000 to 300,000. Okay. Also, if you really look at those population and how they take 207,000 people in the county, and they divide those populations amongst our 5 libraries. Okay, that's how they decide what the population is that they're serving. According to right now, it's only 103,000 people that Hendersonville is serving. Now, 103,000, you think about that. If you really look at the real number of the visits, it's way less than 14,000. So you're looking at maybe 10,000 visits, which is maybe 10% of the population that it serves. Now, hey, I'm just trying to think fiscally responsible. If all of the directors are saying, no, we don't need any more hours because we're having 104 people come to the programs, only 10% of the people actually visiting this library, I know that fiscally responsibly, I would think that we don't need to increase the hours at this time. So, but, you know, you guys can do with the county money whatever you wish to do, but state is not requiring us to move up the hours. And nobody other than a few people, because I know that I received almost 400 emails on a library board member. I maybe received one email on the library hours.
Well, I haven't went out there and asked anyone to email you, but I could.
But I think that people, if they really
So,
wanted, they would say.
We can go.
We can go
here's the thing,
with
here's- At the end of the day, we're asking for, and I do appreciate the number breakdown. And I realize that things can be smoothed in and out, but it does give an idea of scope. You're asking for one more, for that line item and an additional 5,000, that 32,000 is somebody that you filled. That's a position that was just
Adult
vacant.
services,
Yeah, it was
librarian.
just vacant. Okay, on Hendersonville, there was, can we go to, other operating costs?
Sure.
Because I think there was software, I think we had a question earlier regarding, the cataloging system that Hendersonville uses is
Yeah.
different than the others and is considerably more expensive. And we just want to understand why.
It's actually not considerably more expensive. So the reason why you're seeing such a huge jump in that is because last year Alicia was doing the budget for the first time by herself. Okay, and we had a meeting with Dustin and Beth Browning because she was supposed to be asking for 24,000, but only asked for 12,000. She needed an additional 12,000, and she put that in wrong.
What's the, so can we found the.
I don't know, is it under software or?
It's data processing services, and hers is at 32,000 and everyone else is less than half of that. My understanding is it's because she uses a different catalog system. And
So, yeah, she does. She uses a different catalog
Yeah,
system
that's what it is
because
there.
when she looked at Atrium, the Atrium
I think we got
has
it.
never
Yeah.
held a catalog as large as hers is. And when she also did some research on Atrium, a lot of people were actually leaving Atrium and going to different catalog services. Also, it was easier for her to stay with it, with this cataloging system because it did support her catalog, and Atrium after a while was going to be more expensive because of the amount of catalog she has. The Hendersonville catalog is almost double the size of everybody else's cataloging system. So with that big of a catalog, you're going to have a bigger price as well. Because when you look at Gallatin's catalog versus Hendersonville, you're almost double.
So, the non-Hendersonville libraries are using something called Atrium.
It's called
it's not
Atrium.
almost double.
Yes.
And, what's that? And
Actual's not.
the argument is that, what's the system that Hendersonville is using?
It's the TSL, Tennessee State Library.
The TSL, okay. So, the TSL is what is the, so it's hard for me to see, what is the annual cost for the TSL system? Because I'm seeing a big jump here.
I think it's actually 24,000.
24,000? Okay.
Yes.
Is the annual cost for
I
the
think it's 24
TSL?
to 25,000.
And the
Unfortunately, I
annual
don't know.
cost for, the others is what, 10 or something? 10,000?
Depends upon the library.
Like, this is another
I'm
looking at those.
Gallatin's the next biggest one.
Okay, that's where it was.
I think it's around 11.
Gallatin's above it.
11,000.
11,000, okay, so about twice as much. And so the argument is that
Gallatin's
so the
$765.
Atrium system,
No, my bad.
doesn't
think
have
there's
the,
altogether, so-
doesn't have the ability to at least,
The Atrium system has never handled a catalog as
As
large
big
as,
as- okay.
and when
All right.
we broke down the budget, the pricing, it was gonna be more expensive than TSL.
oh, if Atrium, if you wanted to do one for, so that the amount that you get scales with, it's not like a, man, I wanna
No,
get in the
it's a
library
scale.
catalog
Yeah,
business,
it's a
man.
ceiling.
Holy crap.
To the size of calendar.
And also, when you looked into,
Database,
Could we
man.
get,
when
like,
she
a-
looked into Atrium, people were leaving Atrium, they weren't staying, they actually had lost a lot of their customers.
Could we get a deal with this?
So,
That's a good question.
All right, Mr. Lambert, I know you had some questions on that one. Did you have any more questions on the two software systems?
No, I mean, the questions that I have.
I'm wondering if we
she
could.
answered. I don't,
Yeah, we.
I still am not
Well,
convinced
I think
that
we'll
it's
look at it.
worth it, but.
I mean,
Yeah.
But that's, may not be our call.
well, we can argue that at a different point. I mean, we're just here to hear the hearing at this point.
I'm wondering if schools are on Atrium, if we couldn't get into a joint deal with all of them, a discount. Schools are on Atrium, we got 4 libraries.
Schools are on Atrium?
Mhm.
The schools have got to have a bigger library catalog than Hendersonville does, I would imagine. What they're, what's, can you get, what's your total, well, for the whole system? What's your total count at Hendersonville?
I don't have those statistics.
280,
What's that?
That's their.
according to the stats that Commissioner Boyd sent out, the total circulation, physical, electronic.
That's what they
2020.
checked out, not what was in
Oh, okay.
inventory, yeah. I didn't get, I know I didn't get that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we can revisit this as we're digging into it, but, all right.
I do have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Boyd.
I was curious on the numbers, and I'm sure it just comes along with time. When I look at the different budgets for the library books and media, between the libraries, it varies, and I understand that some are larger than others. Do we base that on their visits? Do they get more, we're investing in bigger catalogs each time. So like Gallatin has $38,000 they're gonna invest in more inventory, right? And then Hendersonville's gonna invest $62,000.
Historically, they've tried to keep those amounts as much as or more than what the cities put in.
Is that what it is? Is
Well,
that
those
about-
two are
The
because
cities
Hendersonville-
donate, is that how it is? Are we
And
getting?
Hendersonville gives 50, Gallatin gives 35, and what's the next one?
Portland is the next one. But I don't
Westmoreland
remember
gets
the name.
7,500, and
Portland,
Millersville is 18,000. I'm pretty sure Millersville City did put in
They don't.
18,000.
The biggest two libraries have always tried to kind of keep it equal to, or more than what the cities are donating. The other one's not, so.
So
That's
is
why
this-
those two are large. But
Did
the
they
other-
donate? Did they donate?
Gallatin gave 35 and Hendersonville gave 50. So we're giving that much more, that was the two large
I
ones.
think
The other
Portland does a
Okay.
lot, Portland does a lot of the maintenance and that kind of stuff though, whereas maybe some of the other ones don't.
I was just- I
Like,
didn't
they
know
do
how
a
we
lot-
were
They
doing
do
it.
all the groundskeeping, they do all the parking lots, they do all.
Portland gives us some money too, and so does Millersville.
Yeah.
I was just wondering how it got.
And I would have to look to see
No,
how
yeah,
much
I think
Portland
that's-
gives. We can look over at the revenue sheet, see how much Portland gives, I can't recall. Can you get revenue just? Get over on the revenue and see how much Portland gives.
So what would have to happen to go to 44 hour for Hendersonville?
No, it's donations, I'm sorry.
Donation.
How could we get more hours?
So we as a board, have voted against it, and we don't have no director has asked us for more hours. There hasn't been a need assessment created, and fiscally, it doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, I think.
So it's my understanding that that at least the mayor of Hendersonville, I don't know who all else is interested in more hours.
Mhm.
I know you've heard from our board that commission that there's interest in more hours, but I guess it's just solely at the discretion of the library committee, library
And
board.
generally, it's at the discretion of the library board, yes. Again, Mayor Clary sent a letter saying he would put money in. County said no. And in my opinion, if you guys want to spend money on something that there hasn't been a needs assessment made, no director is asking for. We have not received many emails from the public at all about it. And if you look at the visits, it doesn't really justify putting the money. It's not an, when you look at firefighters and sheriff and EMS that's looking for money because those are essential life-giving entities, you guys decide what you want.
What about redistributing the 40 hours?
Yes, weekend hours are low.
I don't know, yeah.
We can absolutely look at redistributing the 40 hours, and that is something that me and Alicia were looking at doing, and then she resigned. So redistributing the 40 hours is not a big deal.
I
So
think we
having
need
it
both.
open at earlier days and that.
I guess there is a way to test, sorry, I'm interrupting here, but I mean, I guess there is a way to somewhat test whether those 4 hours get used or not, at least by proxy. Let's look at Gallatin. Are those 4 hours at Gallatin being, like if you did a time spread out, are those 4 extra hours being utilized at Gallatin? And if they're not, then maybe Gallatin should shut it down. But if they are, then I think, are they getting used? Do we know?
So in my opinion, if we
I don't think it would be fair to punish one city.
Well, I'm just asking as a look.
Well,
That's the whole point here. Like, the whole point is about like, some level of equality. That the whole argument is that one city has something that the others don't. I'm not arguing for or against. I'm just saying that, if one has 44, that's fine. If I'm the city if I'm the
I think the
if I'm
only
mayor of
way
the
to
city of
test it
Hendersonville-
is to fund it being open on Fridays and then collect the data,
But
find
can't
the clicker.
shouldn't we be able to just ask now for the data that sits with Gallatin? I mean, Gallatin should already know.
Yeah, well, she said
And then-
And I
training.
don't know that if we want to look at it as punishing
Yeah, I'm not
a
saying it would
city.
be.
I don't think it's that. It's that if you look at the visits to Gallatin, they are significantly lower.
But are they
Than
lower,
Henderson.
right, and I know that, but that probably just has to do with the overall demographics. What I'm saying is, on a time spread, so, if you took all of the 4-hour blocks, morning, evening, and then the extra morning, you could distribute all of the visits across those 4 blocks, and then you could see which of those 4 blocks are the busiest. If that Saturday 4-hour block, that extra 4-hour block, is busier than the other average, then that shows that at least in one city, on a time spread basis, that 4 hours is more valuable. If it's not being visited, then your hypothesis is right. Like, those 4 hours are, that to me at least gives us some direction. Do we have that data, like by timestamp?
Yes, I can probably get some of that, but my question for you here is, we're in a very conservative county and being fiscally conservative. My question for you is, no director is asking for it. The visits and the population don't support it. I haven't got a whole lot, nobody's come into Hendersonville and said, why don't you open longer? So I'm trying to figure out, where is the need other than to fulfill standards?
So let's go to your 4. The first one I'll grant you, I've only, the directors, if you say that nobody's asking for it, I'll believe you on that one.
Okay.
The second one, I think we don't know. And that's
Don't know
why
about what?
you said the second one is we don't have the data supported, and I say, well, I think we don't, or the data, you said the data doesn't support it. I would argue that we don't know that answer, and the way to get at least a direction on that answer is to look at Gallatin's data. So I think I agree with you on that point 1. On point 2, I think we don't know. On point 3, about whether people have asked for it, I have had a couple folks ask for it, not just mention it, not just the mayor of Hendersonville. So that one, I'll probably concede the point. It's not like we have this massive upswelling of people asking for it. So, look, at the end of the day, your point 1, I forget your point 4, but your point 1 and point 3. Point 1, I agree with you. Point 3, I'll concede to you. But point 2, if you're trying to be conservative, what you really are talking about is efficiency. And so what I want to do is every dollar to be best apportioned for the most need, right? So like, if we're looking at highway, and I just looked over at Toby, if we're looking at highway, more, not all dollars are gonna be exactly evenly spread in all cases. So just like Hendersonville, where you're asking for more dollars because there's more people. If I've got a distribution of time where a certain time, Saturday morning, is gonna be more utilized, what I would like to see, then that's where we should put the money. Like,
Well,
to-
or we can change the hours.
well, you could, but to me, the first step to this is, let's look at the data we have, because it costs us nothing. And so then we can answer that question, that's my opinion, but we've got others here. Ms. Brewer.
Well, in the email I sent out, I had a suggestion with an automatic checkout. And so I put that in there and I researched and it said with an automatic checkout, we can increase hours without increasing cost. Have y'all discussed the possibility of an automatic checkout just maybe in Hendersonville and Gallatin?
So I just received that email. I have not had time to. And also, when you're looking at MOE, it is based on the time that is opened. How are you doing an automatic checkout without having the library open?
Well, I want the library open also. That's what I want. I want it open, and then we don't have to have like all this tremendous cost you're talking about if we're having a checkout, a
But you
self-checkout.
have to have people there.
I know, I want hours. I want people there. When I go to the library, sometimes there's 3 people at the desk checking people out in Gallatin. So we have a self-checkout and people have the choice to check themselves out. Then we can have 2 people there and maybe that 3rd person is on extended hours on Saturday. That's how it would extend the hours while reducing the cost. And also, some people don't like to deal with counter, they just like to be in a hurry and go. I've been to
You're looking
several.
at a cost now for self-checkout.
Exactly, and it's the
Okay.
one-time cost
Yeah.
opposed to an
Okay.
employee cost over
So
time, which
what-
I
No
like.
benefits.
Yeah, because we can do that in
Okay.
capital.
And no retirement.
We can do that in capital.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, you know, there
It's
has
just an
not
idea
been-
that your board could be
there-
looking at
okay.
options.
Again, there hasn't been a needs assessment created.
yeah.
Oh,
So
we've got 3 more libraries.
Yeah, and I know,
I'm
and
sorry.
this has been a good discussion. I got us down this rabbit hole, but we've got
You
other
did.
Well,
libraries.
before we move on to those revenues, Dylan was asking about, or somebody was asking about what was donated, but I have a question, there's a note here, and I know she's gone now, that Alicia told us that you guys have requested 70,000 from Hendersonville. Did they approve that, or do we need to bring that down to 50?
They did.
70,000 for what?
City of Hendersonville.
They did not
The
approve it.
donations.
No,
They did not
So we need to
because,
move it to 50?
They're moving back to 50.
because they didn't open the 8 hours on Friday.
Then we move it to 50.
Need to take the 20, put minus 20,000 on
Okay.
I know.
Well, we make it all
They
in.
haven't
No,
finished-
no. What I'm
they
saying is I
haven't
don't
finished
want the
their
amount
budget,
changed.
but they
You keep
have,
calculations.
that went through their
Oh, I
nonprofit.
know.
Make that orange, yeah.
That
Okay.
went through their
Make
nonprofit,
that
so,
on your list.
and they
She
said that they
knows.
didn't give the extra 20.
All right, so let's go ahead and go to Portland.
Okay, so any other questions on Hendersonville's raising of the salary or anything?
No, I mean, we'll spin on it a little bit, but
Okay.
let's go ahead and move on.
All right, so where are we going? Where do you want to go?
Portland.
They open 40 hours.
Yes. Everyone's open 40 hours except for, Gallatin and actually West, Westmoreland. Okay, so, nothing is checked on, changed on Portland except for COLA.
Okay, any questions on Portland? All right, Westmoreland.
A question on Portland.
Okay.
We got a request later that they had not known about the Windows 11 upgrade at the time of the request.
That's Westmoreland.
I'm sorry, Westmoreland.
How many hours is
Portland?
Portland?
40.
40. Thank you.
It's Westmoreland.
Portland.
Portland, are they 40?
Same thing.
All right, now we're on to Westmoreland. Okay.
Wow, do people use
And,
that?
That is an amendment that I was going to, you're
Really?
going to ask for,
That's what we're saying.
for Westmoreland. Are we on Westmoreland?
Computers.
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Pick 'em up on
All
Huh.
So the amendment to Westmoreland was about the computers. And that was the upgrade, for that. And,
Can we go ahead and add that, even though it was late, just to have it in there and track it?
But is it software?
It's hardware.
Hardware.
Data
what-
processing.
Oh, data processing.
Yeah.
Okay. How much is it?
23. 2320 to be round.
2320, and then make that orange just because it's a new
Yep.
one. Sorry, I'm telling you what to do.
How many hours is Westmoreland?
40, every library is 40 except for Gallatin.
Oh, thanks.
And my notes have the computers at 3,600. Phyllis, is the computers at 3,600? That's what we have.
That was the only one, I got the laptop.
Oh, okay,
through the
that
grant,
that
and
just
then-
changed.
and then,
That's right.
There was one computer floating around, and nobody really knew what this computer was. So Robert and Toll and I determined, well, you don't really need to replace something that we really can't find and can't figure out. So we brought this just to the floor.
Valid.
Excellent.
All right.
Gotcha. So the one that, the last thing that I saw, and this is new and just come this week, so, yeah, all right.
So any questions on Westmoreland?
So it's just COLA and the computer.
That computer, and we added the computer there in orange. So Millersville.
Millersville is asking a lot of different things. So she asked to have 2 more full-times and 3 part-time, I think that's what it was. She also asked for an a very large increase in pay for everybody. She feels that living in Millersville is so close to Davidson County that there should be a larger increase for pay for people. She has said, but this is across every single library. It's hard to retain people, which is also why I would say instead of putting money for hours, put money for pay, increasing pay, because our retention rate for library workers is extremely low because we don't pay much for the libraries. So if you want to put money anywhere, I would say put it there because we can't keep employees. And as she said, you can go to Dollar General and make more money than you do at the library. So that is a need that every director has asked me is for more pay.
How many people does, so how many people, what's your click rate when you're doing your head count through for March for Millersville?
You know what, I did not bring through that one.
No, she's here.
But I know that it's.
She's here.
Do you know the click rate? Okay.
For March of 2025, we have 1,437 patrons. And compared to March of 2024, we have 1,038 patrons.
So a little bit more, so about 1,100. What's a similar size? How big is like Westmoreland's or Portland's? Portland's probably. Do we have a number for?
Do you have the click rate for Portland? I didn't bring all of your guys' things.
I do not.
I think if I remember, it's around 3,000.
So how many people does Portland
And
have?
I think around 3,000 or 4,000.
We were around 8,000.
Oh, Portland was around
8,000?
8,000.
Oh, then I must have, then I've got you mixed up because, so, and
Yeah, so we're
Westmoreland
not-
was
we're-
like around 500.
So okay, yeah, that's probably right. So
It was-
Westmoreland, so it's about twice of what how many personnel does Westmoreland have?
What is this that got handed out?
Because right now, Millersville has 2.
Well, and she's not asking for more people, she's asking to flip. She wants to create.
Well, so it looks like,
She's asking for
She's asked for 2
more
new people.
But Westmoreland has 4. Does Westmoreland have 4?
Yep.
And there's, I mean, that's actually a pretty
Okay.
good argument that she's asked that she needs them.
Okay, so what she had told us is that she wanted to create 2 full-time to take some of the part-time people and make them into full-time. Does
For
that make sense?
retention.
For retention.
But I mean.
So it would be less part-time people and more full-time.
Oh,
So they're
okay.
not asking for more people, they're asking for different
You still get,
positions.
you're still getting a diff, I mean,
Yep,
you're
I think so.
taking here, but you're adding more, so you're.
Chairman,
So it's over $40,000.
I'm just saying, the
can we
same
just
Make a
ask
motion.
the
The same
person
amount of
sitting back here
bodies.
to clear up this confusion?
Yeah.
The
Are you
same
asking
amount
for
I don't
two
think
new
it's that
people?
confused.
It's same amount of bodies, just different positions.
Are you asking for two new people or
I
two?
am asking for 2 full-time positions, and to help offset the benefits for those positions, I am removing 2 part-time positions.
So-
I know it doesn't fully offset the
Yeah.
benefits, but it was.
It's a
it's-
$40,000 difference. You're saying Westmoreland has,
Health insurance.
yeah, when you add more, it's probably more like 50.
TCR.
But Westmoreland has 4. Currently, 4 full-time people. Well, so that, I mean,
Is that what you have?
okay, all right, got it. I mean, I don't have any more
As I
questions.
said, it's not any more bodies, it's just full-time,
No, I get it.
part-time. Yeah.
I mean, but I was just trying to get a comparison.
Yeah, no,
And
that's-
that, I mean, she's doing probably an equivalent amount of work with, maybe more, with half the people. Well,
Well, part-time.
part-time, but I get it.
So we're just moving them to
Well,
health
that's the,
benefits and
if
keeping
we
them.
choose to, but I get it. I mean, I think she's gotta go over that. Okay, you go ahead, Mr. Klein.
You mentioned MOE a minute ago. Is there MOE requirement for libraries?
Well, there's an MO requirement in the fact that it can't change, like you guys have to fund it the same and the cities have to fund it the same.
The entire library?
Yeah, all of the libraries.
Okay, all
yeah.
libraries?
Same as last year.
Yeah.
Okay,
same as last year.
Does that include, I think you mentioned the number of hours, like?
Yes, there's
like,
MOE on hours.
Could you go down to 40 in Gallatin?
That I would have to talk with regional about, and figure out how to do that, if that's a possibility.
So the local board can increase the hours, but to decrease it, it has to be a higher
I'd have to
approval.
talk to state.
We could be penalized if they
I
choose to.
don't know that you would necessarily be
But they might
penalized.
not.
I have to ask Cecilia because she didn't say that you could be penalized. You could simply, but I would talk with her. I could talk with her.
I got you. I'm just curious how it worked. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for libraries?
And then you'll see that she increased all the pay, I think it was like 10%.
All right.
In Millersville alone?
Yes.
10%.
Oh, actually, wait, it's 20%, isn't it?
Yeah, there was.
It's a 20%.
Yes.
She wants to
Increase
increase
All wages?
everybody's pay by 20%.
So we'll, I mean, we'll.
Did we increase them last year?
We did.
We did.
Yeah. All right, any other questions for
What
libraries?
was that last comment?
They're asking to request 20% in Millersville, in addition to the 2
Wages.
personnel.
But
If you read that
20%
document.
is a lot, it sounds like a lot, but their wages are
Let's say,
low.
let's keep in mind that most of these people can
Make
go to a
about
burger joint and make a
$30,000.
lot more than they're making at the
Yeah,
library.
but,
I'm just getting
but we
clear
do
on it.
throw in the
Yeah, but it's not-
TCRS.
We're,
I'm looking on the sheet and it doesn't add up to 20%, so I just wanted to make sure I understood.
And your comment, Mr. Lambert, is correct, that people can go to burger joints. One thing I will have to tell you is that retention rate in Hendersonville is one of the worst retention rates of the libraries. Because, again, they don't need more hours, but they sure need more pay.
we all do that. We all need less hours and more pay.
You couldn't go to 5 guys.
All right, any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
They got more hours.
Actually, let's do this, because, Toby, what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to tackle your budget today, setting it, so if you're okay with it, we'd like you to be here for that. If you're okay with it, can we just switch you with Ag Extension? Let Ag Extension go, and then you'll do your presentation, we're just gonna, oh, they're not here?
Not here yet.
Oh, well, okay then let's just go ahead and get started, and
Make our way.
What pages we're on?
He is on page 78 and A36.
He wore it yesterday.
What's that?
I want those on.
I think the first.
78 what, A1?
Toby.
What?
yeah, let's,
I'll tell you what I put in there right now and what he's requesting.
yeah, let's because it's a little different, let's go back, let's do capital first, actually.
There was, if you go down, there's an equipment line item, Ms. Allison.
Oh, there's an ag
highway.
map.
Oh, hey, yeah, let's go ahead and do ag.
Oh,
Let's go ahead and
ag.
do ag,
Yeah,
so let them go, and then we'll, because they're here. Yeah, let's let them do it, and then we'll do yours.
There you go.
And then,
We can get you just done. All right, you're gonna be able to get out of here early.
There we go. I was hoping I was the one y'all were looking for.
Here we go, page 78, ag.
What issue you have?
So,
Someone updated.
and the ag, we do a cost split with all, I think, but one employee still. So they're on page 78 and 836.
All right.
There's one local employee now, is that correct?
All right, your floor, sir.
All right, my name's Clint Parker. I'm the county director for the UT Extension Service. Our organization is a little different than most because we cost share with the University of Tennessee and Sumner County government. Bottom line, when you look at our budget, outside the cost of living allowances that y'all recommended to us, I'm asking for an $11 increase over last year. Moving a few things around, trying to make things balance out so we're using our money efficiently and accurately. Probably the biggest benefit that helped us this year is the University of Tennessee went to a completely new operating system from not just the ag department, but the entire university. So they kind of changed up the way they charge for benefits and for all their stuff. They went to a percentage base, so it's like 35.2 on full-time employees, 7.9 on part-time employees. There was a few dollars there that we had that we actually saved a little bit, but our 4-H program here in the county is the largest in the United States. There's not another county or another state that has the 4-H program that we have. Really could use some extra help. Had a few extra dollars. The one position there, 14,696, that position right there is a 32-hour program position. She actually has her degree, certified to be an agent, but we didn't have a position, hired her in as a program assistant. She's working on her master's, done a phenomenal job for us. With that money that we saved through the benefits with the university going to a new system, was asking to move that money to that position, make her a salaried position. She'd be a full-time agent, so then you're not limited to 32 hours. And like I said, she's working on her master's, fully qualified all the way through. And then when it's all said and done, like I said, over last year, I'm asking for $11. Any questions?
This is $11,000, is that?
so, just to
Where's this local? Is it on that one?
UT brings in all this for us, all the bennies?
What now?
UT gives us all the
Where's this
bennies?
14,000 coming from?
No, it's down here.
So when I done the budget, when you looked at what benefit packages they use
So
by doing
this is
actual
gonna- We're
numbers,
gonna have to add the bennies.
we
They're
had
all down in this top.
14,000 extra when they went to this new percentage based. That money was in benefits extra.
So is this county,
He's got two things. He's got some local, and then he's got most of his employees are paid with the cost share of UT, so they invoice us quarterly. What he's saying is on these benefits out here, you see this 14,000, right?
Yes.
He's got all these benefits out here. We've always covered these benefits. They've changed they've changed these percentages. You see there's even a negative to come in, so they changed it. Go back to his main budget.
I had a savings of about $16,000.
So if you go here, if you notice his entire budget now, he showed the 14 people down here.
What?
Go down to the summary.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Gary got you. For UT. I didn't think about that.
This?
Yeah, you're here.
Yeah, that was it, the
Go over
11,000.
those shows without that. If you look right there, even though he showed that 14 because of benefits and all the other decreases, even with his non-salary increases, he's only showing you a total of 11,338. His overall increase is only 2.4%. The reason being, even though you showed that amount in salaries, some of the benefits, more of those because they changed percentage are covered by UT, so it washes out.
Okay.
And that's what he's wanting to use the savings.
UT is paying more money in, so there was a few dollars left, and so I want to move a 32-hour hourly position to a salary position to help us meet more 4-H clubs, city school programs, and do those things like that.
You take those other two decreases out of the list.
So like I said, at the end of the day, it's $11.
Mr. Becker.
So,
Wait, Mr. Becker, down.
So, couple quick things. I'm seeing $11,000. You keep on saying $11, but, so I'm not sure what the
What
difference.
our budget was last year at 555, and then you add in the 11,000, that was the COLA raises, that puts us within $11 of what I'm asking for this year. Does that make sense? You take our total budget from last year, what was approved last year, and then you add the COLA dollars, which was 11,000 to it, that puts us within $11 of what I'm asking for this year.
Okay, so, okay, I appreciate it. The,
Does that make sense?
No, but.
We've been here all day.
He's not counting COLA as his increase.
Correct. I got you.
Yeah.
All right, so what I don't, I guess with UT, he's paying more of the benefits, which is great, that's awesome. What's that partnership like? Could they come back next year and say, yeah, we're gonna decrease the amount of?
No, like I said, this is the first operating change since like 1990. So they went from whatever system to the web-based system, and like I said, it went all the way through. And with what the university spent on this, I mean, it'll be 20 years before they go to a new operating system. And like I said, I guess the system they went through, that percentages is whatever database they were using was saying was most effective. Like I said, some counties, it cost them money, and they had to go to their county and ask them and say, hey, you know, with us going this percentage base, this was more money to the county. But on our side, because of the size of our staff and volume, we actually saved money by the university going to that.
It
And even
seems
the
like-
university stepped up and said to those other counties, they're like, look, we'll cover it this year, you know, even to that. I mean, the university's trying to make sure that there's that partnership with counties, even if they were like, hey, if it's gonna cost the county more, then, you know, we'll cover that this year, you know, and kind of work with them to try to transition, because, you know, Charleston County, for example, is a little smaller what it takes compared to like Sumner. But like I said, on the bigger counties, it seems like with larger employees, when you do that percentage out, it actually saved a little bit of money. And like I said, you know, my thought is, like I said, if we could be basically status quo, and I can take an employee from being 32 hours to full on, and like I said, and they're qualified for that position and have a master's and all those types of things, I just thought that was a good use of human resources.
I'm just, appreciate that. I'm just remembering at some point several years ago, there was a reversal where the local had us pick up, what was that, Dave?
What happened a couple of years back was the county never had to cover any of the health. UT changed the percentage, so all new employees, we had to start covering the health on.
What was it 2014 when Obamacare, or they kind of came out and said that, you know, they kind of done away with health insurance? At that point, they asked to be insurance to be covered at that same percentage.
For new
So say,
employees.
for example, when I hired in, you know, 30 years ago, it was just 47% of my salary, and I was under a federal plan, so that was 100% covered there. And then in 2014 is when the government kind of changed everything around, and that's when they come up and said, we want 47% on.
Seems like that's what I'm
It was
remembering.
just new employees at the time.
Right.
Because
Oh, yeah, everybody-
what happened
exactly.
was when an employee quit and a new one
Yeah.
came in, we had to start covering 47% of the health. So is that still the case? So when employees quit here, are we gonna be picking up?
We're already covering all of them now.
So that coverage where they quit
Exactly.
has been
Yeah,
handled.
everything's handled there.
That's what was happening to us, is employees quit, we just paid 47% of the base salary and with Social Security, Medicare. But when they quit and they hired somebody new, then we ended up covering 40% of the base, Social Security, Medicare, and health insurance. And
And
we,
all
it was
that,
up in our
everybody's
cost.
gone since that time.
That was everybody's having a fit about it.
Yeah,
And you know how turnover
surprised I
is, it seemed
remember
like
that,
every
yeah.
year I'd have to, oh, hey, we need to pick up this percent for here. And then the next year somebody else retired, it's like, oh, we gotta pick up this here. But we're far enough out now, everybody is covered.
All right, thank you.
That was the same question I had when I was raising my hand. Same thing he was saying, I had the same question.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Aaron?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm looking at your organizational chart, which
Okay.
is great. Now, so you've got 14, including yourself, 14 full-time positions.
Yes, sir.
And they're all filled.
Yes, sir.
You basically have 4 different divisions support of you.
Or the whole program.
Okay, then the big department is 4-H.
Correct.
And then AG and natural resources.
Agricultural and natural resources.
Is that the?
So that's
The
production
environment?
agriculture, that's master gardeners, right, that's anything agricultural, growing, living type of things.
Okay, and then there's family and
Family consumer side, what used to be referred to as home ec, that's home buyer education, that is child care education, you name it, food preservation, That's all.
Family farms.
Exactly,
Okay.
family, budgets, all those types of programs there.
I think we have a camp here, don't we? In Sumner?
Not here, not in
Okay.
Sumner County. I signed up Monday, just so you know, Sumner County, I signed up 252 4th and 5th graders to go to camp the second week of June.
Wow.
Sumner County, we take 150 more kids than anybody else in Middle Tennessee. I mean, like I said, that's why our county is the largest in the country.
Where's the camp at?
Crossville, there's one in Columbia.
Okay.
And we assigned our campus in Crossville
So fun.
here recently.
I had no idea this organization existed.
Do we advertise for you on our county website or anything?
Oh, yeah, we're on the,
Oh,
right,
excellent.
like I said, we're a department and all those
Sounds like
types
you're
of
doing a
things.
great job, thank you.
Oh, hey, like I said, that's the beauty of our job is we get to help. I mean, somebody, like I said, we get a little nervous when they bring in the bucket and say, can you help identify this snake? Is it alive? Because sometimes it is in this way. Or can you help me with this bug? Or, how do I go about getting that homeowner, purchase that home for the first time? You know what, man, COVID come along, cannon went through the roof. I want backyard chickens now. And like I said, on the youth, last night I was at Farm Bureau, we had our 4th and 5th grade. Now, I need to get that done for the county, have our grand champion speech come and give you their speech. I mean, you want to talk about when a 9-year-old, 10-year-old can outspeak anybody, anywhere, you're just like, wow, and they are in our school system right there, and that public speaking and making that awareness, it's just a pretty impressive job, and like I said, our agents and our people enjoy it, we believe in it, we're all at camp with the kids, and so, I mean, we're in the youth development business, and we're trying to help homeowners and families live the best they can, and we're fortunate to have UT support to be able to get that research-based information right to them.
Are there any maintenance of effort issues with this organization?
I think so.
We're covering the percentage. If we don't cover the percentage, they're gonna take away the employee.
Yeah.
It ain't a maintenance effort, it's a cost share, so if you come in and say, I'm not gonna cover 100,000, they're gonna take a couple employees out and shrink your program.
So UT pays
The remaining.
Yeah.
So, like, they pay 53% of my county, and you pay 47% of my county and my other agents. And there's a few agents that are 100% paid by the state that don't cost the county nothing. And then there's a few employees that are 100%, like this lady that I'm trying to add to a full-time position. She'll be 100% covered by the county. But then, like I said, we've got 2 or 3 others that are 100% paid by the state. So it's, like I said, there's a little bit of federal, not as much as there used to be, state, county government, but we're in the education business.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Hey, appreciate y'all.
Thank you for your work.
I came back with y'all. What time y'all start today?
8:30.
Y'all still do the canoeing and kayaking
Oh, yeah.
and all
Oh,
that?
yeah. Paddleboard, zip line.
Yes, yes.
You name it. It's there.
I
That's
went
what I
like
tell
2 years in
people.
a row,
30
it's
minutes
so
before
fun.
30, you got
I think, we just had a break. Okay, do
Mark the
y'all
wrong
need a
day.
break, or can we just push through Toby?
Push.
I think we just had, all right, let's
Push
do
through.
it. Thank you,
Thank y'all
sir.
so
We're gonna
much.
cut everything.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Mr. Kobe, do you wanna start on capital?
Yeah, we want to start on that.
Go see if you can find his vehicle first, Miss Jessica.
And let's give everybody, because not everybody was here in last, let's give everybody a recap. I'll do it real quick. All right, Toby, come on up. I'm gonna give a recap real quick. We're gonna start with capital, and I'm gonna explain why we're doing this one a little bit differently.
I'm gonna sit down, if that's
So
okay.
that's fine. So, and Toby, I'm not gonna let you present your own stuff here, but I just wanna catch everybody up because yours is a little bit different. One, Toby's fund comes from the highway fund, which is a separate, entirely separate bucket than the general fund, so we can kind of carve them out. Two, I think everybody remembers this, but just to refresh memory and why we're gonna start with capital, is last year, recognizing that we had a backlog of work and also recognizing that we were undergoing a lot of inflation, we pulled forward out of debt service about $19 million of
19.5.
19.5. We ended up reducing it, I think, later.
From 20 to 19.
Yeah, but we pulled that in and we said, hey, Mr. Ellis, your department is going to basically use this as an operating fund.
We did that on the floor, right?
We did that on the floor.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
it
did about a half
passed.
penny or whatever.
Yeah, we did that. Now, here's something to keep in mind. And this is gonna be important later after, Mr. Ellis, speaks here. So he's got an operating budget out of highway, and he has his capital, that he's kind of chewing off of. We can just let that go. That capital should run, I think, Mr. Ellis, you and I spoke last week, we should run for about 3 more years. However, if we don't move any recurring funds at all, into highway, in 3 years, you're gonna have a jump. You won't have a true deficit by the definition of it, but what you'll have is a situation where, because he has been operating off of the capital.
That's the 20 million.
That's the 19.5 million. He's effectively been supplementing his operational budget with that, which is what we wanted it to happen. However, you're gonna have a considerable difference between what he has been operating with, like, total amount of budget that he's effectively using. Because all that's gonna go away. So in a way, you can think of it like we've given him a grant, and that grant's gonna go away. So at that point, this is 3 years from now, and
What's the annual spend, 6? It's 3.
we'll get into it.
He's only spent 3 right now.
Yeah.
But he's gonna ask for some of this.
He's gonna ask for some, so what I'm gonna argue is, I'm not saying that we at all, the whole point of loading this up front was so that we didn't have to increase his maintenance efforts, because we didn't know exactly what it was. I'm not saying
Right.
that we should go all the way up, but it may make sense to put the future budget committees into not a sticky situation here, to give a little bit of a bump to his actual highway fund operating budget, if that makes sense.
Maybe a penny.
Or less, I mean, whatever, we can, some amount, maybe a third of a penny, we can figure it out.
Let me
Go ahead.
start with
David,
some.
Mr.
Toby got his budget in late, so me and him's worked on it, but there's some refinement. But the first item here, if you look at it, it's the purple. And I know most of you weren't here at the time Mr. Becker was. I don't believe any of the commissioners was. At the last tax raise, they gave the highway department 1 penny. They raised in the capital projects for the highway department. We've had a reappraisal last year, so if you note the 703 versus the 1.1, because the equivalent pennies changed. If you look over to the side, it's 4.32 up next year. That's the amount that property tax, based on the rolls next year collections, went up next year. So that right there is equivalent to the amount of money the highway would have got if you had not had a reappraisal. Based on, I went ahead and put it in the way it wouldn't be forgotten, based on that promise a couple of years back. I was going to make sure everybody was fine with moving forward with that. And they really need the money. That's what they use to buy their dump trucks, tractors, all the things he buys.
So where's the 1 penny here?
There's 1 penny that was put in here at the last tax raise.
Yeah, but where is that showing here?
It is 703. It's not a full penny anymore because you had a reappraisal. Remember you went from
Oh,
so that's your equivalent of the amount of money it would have brought
I
if you
got you.
didn't bring in a reappraisal based on like 3/4 of a penny or whatever it equals.
I got you.
And I made sure I was on the estimate, if anything, slightly high to make sure I captured all of Toby's money last year, because there was a promise made to highway at the tax raise for reoccurring equipment. The next one up here, if you go up to line 259, if you see the $3 million, yeah. See right there, there's nothing, that's what Mr. Show's talking about. None of the asphalt money for this coming year has been put in, and we've actually only got $3 million in the 2025. Talking to Toby, between what's in his budget right now for this year and what's in the capital, he's not gonna have enough money to make it through June without slowing down his work. So the question is, as a committee, do you want him to bring in asking for another, was it $1 million probably, Toby?
Yeah, I think that would get us through, and of course, it's just, the thing that's really hitting me hard is, of course, we have inflationary costs on asphalt, and the last 2 years haven't been kind with the cost of the asphalt mix going up, and we're down another 8% to it recently on what the mix price is going up. And of course, you know that I've become a professional storm chaser during my administration. Nobody knows when it's gonna rain better than I do. I start tingling all over. Basically, all we do is, and it's a real issue. It's funny, but it's a real issue to where I've calculated over the last 2.5 years, 30% of my time has been stopping everything I'm doing and going and cleaning out 551 bridges, cleaning out culverts and ditches, and sweeping every road in the county. And this last time, we were just finished with that when we got this last rain. And so, Nita put me on 24
Can I
hour
ask
suicide
you,
watch.
is the state doing their share? Are you helping them?
No, I'm not helping them.
Okay, good. They're just I just want to make sure they're doing it.
Yeah, I do a good job communicating with them, letting them know
Okay.
things that I see, because
Good.
I was out on 259 last night, and I was seeing outside 259 from just all the water swirling in this area. It's over 10 foot deep. I mean, it's huge. And they knew about it, but I was letting them know.
That brings up two.
Oh, it's probably 12, 15 foot, but they, most of it's out of their right of way, so they're trying to figure it out.
So it brings up two issues
Question.
here. Yes, yes, sir.
If you put that extra million in there, does that mean we're looking for 9 million?
Well, here's what I was gonna ask, because Toby needs another 4 this year. So I was gonna change this estimated to 4 with him to bring forward a request to the budget committee for an additional $1 million this year, the way he can keep working on fixing the roads. And then for next year, I think he initially said 3, but I think he probably is gonna need 4 or 4.5 out of that bucket, or maybe 5. Toby can probably tell you
Because
that.
what they're talking about is when I turned in my budget, this year, I asked for a little more money than I did last year. Last year I asked for $6 million. This year, I'm asking for a little over that because of the inflationary costs. Our goal each year right now is about 52 miles to get done to keep up with the maintenance of effort and not to fall behind, but to add to it. And the thing that's, I'll say this again, I said it last year, one of the things that's helping me with that, the state officials gave us extra state aid money, which gave us that $5.1 million, and I'm working through that. So we're getting, the beautiful thing about that is every dollar I spend on that, we're getting 98 cents back. So that's a wonderful thing, and that also creates, because it being a state aid road, that's the main arteries in the county. They're used more on a more regular basis than some of these side roads that we're doing.
How much are you getting this year? Do you know?
I'm asking, our state aid,
Yes.
our state aid money is 1.429 is what I got in the budget. And that's gonna pay, that will get us, that'll be South Tunnel, the Corinth Road, Bug Hollow, Deep Rut Road, and then I've got another one that I'm gonna try to throw in there later to make, but what you get into, even on some of these, you don't know all the complications you run into on some repairs that once you get into it. We'll be sitting there degrassing and getting everything ready, then there's culverts we gotta replace, and all of a sudden, because of all the heavy truck traffic while we're there, you'll have a section of road just break apart.
And how much is it costing you per mile right now?
You know, we talk about this, it's usually, you know, last year I was saying 120, 125, I would say 130,000 a mile.
Say it again, 100 and what?
Wow.
$130,000 a mile. And that's on a standard 18 to 20 foot road. That's with a leveling course and an overlay with a tackle and a crew and equipment.
So if I'm understanding him correctly, Mark, to answer your question, Toby, if you correct me, I think he's asking for this year's estimated to be $4 million to ask for another $1 million. And I think next year he's asking for $5 million,
Yes,
so
sir.
he can move quickly. So, and that would take like $9 million out of your 19.5 and leave him 10.5 for future years, if he spent every dollar, and he may or may not have spent it.
Actually, that's not my question.
So is everybody fine with changing that?
Hold on,
to 4?
hold up, Paul, that was not his
Not my
question.
question.
I'm sorry, Mark, I thought you said
No,
9
no, no,
million, I
no.
thought you were
My question was, we began the day saying we needed to find about 8 million. What you're saying is this money that we're appropriating for
Separate
him is
money.
coming out of the 19 and a half?
Yeah, it's coming out as 19 and a half.
So we're still looking for an additional.
Right,
$8
it's not
million
affecting that
bucks.
next
That's
one.
all.
Toby is completely separate from your general.
That's what I was saying.
I'm sorry, Mark, I thought you meant the 5 and the 4.
No. So, heck, just to be clear, that's why I said that, the highway is a totally separate fund. We're playing.
What pages?
Yeah, I know, I'm like going through, looking, which
It is
one?
on page, there's several pages you'll need to look at.
102 is their capital stuff.
Yes, yes, sir. And then you have the summary page where they have the reserve.
It's capital.
Their salaries are
On 100.
zero,
The
like
employee
14
page
bucks.
we're on right
It's like the
now
second to
is
last
page
page.
102. Yeah.
So how much?
What'd you say, Jessica? I'm
Hold
sorry.
on, Ms. Bergdorf was up.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Shannon.
102.
And that's it?
This money is coming out of
Starts at 102.
the initial 21 that we gave him, or 19.5 that we did last, whenever. Did we have a timeline for that? I know it was just to get you caught up and get you going.
4 years.
4 years, okay,
And so
thank you.
we're
That's all I
on
was
it,
asking.
right? I mean, he's gonna burn 4 this year, he's gonna burn, let's say, 5
Oh,
next
okay.
year.
That'd be
6 the year after that, if he's 7 the year after that.
So
it's
the
gonna be-
9 million figure he said was because it came out of Mark's mouth. And he was
Well,
talking
me and
about we
Toby's
had
been
to find-
talking some too.
What
and
was
I think-
happening, here, we had 2 different things going on.
Okay.
We're
They
talking
have to do
about
the same
finishing the
amount.
year up and then the next year.
Yeah, so.
Oh, okay, then I'll quit talking.
And on
Here's a
top-
coincidence.
And on top of that, we were talking about capital over here, and Mark was talking about,
Yeah,
that
what we
the
gotta
deficit
cut. Yes,
that we
yes,
need to
yes,
cut.
yes, yes.
And they both happen to be around $9 million. So that just gives coincidence.
Let me
Okay,
answer
Mr. Becker.
Dylan's question, I'm sorry.
Let's go ahead, Mr. Becker, and then
No, I just wanted to know page numbers, that's all.
What I was gonna show him with the reserves and all, if he needed to know that.
Mr. Becker, go ahead.
So, right now, what we're looking at here is $3 million getting moved over.
Well, we're looking at the
And
3
it's-
million becoming 4. He's actually gonna spend, he's already spent 3 this year. He's asking to come forward this month and
Oh, for
ask
this
for
year.
another million.
That's
out of
for,
it.
then-
let's do this in timeline. Let's be super clear here. This 3 million is, so he's already
I'm
spent.
working on that right now.
But he's about running out of
He's
money.
running out of
Yeah, I
that. So what we're
understand.
talking about, because we know that's gonna be the case, for next year, we wanna make that 3 million, 4 million.
5 million.
This right here is
Five,
1.7 right now.
Right now, we're gonna make this 5 million, and he's wanting to come back this month and request to use another million of this to make his estimated 4 million.
Correct, sorry, I was off.
So he's wanting to come back this month with you guys asking for another million out of that reserve, which is gonna make this 4 million, gonna make that 5 million, and it's gonna make your front number 10.5 million.
Okay, does that make sense?
No.
Okay, Jared, let me say it again. We
So
had spent,
I understand the 4 million for this year.
So 3 million is what we spent this year. He wants 1 million, wait, just 1 second. 3 million this year. Add 1 more million, that's for fiscal year 25.
Got it.
Got it. So that brings us down to 15 and a half. 15 and a half. Take this 5 million
For next year.
because he was saying, okay, we spent all that, we got inflation, we're gonna give you
Yeah.
5 million. That brings us down to 10 and a half. We got 3 more years of runway, 5 and a half each. We're on the path for the 4 years.
So what's that 3 million then, two down?
Wait, what happened?
Yeah, where'd it go?
Where'd it go? Go, you're going too fast. Go.
We're gonna go back where
No,
you're.
I want to go back up to the 3 million.
Yeah.
What is that 3 million?
That's the request for that road that Mr.
That's
Sutter.
a totally different request.
Oh, my bad.
That was the Mr. Suther's position on.
Well, then both being 3 million, that, I was thinking they were related.
Thank you.
Okay.
No, sir.
So then this 5 million is still out of capital?
Correct.
Out of the
And, but to your, I think to your point a little bit ago is we
Yes.
probably want to shift some of
What
that
we-
over.
Yes, what I would argue here, if we want to go, I would actually, if we could leave the 5 million in there and do it on top of it, what I would argue is that we should probably do something like 4.5 here and do like a third of a penny into the operating budget. Something like that. And I realize, now that, Mark, that actually adds to our debt. So, but at some point, maybe, but here's the deal, or we can do it this way, we can start here, and just, that way, we can start here, and that way, and this is what, we talked about this, right, that we had 2 roads we could go down. Either way, you're gonna be whole this year. It's the question of how we burn it. We can start, what it probably makes sense to do is today, we start with this because it's the safe backup plan. Then we do all our cutting, and we get that 8.5 down to 0. Whether we cut or move pennies or whatever we do, we get that down to 0. And if we can get it so that we have an additional, third of a penny, then we see if we can whittle something off. That is probably the safe thing to do, to just start with this and then revisit it after we do everything else.
But I think to your point earlier, here in 2 more years after that the remaining 10 goes down to 0.
Yeah.
And then it's the money runs out.
Now, I'm not worried about it, right, because I don't want to be on.
Exactly.
I mean,
So
I don't really
but
care.
that money runs.
But we covered that, I don't care about y'all,
But the money either that runs out.
Yeah.
But that's fine because it's in capital.
That's fine, because I'm not here.
Because it's not MOE.
And 2
So
things.
I'm okay with keeping it like that.
2 things Toby was planning because of this, repairs gonna get the roads in better shape. But the other issue's hitting right now, his operating budget, even if he gets his roads in better shape, he's been hit with
With the
massive
inflation,
inflation.
yeah, he's getting crushed.
He can't follow
I'll get
massive
him, then I'll get you
inflation at this
again.
point.
I'm missing the strategy of the whole parts of the penny versus the capital.
So, here's what's gonna happen in 3 years, this year and then the next year, is that this is gonna go away.
Right.
And so like then Mr. Ellis has been, what's Mr. Ellis gonna operate
Well,
on?
that money's not showing up on the budget.
I see, you're
Yeah.
talking about
I'm talking
recurring.
about how, what I'm trying to do is make it, so his effective burn is here. It's tick, tick, it's like tick, 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 tick up, but we have supplemented it with this.
It's like it's flatlining.
Right, and so at some point, he started here, in 3 more years, his it's gonna be here. Now, we hope that because he's done a little bit of catch-up, it would have otherwise been here, but it's still gonna be above where it was. I don't want that budget committee to be, like, to run into 2029 and be like, holy crap, I've got $2 million in deficit that I need to make up here.
Where is his
Reoccurring,
budget at now
reoccurring.
for regular asphalt? I mean,
We're gonna go over there in a minute.
Yeah.
okay, we'll
So
go there in a
in-
minute, okay.
It's really weak.
Hold on, I've got Dylan, and then I've got you, go ahead.
To Jerry's point though, my question is, if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, should it be part of MOE though?
That was my concern.
This
I
has
thought
been.
I think
I don't think it should, and CTES agrees with me.
And
Why?
and I
That's
disagree.
why we did that last year.
That's why we did it this way.
Why would,
And
but
he
I don't
agrees with
understand
you.
if you're saying.
I agree
that
with you,
I'm
Dylan,
going
so-
to, there's going to be a need, I know there's going to be a need, and
But
it's
we-
going to be,
but
then why would you not go ahead and start funding that?
Because my argument was, and I think Mr. Ellis' argument was, we don't really know what the mainline need is because he's doing it backwards. We're catching up. So because you're trying to catch up,
Sounds
like this,
backward.
But it
I
sounds
don't-
like we're always gonna be
Well, I mean,
playing catch up.
not necessarily, because what you're gonna say is.
Toby,
hey,
do you think it would be a time when you're like, you know what, everything's paid, we are caught up?
Well, no, but
No.
That's what I'm saying, you're
It'll be
always.
caught
But
up
your-
to a regular
but your-
schedule.
But your burn rate is gonna be lower than it would have
Should be.
otherwise been. That was, sorry.
Doing a lot of
He
catching
wasn't,
right now.
Dylan, what he's hoping is right now, he's wanting to get to regular maintenance. Right now, he's not able to do regular maintenance where he does good
We're
coating.
getting-
So it damages the subsurface and he has to come in and fix all that.
One of my hopes of Dylan is getting to a safer place with the roadways.
Do you think that's attainable?
Because we're sitting
Or in
here
the next
with,
5 years?
I think it catches up all the worst roads and gets us in a better place to where we don't have that liability hanging over our heads. I mean, I was on the scene, I mean, John has been talking to me about it, we had a bus run off.
Yeah.
One of our county roads, the first thing that popped up on the dialogue was hit a pothole and run off the road, and there was beautiful, luckily, nobody really got hurt.
Sure.
Got bruised up, but what a blessing. But, the thing is that we are on the hook for the liability of these roads. Somebody gets hurt bad with a really sharp New York lawyer, it could cost us a lot more. But the thing is that this gets us into a better spot faster. And that's my whole goal, is trying to get as much done as soon as we can to get the worst that we have caught up.
But if right now we're focusing on you've only got so much staff and so much time.
Yes.
So you're
But
prioritizing all these quote unquote bad roads.
I am
So then you've got these other roads that are just deteriorating. That's what I guess I'm saying. I feel
One of
like
the
we're just
things
chasing your department's just gonna have to be chasing their tail all the time.
Well, we've also bid out some work. Rogers Group was the winning bid on the contract to actually.
Okay, that's a game
So
changer.
There's gonna be,
We gave them a lot of leeway.
starting
Okay.
this month, what we're gonna do is you're gonna see, and what I have talked to them, you're gonna see them paving some things in the Gallatin, Hendersonville area, and we're running out of the Gallatin plant while I'm working out of Cross Plains doing state aid work up there, and we're not hurting each other's production, and we're being as production oriented as we can, and we're getting a lot of work done.
I just don't want you guys to be constantly
Yeah.
chasing your tails
Yeah.
and paying overtime. Or I don't wanna kick the can just for the next commission
It wasn't
to have to
to
pick
be.
up.
He discussed that.
Yeah, and I realize you weren't in like those deep discussions on this. So look, the intent was not to kick the can down the curb. The intent was holy crap, we're seeing at that time 30% inflation year over year. You know
Right.
that you need to catch up roads.
You gotta be
Let's
back on.
surge and try to get that as much as we can. And then, like, to your point on maintenance of effort, maintenance of effort is not going to be what the last year's baseline is plus 6 million. We don't, so it's not gonna be up here where he's operating now, but it's also not gonna be back here. It's gonna be somewhere between those two.
Right.
And all I'm saying is wherever that happens to be, let's burn, if we can, I wanna burn a little of it in this year. That's if we can do it.
Yes,
with
that is what I'm getting to,
that's-
like, don't just
But,
keep
and I
it,
don't wanna keep, but.
don't just keep putting this
Don't-
extra
don't
money
put
in.
it- Yeah, don't only treat this like don't treat what was a surge to be a total kick the can down the road.
Yes.
However, we also have.
We don't need to
We also have
jump
to burn
all the way.
off $9
Okay.
million of other requests, so,
Fair.
Mr. Line and then Mr. Becker.
Thank
Oh,
you.
excuse me.
And the other thing, and Toby, correct me if I'm
You can't
wrong,
see
but
me.
Toby and I had this conversation
It-
2
it-
years
I
ago.
was into, but that's okay.
The brine that was used on the roads previous to his tenure was very deleterious to the asphalt.
Sure.
And so he had to dig out of a huge hole just to get to the point. That was another reason I was in favor of the $20 million, because I realized that he had so much work to do just to get him back to par.
Because of the
And I
salt
think,
brine.
so once he gets that taken care of, I think it'll be a lot easier to maintain those roads.
Well, I think y'all probably seen what our guys can do in winter situations and how.
Oh, dude, game changer
How
this year.
efficient they can be, and in our strategy and our planning goes a long way with that, but we're using materials that does not destroy the roads. And it's working, it's very efficient, and I was really proud of my guys, because it's really the only time ever that the whole county can see what we're capable of at one time, right? You know, the rest of the time, we're working in 4 or 5 areas in a day, and nobody sees us but the people that are in them areas, so.
I don't know, I did have a few constituents reach out mad that they had to go to work or had to go to school because the roads were so clear.
Hey, Jerry, I skipped her and she was go ahead, Jerry. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Becker. No,
He's right.
Yeah, it's just real quick. So if I'm looking at the standard, the operating budget here, the request for asphalt hot mix is a combined, well, I don't know, I can't see. One's 1.2 million, and the line below it is 1.42 million
I don't know which.
on page 109. So that's his operating ask, right? So, and this 5 million is on top of one of those two lines,
Yes.
right?
That's gonna be, I'm trying to
So
find
this,
it, but that's gonna be.
page 109, it looks like to me there's 1.429, and it's highlighted in gray.
I think one of those is state aid.
One state aid.
That's the state aid. No,
Okay,
the
one-
so then 1.2 above it?
The 1.2 is low.
The
Okay.
1.2 is ours.
So the
And that's the
1.
same as last year, not necessarily.
And the 1.4 is state aid.
Okay, so the 1.2, make sure I understand. This 1.2 million is what's in your operating budget.
Right.
Plus, we've been talking about giving you another 5. So I think as we're projecting, 2 years after this, so 3 years from now, what do you think this 1.214 needs to be? Right? And so,
That's the
if that, to me, that's the question, right? So if you think that needs to be, 2 million or 3 million, whatever, on an annual basis, then I think, Matt, that gives us sort of the target.
That's a very good question, and Toby, I don't know if you came prepared for that, but
Yeah.
that's what we're really trying to do.
Well, just to tell you where I was at if we didn't do this is we would be at somewhere in the vicinity, I think what I had in my plan was 4.9 in that range, and then with about $1.5 million in state aid. And,
So 4.9 total, so so almost 3.4.
yeah, and so
That's
it's like 6.3 is what I put in it, and then when I got to talking to Matt and David about it, it was just taking money out of
Yeah,
this.
but I'm not talking about during the sort of these 3 or 4 years we're trying to catch up.
Right.
I'm talking now we've caught up.
Where it's gonna be at.
Yeah, where is it gonna level off
Yeah,
at?
that's a good
Is
question.
that
because
3.5?
I don't know what's gonna be going on in the world that's gonna, now the petroleum prices is what, the liquid AC is what pushes my prices.
But I guess maybe look at it from a mileage standpoint. How many, once we're caught up, what does it make sense? How many miles we're doing each year?
I think we're going to get a certain amount of roads done that are the worst, but we're still gonna have to be doing a certain amount of the maintenance effort to do that. Does it stop does it drop down from 52 to 42?
Yeah, and I'm not asking for an answer right now, but I think, I think we absolutely need some type of target before next year's cycle,
Because
for sure.
the things that we're doing in our proper procedure is, when I came into office, they're using one roller, and I won't bore you with the details, but you don't get the proper compaction rate when you use one roller. And why? Because you've got to it has to be an optimal temperature behind the paper for you to get the proper compaction rate. And so what happens is when he has to go back and back row all this area that they've done, because it's chilling out, that paving crew's going on down the road and it's cooling off before it gets back. So, in the private sector, I always use 2 to 3 rollers on state roads. And now what we're getting is where the roads were lasting 7 to 8 years, I think what we're gonna see is 15 to 16 years going forward, because we're getting around that 92% compaction rate, and that adds to the life cycle of the roadway, which gives us more years.
That's the whole plan. And so by doing this and not putting Band-Aids on things and fixing them, it's the cheapest thing I can do. In years past, you go in and put an inch scratch coat on it and let it go. In 5 or 6 years, you're doing it again. Well, in 5 or 6 years, it's twice the price.
Yeah. No, I'm just, but you understand, we get it.
Yeah, so
We need to know what the target, that 1.2 here in
And I think my question will help with
29.
this.
Well, go ahead.
So go ahead.
So, we all know that I don't like to spend money, but I wanna spend money. I wanna spend money, this is new. Are you asking us for, we've looked at that software together, the roads, evaluate, and I want to buy that, and I think that'll help everybody.
That is something I'm working on, and that's one thing that I was gonna go budget with. I need to talk to Eric about it too, because I don't know the process on this, but there is a grant called the SS4 grant that will pay for that 80%. And so I'm looking into that, Terry, about doing that, because that will cover most of the cost of that roadway inspection.
And whether we get the grant or not, that would be a benefit to, can you explain do y'all know what I'm talking about?
No.
This-
It's a
can you
roadway,
tell them all?
it's a roadway inspection program. I used to do that when I was in the consulting business, and what we did is you can go on, like if y'all were wanting to look up on a GIS map on Sumner County Highway, and y'all wanted to look at the road, and you go to Corinth Road, there'd be a rating, it'd be color coded to the rating, and you could drive the road, and it'll have a list of things that the road needs, how it needs to be repaired, and what the costs are gonna be. And
It's
let's
a
just
great
say,
planning tool for
green
us.
is your 90 to 100 percentile, where it's in great shape, and let's say red is down there below 30%. And it's heavy on the repairs, changing the culverts out, doing everything like that. But what it does is, you can go there in real time, you can drive the road, you can see the budget, and you can see the list of the roads that Toby's doing, because he's doing worse first. And he's working up through the list, trying to get the roads in the best shape possible. And so, it's something that when they do this and do the programming, they drive every county road. We know the signs, we know the locations, we know the rating of the roadways, we know everything.
Does the city of Hendersonville have that? Because I've seen something from them.
Gallatin is using it, I can tell you that.
They've got something comparative to it, but the thing that I'm doing is, it's probably a little more detailed. But the thing is, we're not going to spend as much on it, because if we get the grant, it'll really work out nice.
I know you have spoken with us about this on multiple occasions. Why has it not come to budget? Why have we not voted on this?
On the roadway
Yes.
inspection? Because I was waiting for the window to open on the SS4 grant. And it
Oh,
seemed
okay,
to-
all right.
And see how much he actually needs to
Because
Because-
you told me about it so
because
many
it's-
times, I could have told Jerry about
It's an
it.
expensive item. It's an expensive item, but it pays dividends from there out. And it
It's
not
like
only.
250,000, right?
Yeah, it not only helps
I-
me, but it'll help the sheriff. There's information they can use off of it, EMS, EMA. It's a great program.
So when will you find out about the grant?
I'm gonna go talk to Eric, try to catch him tomorrow sometime. I was gonna ask him, and just make sure I do everything right on the front end about getting permission to, I'm just trying to apply, and I've got to be approved. So I wanna apply and make sure I do everything right, to where I'm not doing
And I love this, if the grant is, we don't get the grant, say October, I'd still like to have some money set aside unappropriated that we could pull in and buy it for you later in the year.
Just remember, you do have to run that through the commission before you apply. I don't want you that to be your hurdle, so if you wanna go ahead and put.
But Chad Collier's coming Monday to the highway committee meeting to do just a summary and show everybody what it's capable of.
So just to be clear, a human being has to go out and assess the road and then they enter it into his computer or?
Well, they've got, it's a computerized van that they drive through and it's based on, they can do the rideability, the compressions, the ruts, the alligator, I mean, it's very detailed. I used to do that and I would go in, I had to drive them all and just type every road.
But this has got like a range finder.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a fancy Google map, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, they can literally drive 25 mile an hour and it gets everything.
Checks porosity,
Oh,
cover,
yeah.
everything.
It sits there, it tells you what kind of sign that is and the GPS location on it and where it's at.
I think this would help us
Any other?
in the future.
So, do we have any other questions for Mr. Ellis?
I have one.
Go ahead.
I've got a neighbor who's been eating me alive today over this bus thing. On Brandon Mill Road, we have areas that are 16 feet wide. Are you trying to get those to 18 at all? Or are you just going with what they are?
You know, we're in such bad shape with our roads. I feel like that's a second term attack. Right now, I just want to get these roads in better condition. I thought about riding one of our school buses on one of our bad roads just to show and video the kids just flying all over the place while they drive down these roads. And so that's my main goal. Some of these roads, yes, they're narrow. I hate to say it, we've got some roads that are 14 foot wide.
I know.
13 foot
12.
And it's a bad situation, but it becomes a right of way problem too.
Yeah, Shiloh Road's incredible.
So I think we've got, and I'm not trying to push us off here, but I think we've got the capital situation in place. We are likely to revisit it after we're done with everything, but at least for now, we've got that squared away. I think it makes sense to go to operating.
Well, he had some salary additional requests that's not in there that we need to look at, and then also we need to look at his, litter grant because he's got a finite amount.
Let's do salary and recurring under.
So right now, it's just got the base amount in there right now, so Toby needs to kind of go through those.
I've got, the only thing that I'm doing different with my employees, I'm wanting to add, I got a part-time clerical person in the office, and I'm wanting to change that to a full-time person.
How much is the, what's the difference?
It's like $9,000.
But that's not bad.
This is
It'd be
because he didn't say
9 plus, is that it? You'll change that to 9,000? Oh, well, it's in a part-time line, we'll have to add
Yeah,
it
you
there.
have to, and then you have to figure out what the,
Yeah.
what all the benefits.
We'll have to bring it
So,
back.
so you're talking 30,000 at 12%, so about through there. If health insurance, probably anywhere, probably about 15,000.
Yeah.
So you're talking,
About $30,000 difference for at the end of the day.
But what that gets me is I got 2 full-time that.
Oh, I'm not saying no, or, I mean.
But what it gets me is, it gets me a person that can really perform. And, I put one full-time truck driver in there just to try to, because, you know, I'm pulling people every direction. I go from 7 trucks to 14 trucks all of these.
Other than that, did you do anything other than COLA?
No.
Okay.
and we do need to look at his litter grant because me and him need to get together and balance it because you got, I think.
It's like 87.8, and of course, here's the thing, we're having some trouble with the state because everybody quit that office, and they've got new people in there, and they haven't paid us up yet, but they're working on it.
It's last year.
Yeah.
We've been trying to get this right.
We didn't get an org chart from you. Do you have one?
Not yet, and I'll turn one in, but literally, I'm trying to figure out the best way to do it for y'all because it's really no set. It's no set. I mean, I don't have the same team going out every day doing the same thing, and it's.
You've got a pool of people.
I've got a pool of people, and there's operators and truck drivers basically, and that group they're just all over the place. And what I give you is just gonna be, you're gonna look at it and go, well, yeah, I can give you a generic, usually these 2-3 truck drivers are with this crew type deal, but it changes every day.
What's the litter, can we look at litter grant?
How much is your total, your litter grant total?
87.8, I believe, sorry.
87,000.
Yeah.
We've only got 85 in there. I think he had a little adjustment in the salary line, but we didn't get on there. That's last year's.
And one thing that we're paying for now that we didn't used to have to pay for is the $5,000 for ankle bracelets. We didn't used to have to do that.
So how many total full-time, besides yourself, how many full-time and part-time currently?
To do what?
How many full-time outside of yourself, full-time personnel?
I've got 2 part-time people and 3 seasonal people. So that would give me roughly about 54 people full-time.
It's seasonal, winter or summer?
It's usually summer.
You said 54 full-time?
Yeah, it's in that neighborhood, 52 to 53.
I'm just asking because I wonder.
And the thing is that I try to really benefit off, I've tried to work that deal to where I can throw a couple people driving trucks for me in the summertime that are seasonal, because that makes it really nice, because they're just getting seasonal pay and they're not hit with a full-time employee.
Are they all filled, all positions filled?
What I've had is I've had some guys retire lately that talking like they might come back and help me, because I'm always short-handed on truckers. I've never been at full capacity with my positions at CDL truckers, and it's something that it's just everything for the jobs, you know. And so a lot of times I'm robbing Peter to pay Paul, a guy that's got a CDL, but he's an operator, and I need him putting that culvert in. I may not just do that job today because I need him driving a truck for me elsewhere. And so it's you know, it's a tough deal.
Yeah, you got flex guys too. You still have 2 mechanics?
I've got tire, I've got my shop foreman, which is a mechanic, and then I've got 2 mechanics and a tire guy.
Okay, so 4 now.
But that's what I've always
Do
had.
they ever drive truck?
I've had a couple of them running a lowboy for me.
Yeah.
I told the secretary personnel, I said, can y'all want to run a roller? You know? There's times I'm on it. You know, y'all might pull up and I'm running the paper. So.
Now, somebody get a picture of that, if y'all get to see that.
So your operating budget is fine, really, we just need to make that decision that we talked about first, right?
Yeah, and then we need to
Yeah.
do some minor adjustments tomorrow for like his litter grant and determine if he's gonna get the full-time adjustment tomorrow.
And David, on the insurance stuff, you know, what I talked to you, I just kind of put like 10% on top of that just to try to cover.
I think I grabbed what you had.
Yeah.
Because we don't know right now, we put in the increase for what goes to the funds that pay the claims. But I think we put a 10% increase, but right now the insurance is still out for bid.
The only other thing I knew that I went up on was, you know, the asphalt went up and the aggregates. You know, I used to be able to use, we had a large supply of recycle, and that's millings at our quarry site. Well, we used it all up on our state aid, now we're having to switch back to base stone. So that bumped it a little bit, and Matt, you may remember I was talking to you about $30,000 more on salt. I got through this year, we just about depleted both bins, the one in Westmoreland and Gallatin, and I put an extra 30,000 on what I normally get. I'm gonna try after July, I'm gonna try to replenish them a little bit to build back up and get ready for winter.
I think he's requesting 30. Do you want us to add 30 in salt for him right now?
It's at 95, and it was 65 last year. So
Right, but we don't have any of that in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Toby, we got a guy up for solid waste.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
Just
Had
make
a
it orange or
recycling.
whatever.
He had a big asphalt company on the East Coast, and they recycle solid. I don't know how much we take here, and I don't know how much you use. But I'm gonna vote for him to be on the board. And I was just wondering if that, now that you've mentioned recycled stuff, I always like recycled stuff a lot because I found it bound better. Is that something you use a lot?
When we have it, and it's usually, I just use my own stuff, when I mill a road or do something like that, I try to use it like 500 does, and got surge, I use it for time. I'm getting that for just the cost of the haul, so it saves me money.
Right, so you save all the milling stuff you do. Well, if rather than haul this stuff off to a landfill, you have small crushing operation, maybe everybody would just take it. That's kind of, I mean, would that be it?
Mr. Chairman, do we need anything else tonight, or are we?
I was just talking with this with David.
We have his request in the actual server, so when you guys are doing your adjustments tomorrow.
We can do it one of two ways. Let me put it out. So, again, his requests aren't actually all in here. We put a couple of them on. We have them. It'll probably take 30, 45 minutes to get through them if we wanted to do them now, or we can do it tomorrow.
Do it tomorrow in the hearing.
We have a hard stop in 20 minutes, so.
And then Toby's got a right for hearing anyway if he doesn't like what you do tomorrow.
So, I mean, if that's the case, then if we're not gonna try to do it now, then,
You got a hard stop?
then let's go ahead and call it.
Move to adjourn?
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Y'all are welcome. We'll come in and we'll clean